Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
You know, the general rule of thumb with artists, especially with writers, is your first work usually isn't all that good, but you get better the more you go along. Aster is profoundly determined in proving the opposite. I don't understand, like, how she gets worse. Because not only is this the worst book in the series, it's worse on every plane that it can be. Because, yeah, Lark and Nightbane are badly written, horribly executed messes of fantasy and romance. You know, I was getting dangerously close to giving a compliment, but then I realized there's not really a lot of compliments to give. The sad truth is, on every level at which you could judge a book, Skyshade is worse. The imagery is worse, the characters are worse, the plotting is worse, the pacing is worse, the descriptive prose, there is no descriptive prose, and I'm being serious when I say this, outside of a few very scant details for like places and certain locations, the only time Aster puts any effort in describing anything is clothing. But why? It's almost perplexing. It is like I tried listening to a couple of reviews of fans who said that they generally enjoyed Skyshade, and they still came through with like really wishy-washy answers. And they're like, I mean, yeah, I didn't really follow what was going on, and I need someone to explain a lot of this, but yeah, I kind of enjoyed the book. Like, how? So I'm working under the assumption that there was no editor for this book. The most that they did was a spell check. And even then, the spell check missed a few things, because you've got a character named the Augur whose name is spelled 2 different ways. And at one point, we'll get to this scene eventually, Grim and Isla are talking, and they're going to have a wedding, and Grim makes mention of a wedding altar. Altar is spelled wrong. If I had been on the editing team for this book, I would not have spent the requisite 3 months it would take to note all of the problems in this book, going line by line saying this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. I would have instead just taken the entire manuscript and in big red ink written, "What in God's name is wrong with you?" For a brief period, I was working under the assumption that Aster took the really lazy route and just used AI to write this book. But I don't believe that anymore, because I honestly believe AI would have done a better job. You see, on top of having no interest in how to actually describe anything, Aster introduces 2 new magical elements, a type of metal called Shade Made, and the name is the least idiotic thing about it, as well as these new magic scribbles called Skyers. And they work about as well as you would think from someone who created self-mutilation as a type of power-up.
Phenomenal cosmic power!
I feel like I also have to open this video up with an apology about the length, because I know that that's like my thing, but between the complexity of this book as well as how often I'm going to have to go back to the first 2 books just to reference things, this is probably going to be a complicated video. I'm going to simplify it as much as I reasonably can, but you got to understand, I got 65 pages of notes on the smallest book in the series so far. And a lot of that is because the pacing is so rapid fire. Because she spends no time describing anything, this book is nothing but plot, 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 plot. And so we have like 1,000 twists and turns in the story, none of which are gripping, of course, because we have no reason to invest ourselves in the characters, and we can't understand the world building or the magic. A lot of that is because every time the rules of magic become inconvenient for Aster and would create any sort of a stumble, she just ignores it. The fundamental benefit of writing fantasy is that you're in control of the rules. You want to come up with a wacky sort of a government system? Okay, you can do that. You want to come up with any sort of stretch with magic? Done. But oh my God, when you go and you ignore the rules you just established, you muddy up the images of the stakes. Like, what am I supposed to be invested in? How am I supposed to see this as a dangerous scenario when you can just snap your fingers and all of a sudden everything's okay? And yet, that is not my biggest problem with this story. The biggest problem I've got is that this is nothing but retcons and plot holes. As the title of the video suggests, I do not believe that Aster went back to review what the previous established rules and lore of Lark were, because there are plenty of times where she needed something to have changed, so she just completely either ignored it or forgot it or something. And there's something to be said about recontextualization, like reframing something so that it turns out, oh, you thought the scenario was this, but it was actually this. Without changing the fundamental rules about anything, that can work. But that's not what Aster's doing. And this, unfortunately, is going to add to the length of this video because I do need to go back and reference other things in both Lark and Nightshade that state that wasn't what was established before. Why are you changing this? It does feel like Aster had a very broad idea of what she wanted the story for the entire series to be, but when it comes to a lot of the details and the nitty-gritty, she doesn't actually plan things that far in advance. She's really just typing away and doesn't take prior context or canon into consideration. This series is an argument against pantsing as a plotting style. One thing that I've uncovered recently that might explain why Aster is so bad at her descriptive prose is that she might have what's called aphantasia. Aphantasia is one of those things that you might have seen in social media posts where you can't really imagine things in your head. The classic example that I've seen a number of times is the picture an apple in your head, like how clear do you see everything? It's like 1 is crystal clear, fully three-dimensional, lifelike apple, and 5 is nothing. Well, Aster's made a few videos suggesting that she has this. And that would explain so much. She doesn't know how to describe things, how to artistically detail something with words in order to create a vivid image in her head because she's incapable of it herself. That is not to say that can somehow stop you if you are properly determined. There are writers out there with aphantasia, confirmed aphantasia, and they're still pretty good. John Green stated that he has aphantasia and he's not able to picture things in his head. And while I have not actually completely read any of his books, just going through The Fault in Our Stars, you can tell that he's got a very strong narrative voice that emphasizes the characters. So while you're not getting a terribly descriptive image in your head, the characterization is so strong that counters the lack of visualization. Same thing with Mark Lawrence, who's also stated he has aphantasia. And he actually was, I believe, nominated for an award on Goodreads for Prince of Thorns. Now, I don't like this book, but I don't like it for the characters. In terms of imagery, he's actually really good. You cannot tell that Mark Lawrence has aphantasia by reading his books. While aphantasia would be a limiting factor, it's not nearly enough to stop you if you are determined enough as an artist. Now, one of the last notes I want to cover before we really get into is one of the initial driving factors for Isla is her response to the events in Nightbane. You may recall, and I don't fault you if you don't, that when at the very end of everything, Isla released the curse on the direct sword in the past, which I guess sent out a curse shockwave or something. I don't understand how it works, but somehow releasing the sword caused an entire village to get destroyed. And I believe the way that she reacts to things initially, the start of the book is supposed to be like a traumatic response to what she did. Even though by all logic, she's not really at fault, but that's not how trauma works, so whatever. Now, I had to do a lot of research on trauma myself for my own books, because I horribly torment my characters. I would not call myself an expert on trauma, but I am certainly more learned than Aster is. Trauma can be a very powerful motivator for a character, and if executed correctly, can make them change their personality completely, put them in an entirely new quest line, shatter them and make them crumble, etc. Lots of possibilities. However, you really need to understand how to make that trauma effective, understand how it can play out in victims, how it alters and affects their actions, voice, personality, etc. If you don't, then you'll only write a hollow experience. That's exactly what Aster does in this book. Isla is, supposedly, traumatized by discovering her actions when she unlocked the Drex sword and accidentally slaughtered a village, somehow. But we never get any depth to her trauma. Isla's trauma is entirely surface level. Trauma isn't something that just changes one or two aspects of your personality. It affects everything, from your outlook to your risk aversion and even small habits. Trauma isn't something you slip in and out of like a costume, which is actually how Isla reacts to it. It's something that, even with years of therapy, can still respond to triggers and lead to breakdowns. I was discussing this book with one of my patrons, and she came up with the quip that this book is just trauma glitter, and I honestly can't think of a better descriptor than that. While the retcons and plot holes bother me the most because I like a nice, consistent story, the trauma and the trauma response that Isla supposedly undergoes might be the most damning aspect of this book. Hey, Umbra. Are you here to actually grace the camera with your presence? Come here, you little puddle. Hang on. Look at how big he's getting. He is a baby panther. He is so cute. Hello, you. You are too early for food. You have to wait several more hours. I know, that's terrible. Hey, look at the camera. Look at the camera. Ah! He's still getting used to being held. Okay, but brief recap on the series, just because if I can barely follow what's going on and I've read it, I have no idea what state any of you are in. Okay, so Lark. There are these curses. They affect the 6 realms. The rulers of the 6 realms have to compete in a once-in-a-century event called the Centennial. That doesn't make any sense. Eventually, through a series of contrivances and plot bullshit, the protagonist, Isla Crown, ruler of the Wildlings, is able to discover the heart of Lark, this magic MacGuffin. Turns out that everything was the machinations of Isla's supposed best friend, Celeste, who was actually Aurora, who was a ruler from about 500 years prior, who started the curses, and everything was this convoluted knot of a plot line because she was controlling everything from behind the scenes. Isla kills her, saves the world, curses are done, hooray, hurrah. And all the while, Isla is supposedly falling in love with 2 of the other rulers, Grimm, the ruler of Nightshade, and Oro, the ruler of the Sunlings and the overall king of the world. It's called a love triangle, but that's not a very good description because it's more like a straight line between Isla and Grimm, and Oro is just off on one side in the Sneeko chair, which is made even more evident in Nightbane, where there's actually no plot. So the story is, Isla chooses Oro, Grimm gets jealous, and starts a war in order to effectively win her back. It's actually less clever than that, but I'm trying to cut corners here. And Aster gets bored of that storyline, so halfway through the book, every other chapter turns into a flashback detailing the romance between Isla and Grimm in an impressively shallow romantic plotline where I couldn't tell you why these 2 are attracted to each other at all.
I love you!
Why?
And this is made even more evident when you consider how Aster herself refers to Oro in interviews.
I'm most excited for readers to meet Grimm because I feel like a lot of people really love him, but I do have a few people who love the other characters. So
anyway, at the tail end of everything, you get a very unnecessary battle in which Isla ends everything by just picking Grimm and leaving the scene with him. And I guess the battle just stops off screen. And that's pretty much where we pick up with Skyshade. And comically enough, this is supposed to be the start of Isla's villain arc. And whatever you're picturing that to be, I promise, it's much dumber than that. Now, the cover itself, like the other books in the series, the cover is done wonderfully. This is some great looking art until you start to examine it a little closer and you realize that this snake has two tails. It's finely crafted, and maybe there's another snake head on the other side of this orb thing, but that's sloppy artistry. The orb itself seems to have a storm inside of it, and yes, we do get that particular item in the book. It is far less important than you would think. So I don't know if the artist is getting bad prompts or is grasping at straws or how that works, but in terms of overall design, this is the weakest of the trilogy, a portent of things to come, which actually is compounded when you consider the inside cover. Now, we've got the map of Lark, same as last book, and again, great artistry right here. I like the way that we get not just physical descriptors for everything, but there is some clever imagery in the way that the islands themselves are illustrated, with Wild Owl getting all these twigs and Star Isle getting these stars and stuff. Good stuff. Here's the problem. About maybe 5 to 10% of the book actually takes place on Lark. The rest of it, almost all of it, takes place on Nightshade, or the Nightshade Newlands. If I just get lazy and use shortcuts like that, you'll have to forgive me. We are not off to a good start. But then, as was the case with Nightbane, we pick up seconds after the last book. Isla Crown watched the man she loved disappear as the world fell away. The other man she loved gripped her arm with the desperate hope of holding on to a dream before waking. Her stomach dropped, her ears rang. Clashing swords and howling drecks turned to silence. So it's not so much that the battle itself is ending, so much as the portal that she's traveling with Grim is cutting off the sound. Pretty weak opening, considering. Now, you gotta understand where Isla is at this point. She does love Grim, but she also sees him as a monster, and she's very upset at him for starting this war that never needed to happen. I understand that Grim is supposed to be acting very impulsively for Isla's sake, because as he revealed at the tail end of the last book, Isla is his wife.
Who is she? I'm his wife.
Because they did, in fact, get married before the events of the Centennial. Because this plot line is fucked. But the only reason why Grim would agree to stop the war is if Isla went with him, because he was doing this whole thing because her lifeline is tied to his, because when she broke the curse on the direct sword, she died, I guess, and Grim imbued her with some of his life force. And the only way to actually save her is to go to the other world that they all came from originally. I know this is a lot, I'm sorry. This series is a horrible mess. So Isla returns to Nightshade with Grim, and pretty much for the rest of the book, she sides with the standard issue Shadow Daddy, which is becoming entirely too prevalent of a concept within romantasy in general. Why is that a thing? Now, immediately upon arriving to Nightshade, Isla doesn't want confirmation that Grim has stopped the battle or pulled his troops out or anything. She instead wants to go to the village that, canonically, she just remembered that she destroyed somehow. And she forces Grim to teleport her there, and we get this description. Ash stuck to every surface of the landscape, a layer of poisoned snow. Houses lay in charred piles like firewood. Nothing stood tall anymore. The village had been brought to its knees. Her cry cut through the silence like a scythe. Bodies, big and small, curled against the ground and hardened into rubble. Some were indefinable shapes against the stone. You did this, a voice in her mind said. Monster. I'm not going to say that it's weird that the Nightshades haven't rebuilt this place or even torn some of the buildings down. Apparently you still have massive piles of rubble, even though it's been, I don't know, almost a full year. The way time moves in this series is undefinable. It's been at least half a year. I think I can confirm that much because you had the almost entire run of the Centennial, and I think it's been several months that I think she spent several months living with other one, and then Grimm started the battle. But whatever, you can still leave the ruins in place because personnel and resources are limited, so if you really can't spare the people, you can't spare the people. But why haven't they buried anyone yet? The people are just left to turn to rubble or something? Like, how does that work and why? I mean, are the Nightshade citizens supposed to be like the locusts from the Gears of War series? They just turn to these weird crystal things when they die? Isla starts to wallow in self-pity, and she calls herself a criminal.
You there! Are you a crime? In all, a criminal? Yes, I am.
Isla says that the spikes on Grimm's shoulders make him look like a demon, a particular line that Aster has used numerous times throughout the series by this point. Isla commands Grimm to command the Drex to remain underground and then put the Drex sword back in the Thief's Lair that they spent half the book hunting for in Nightbane. And he agrees to that easily enough. Wait on that, it turns into something. But then he says something curious that you'll need to keep in mind for later. She pushed her luck. Swear you won't try to use the portal again. This time, he said nothing. Swear it! If I do, you will die here, Grimm said. We all will. Now, the way that the magic works, supposedly, is that Grimm only poured a few months of his life into Isla. Why that works and how that works, I couldn't possibly answer you. But Isla has a couple of months left to live, I guess. Couple of weeks, couple of months, it's hard to tell which. And the only way to stop that is to go through the portal to the other world in order to use some magic they don't know exists in order to save her life. Doing so will cause the portal to explode and destroy Lark, which will ruin magic on the planet, I guess, because the portal was designed by idiots. But keep that line in mind, that if Isla dies, they all will, because the way that it supposedly works is they've got this thing called the Nexus Curse. Basically, the ruler dies, then everyone in their realm dies. It is one of the dumbest plot elements of the series thus far, and because Grimm has tied his life in with hers, if she dies, the Nightshades die as well. And because of the events in Lark, Isla stabbed Aurora with something called the Bondmaker, stealing her powers, and now because of that, the Starlings are linked to Isla. So, if Isla dies, supposedly, half the realms on the planet die. Now, obviously, Aster's not about to actually put her darling in any kind of real trouble where this sort of a threat could actually unfold itself, so the stakes are ridiculously high, unrealistically so we can't actually get absorbed into the story at the moment, but whatever. But keep that in mind. If Isla dies, Grimm states that if Isla dies, everyone dies. Whatever. We'll come back to this. We get a note that Lynx had torn apart Grimm's stables as he was teleported at the end of Nightbane in a blink and you'll miss it sentence. And this raises a very important note that Isla doesn't really seem to consider for a while, but what happened to the Wildlings? So before the battle in Nightbane, Grimm had abducted all of the Wildlings, and this was an effort to cut off the supply of Wildling elixir from the forces of Lark. Strategically, it was not a bad move. It was perhaps very cruel, although Grimm claimed that they had all left with him of their own volition. Why they ever did that was never answered, and is not answered in this book. What is character agency anyway? Now, we do get to see the Wildlings eventually. No explanation for why they abandoned their post and supply lines is ever given, and never even asked, for that matter. It's almost like the author herself didn't consider this. In an attempt to aid the forces of Lark, Isla steals the remaining Wildling elixir that Grimm stole before the battle in Nightbane and sends them to Lark. A mass funeral is held for all the warriors whose lives Grimm threw away through the battle that never actually had to happen in the last book, and at one point, someone mutters something to Isla. "Traitor, you don't belong here," she heard someone mutter. Now, in these pages, we actually get some descriptive passages I want to go over just because of how bad they are. The scene shifts very suddenly. Aster is incapable of staying in the moment, and that makes trying to find a foundation for what's going on exceedingly difficult. "Traitor, you don't belong here," she heard someone mutter. They were right. She belonged on Lark, mourning the deaths of the people who fought alongside her. Now she pretended to honor the same warriors that had cut them down. She felt disgust and hatred and anger alongside families that cried out in grief. Also guilt. Flashes of ash and bone had filled her dreams. Lynx had woken her in that morning with the nudge of his head. The sheets had been on the floor. There were scratches down her arms as if she had clawed herself. Her ribs still hurt from her racking sobs. Now she buried those emotions. This was not the time to feel anything, not when that same ruinous power prickled just beneath her skin, waiting to be unleashed. Just in terms of basic paragraph formatting, this is a mess, because we don't really understand what the image is. The foundation is not there. It doesn't flow normal thought. It's almost like Aster's trying to play with a stream of consciousness writing style, which is in and of itself a mistake. It's much more like Aster just spat out the first thing that came to mind, jotted it down, and never came back in editing. I honestly believe that this is the first draft. But it's not just the citizens that hate Isla. Grimm's inner council that he apparently has also doesn't like her. Now, Grimm leaves to meet with his inner court and takes Isla along with him because she is his queen and deserves to be involved in royal matters. The court, of course, is made up a bunch of nondescript faces, the majority of whom cannot be described as anything more than physically present. But of everyone, we get two actual names, Astria and Tynan. Astria is introduced first, and she is Grimm's general. She was actually the woman who Grimm was meeting with in the last book in one of the flashbacks, and Isla got jealous because he thought that he was having a fling with her. Now, when you're introducing a character, one thing that can be very distinct is the type of weaponry that they've got. If it is something iconic or visually catching, it can be very interesting, get you invested in wanting to know more. Nero, when he was introduced in Devil May Cry 4, had two distinct advantages as far as his design. One being the Red Queen, the big sword that he's got that has a motorcycle handle on it that actually powers the sword up, and the other being a double-barreled revolver that he carries. Now, are those weapons practical? No, not at all, but they look cool and they fit within the universe. And while we don't get a great description of the swords that General Astria has, the way that she carries them, apparently, is so unique, but so very stupid. A woman watched from the corner of the room, one palm resting at the intersection of the curved swords that formed an X on her chest. So, I'm assuming these swords are sheathed, and she's holding them both across her chest like this?
X-Force!
X-Force?
Look, holding a sword from the back is something that is not impossible, but mostly impractical by most standards, and is generally relegated for movies and video games, because it looks cool. Generally, you want a sword held at your hip because it's out of the way and easy to draw. I don't understand how she is carrying two curved blades. Maybe they're scimitars, maybe they're sabers, maybe they're katanas, I don't know. We never know. I don't think Aster knows. But how are you going to draw them when they're held across your chest like this? Like, we don't even know which side the handles are on. Does she have to pull them from the front like this? Does she have to, reverse grip and pull them down? Either way, it sounds like a strain, and you're going to be at a disadvantage because now you've got, presumably, two sheaths that are thwacking you in the head while you're running around. And, if they're not sheathed, well, Astria probably has a very distinct disadvantage because she's got boobs right here, so what if the blade catches the wrong way? Like, that sounds like it'd be really uncomfortable. Having daggers along your chest can be cool and practical if you do it right. Chudo and Guts from Berserk. Having swords across your chest, I'm less convinced. But then there is the only other character given a name within the council, the antagonistic Tynan. What now? A voice dared break the silence. Isla knew of only one soldier foolish enough to speak so boldly. She found the source immediately, a hulking man who was difficult to miss. He wore armor shaped for his great stature. His hair was a single, long patch down the center of his head. No one dared stand too close to him, even with his hands covered. It seemed no one wanted to be caught touching him. He was a powerful nightshade who could control a person by touching them, an ability in their realm that had become rare over the centuries. So if you look at the pattern on display while he's being described, we get something very repetitive. He wore armor. His hair was this. He was a powerful nightshade. There's no artistry in as far as describing him. Everything is just handed to you. And even then, we don't really get any specifics. Like, the most specific we get, aside from his power, which is a show don't tell violation, is a description of his hair being a single long patch down the center of his head. So I guess he's got like a shaved mohawk or something, which is a shame because you could have had an opportunity to talk about the bulking armor that he had, bulging at the seams, covering great mountainous muscles. Maybe some talk about the sword that he's got at his, hopefully, his hip. Then, of course, you got the matter of his ability to control people by touching them.
Do I look Catholic to you?
Now, Tynan is upset because they were, like, Nightshade was winning the battle, and they retreated just because Isla wanted them to. And Tynan sees that as a great disgrace. He actually says hundreds were lost over a woman. And he's not wrong to be outraged because the battle was very stupid. Fighting over love, or whatever Grimm wants to argue for, was very impractical, and Nightshade's not really in a place so soon after the curse is being lifted that they can go and start any attempt of expansionist annexation of Lark. So Tynan is in fact correct from a practical standpoint, but rather than acknowledge his counsel, I mean, he's on the royal council, Grimm has him grovel for mercy by bowing as low as possible. And Grimm tries to counter Tynan's claims by saying that they may have retreated, but they have not lost Lark, which is a curious claim considering that they have done nothing but waste lives, they have no resources gained, they have no bases on Lark, they have made no foothold on anything. The only advantage that he claims that they have is that they now have Isla on their side, because we have reclaimed our greatest chance at overtaking the island. 3 rulers founded Lark, including my ancestor and hers. But this turns out to be something of a disadvantage because earlier on the prior page, Isla decided that she doesn't really like Grimm or the Nightshades or any of the pointless fighting that they started. So she's actually going to try to sit among them, learn their plans, and then leak information that she can over to Lark. And considering that she's already stolen a good portion of Wildling elixirs, it sounds like she's actually going to put forth a positive effort to help the people that are actually the victims in all of this. And with all this tension rising, Isla just worries because panic spilled like poison through her chest. Now, Grimm talks to his council and claims that they have everything they need to retake Lark, and they make plans, supposedly, on how to properly conquer the island. In a following scene, Isla confronts Grimm about this claim of trying to attack Lark, and he says that he actually has no intention of going back to the island to take it over. That was just something to put the council at ease for now, which is foolish and short-sighted because that's just going to give his council reason to doubt him in the future. But hey, short-term planning doesn't really matter because the plot's going to save him later on. And Aster writes like the plot is going to save him later on. Again, no character agency in the moment. But there is another reason why he wants to go back to Lark. You see, the portal would have saved Isla through vaguely described magic that I'm not sure the author understands, but also because of a particular brand of storms that have been plaguing the Nightshades. Storms, he said simply, the deadliest you can imagine. It was the first she was hearing of this, and she had explored Nightshade for a year before the centennial. He must have sensed her confusion because he said, "They used to happen every few centuries, on and off, then decades, then every few years. They are unpredictable, and every one has gotten worse. Hundreds die during the storm season." Hundreds. She frowned, and he nodded.
It's gonna rain!
Thanks, Ollie.
So it's very confusing that we've not heard about these before. You would have thought that there'd be some degree of mention in previous books, maybe some sort of foreshadowing, but that would require more planning than what Aster seems to be capable of. It also throws into question the scale of the population because we have no idea how many Nightshades are left, and considering how dire things have been built up into the series, you'd thought that they were kind of on the brink of extinction. But then there's the other side of the problem with these storms. You see, Grimm starts to describe the effects of the storm. We're not talking like really bad blizzards or a series of tornadoes and hurricanes, things like that. No, these are magic storms.
It's magic.
It's not just the weather. They bring sickness, creatures. Entire villages have been razed by beasts in the night. The tempests are deadlier than the curses even. The Drex appeared during one of them and never left. Now, those of you who have been able to pay attention to the nonsense of this series, and congrats on you if you can, might have noticed that sounds like a retcon. And you know what? It is. And this is why I do not get rid of my notes for prior books and I keep all the tabs in place, because on page 311 of Nightbane we get this description. Drex used to be people millennia ago. My ancestor Cronin cursed his warriors to become unbeatable beasts. He had the blacksmith make him a sword imbued with his power, so his later generations could control the Drek army. Also, so they could make new ones. So we now have a retcon here. The Drex came from the storms, which is now in direct conflict with the history as we understood them before. Look, it's bad enough that the magic in this world makes no sense and has no depth. But now, Aster is introducing direct contradictions to previous rules. The rules have always been extremely flimsy and difficult to understand, but this is an immediate contradiction to what she has stated before. Also, what's up with saying that they were cursed to become unbeatable beasts? Why is that a curse? I mean, sure, through the technicalities of how Nightshade magic is supposed to work, but why call it a curse? Boom, you're now cursed so you'll never stub your toe again. Why is that framed to sound like a bad thing? As if these books weren't already hard enough to follow. And we're only on page 13. This is the first of many retcons. Now, Grimm makes a prediction that the storm season will last about 3 months, so the whole of the upcoming winter. And this gets Isla to think back at one of the final prophecies that the Oracle gave her. You know, she has to kill either Grimm or Oro. And if she kills Grimm to fulfill the prophecy, the entirety of Nightshade will die. And herself, as her lifeline is now tied with Grimm. But on the other side, if she kills Oro, all of the Sunlings will die.
Both is good.
Now, Isla agrees to help Grimm stop the storm, but she's still feeling a little guilty about slaughtering the village somehow. Before she worked with Grimm to stop the storms, she needed to do something for herself. Burying her feelings hadn't worked, not really. She couldn't trust herself to keep them in check, and she now knew the ruin they could cause when mixed with her abilities. She needed to ensure she would never kill another innocent again. She needed to keep her powers contained. Only one person knew how to create such an enchantment, and the last time she'd seen him, she stabbed a knife through his eye. So I'm still confused on the scene that she's referencing from Nightbane, because I don't know if it was actually her power or the effect of the curse breaking that destroyed the village. Because in Nightbane we get her pain provided passage. Everything she was made of spilled out. The sword shook beneath her hands. Then her finger slipped, and when her hands hit the ground, death was unleashed. From her poured an endless wave of shadows. The Drex shriveled and died. The soldiers became clouds of blood. Everything that wasn't him disappeared. So yeah, it sounds like things are coming from her, but in order to break the curse on the sword, she had to die. And I don't know if this is an effect of her death as a result of the sword or her power just getting unleashed. Because, as we'll see later on in the book, Isla's powers are very poorly defined. Like, if you thought you didn't understand what they were before, you'll be very confused by the end of the book. Actually, the situation with the village is much worse when you remember that it was cursed so that no Nightshade ruler could use it. There was nothing stopping Isla from using the sword, or, if she didn't think she could handle it, pass it off to someone else who could, like General Astria. At no point did Isla actually have to break the curse, which would, I guess, unleash her powers and slaughter the whole village. But that would require planning, and neither Isla nor Aster really do that. But anyway, Isla goes to the blacksmith and asks if there is a way that he can help contain her powers. His chair creaked wildly beneath his weight. I could with the proper metal. It is rare, however. Coveted. I'll have to melt other creations down to make it. Now, I want you to remember that line. What he's talking about now, as we find out on, like, in another page or two, this is called shade-made metal. It is one of the dumbest elements of the book, but remember, it is rare, coveted. Keep that in mind. It's going to annoy you later. Anyway, the blacksmith agrees to make shade-made bracelets, one for each wrist, and the way that the magic works, it effectively just nullifies all surrounding magic. The moment the bracelets had closed around her wrists, her shoulders sagged with relief. Her eyes stung with unshed tears. It was so quiet. She had almost forgotten what her mind had been like without having to constantly block out the endless connections waiting to be formed around her. It had worked. Her power was gone. Yeah, you remember that little tidbit? She hears voices with her powers. I bet she forgot about that. Anyway, the blacksmith agrees to make these bracelets under one condition, that at the time of his request, Isla will kill him. He claims that he was cursed by a Nightshade ruler far before Grimm, cursed so that he would not be able to die, which is, like, again, not much of a curse, really. Like, call it something else other than curse. But because Isla has super special bullshit powers, her flair of nullifying curses allows her to undo the blacksmith's curse, so she will be able to kill him. And she promises to do so when the plot deems it necessary. Now, a little bit of time goes on, not long, 2 days, and Isla starts to think about what she's going to do next. And you'll remember from the last 2 books, she is extremely dependent on other people telling her what to do. Specifically, people connected with any sort of prophecy or insider knowledge. She was chronically dependent on the Oracle, for example, but in the last book, Cleo stabbed the Oracle, so of course that avenue is out. But aha! The Oracle had 2 unnamed, nondescribed sisters who were frozen in the ice with her, who were mysteriously gone in the last book. The Oracle was dead, but she'd had sisters. Other oracles who hadn't awoken in thousands of years. Cleo had captured them. Something dangerous, something like hope, began to bloom in her chest. If she found Cleo's fleet, god damn it. If she found Cleo's fleet, if she found the oracles, they could tell her more about the prophecy, about the time she had left, maybe even how to change her fate. I hate that we have a protagonist who can't really take decisive action on her own. She relies on others for input and direction. I much rather have a protagonist who is willing to say, okay, we don't know how to deal with the plot or the enemy or this upcoming disaster, so we're going to invest in whatever known quantities we do have and go from there. Isla, in direct contrast to that idea, will just go for whatever advisor, prophet, seer, or anything that she can possibly find and go with their input instead of making a decision herself. But this also confounds me because now we've got a lot of Cleo's motivations that don't make sense. Why would Cleo capture the 2 oracles but fatally wound one and leave her to die just long enough to help Isla? Isla was an enemy at the time, so why leave her any kind of option or help? See, once again, this is Aster putting plot before character, and because of that, the characters lose agency, and a lot of what they do doesn't make sense. And side note, but it is ridiculous that in a world this size, with the oceans that they have, that the Moonlings are the only realm that have invested in boats. Hell, if anything, the Moonlings, thanks to the curses, are the only ones who shouldn't have invested in boats. My god, you could write an entire encyclopedia about the things that don't make sense in this series. Isla just blankly assumes that Cleo is headed towards Nightshade in order to convince Grimm to reopen the portal because Cleo wants to go through the portal to go to the other world to somehow resurrect her son. Hey, if the other world actually has the ability of resurrection and no one needs to die, wouldn't that be some sort of a drastic cause of overpopulation? Nobody tell Thanos about this place. And if I'm going to give Aster any compliments in this video, it's going to be for this. We occasionally get lines like this one, where Isla says she pulled that thought out by the root, or something like hope began to bloom in her chest. And this is a good use of language because Isla, being a wildling, probably should have a lot of plant-based vernacular associated with her. And these are not the only examples in this book that I can use. So it is a very small but effective use of language. It is also one of the only things that Aster actually gets right, but uses it so infrequently that I wouldn't fault anyone for missing it. Scattered throughout this book, we also get small facets of characterization. Nothing that really builds a really unique or interesting character, but we do find out that Isla enjoys strips of seasoned meat cooked all the way through. You know, being a wildling, if she had a particular preference for vegetables and had a vegetarian eating habit, that would make a lot of sense. It's not vital, as carnivores are part of nature as well, so we can definitely fit this in. So it makes sense that she eats meat. It's just that she's eating it wrong. Isla enjoys shoe leather. Now, we get another callback to something that happened in Nightbane, a scene that was so shoehorned in, it had to lead to something here. Do you remember that baby dragon that she found for one scene and then was never brought up again? Well, apparently he had an exponential growth rate. The baby dragon is now fully grown in the span of, I guess, less than a year, because Isla says it's only been a few months. So it sounds less like dragons have a natural growth rate and more like Aster needed the dragon to be fully grown so that it could support carrying 2 people into battle. And the dragon is given the very edgy name, Wraith.
I have come to seek their whereabouts, as well as to further regale you with the tragedy of my tale once more.
And they take Wraith for a quick test drive, and when they land, Isla ground against Grimm with the impact, and she made a sound like a whimper. Grimm made a sound like a growl. Now, these sentences sound bad enough on their own, except for the first couple of chapters, there is a pattern where Aster will have a character say, this character made a sound like blank. It is extremely nondescriptive, it does nothing to assist with immersion, and it just sounds bad. Why not just say that she whimpered and that Grimm growled? You cannot convince me that this was not a first draft. Now, one thing that's curious is that Wraith doesn't have a saddle or anything, so when Isla is riding him, she actually has to grip onto some scales on his back and hold on for dear life. Now, this is, of course, a very foolhardy idea, as anyone who's ridden a horse can tell you, made even worse by the fact that dragons can move in 3 dimensions, while horses only move in 2. And with Wraith at her side, Isla believes that she has found a way to discover where Cleo's armada is. And this is a very curious line, because several pages ago, she said that Cleo was headed to Nightshade. If Cleo was headed to Nightshade, why not just wait for her? You see, here's the problem. Aster, and I fully believe this is a first draft, Aster didn't go back and proofread her work, so she must have forgotten that she had stated that Cleo was headed to Nightshade. And because Cleo never arrives at Nightshade for the rest of the run of the book, Isla needed another way to go find her, so baby dragon. And I'll excuse her not being able to use the star stick because she kind of needs to know where she's going, and the ocean is vast. So Aster gets a pass on that one, but this idea is still really stupid, and oh man, when you see what this leads to. But we also get an idea for Wrath's actual size when Isla says that his teeth were nearly as big as her entire body. Wraith's got to be the size of like a train car. Now, Gremlin and Isla ride Wraith out to a Nightshade village in order to do some investigation. They're trying to find anything about the storms that they can use to gather all sorts of information. And one of the pieces of information they need to find is in regards to a monster that had attacked the village some years before. And we don't get much of a description. Vagary can work in an instance like this. The one woman that they find says, teeth, that's all I remember, lots of teeth. But then she gives a curious line and says, I always said those damn storms were getting worse. They're harbingers of the end, I tell you. Now, harbingers of the end is a bit of a stretch when you remember that these storms have been happening for centuries. The only thing they really know about the storms is that they're very unpredictable, which I can accept, especially considering that the chapter ends with a storm on approach. Now, there's not too much about the storm that sounds that intense so far. No real signs of monsters, no magically grown lightning or anything. It's just colorful clouds and a little bit of hail. So, naturally, this is the perfect environment for Isla to go grab Wraith and then fly out into the storm to look for Cleo's armada. Isla's a very smart protagonist. Now, as Isla and Wraith fly through the clouds, we get a curious line that I think is supposed to harken back to the idea about power that was introduced in Nightbane. Up here, the sky changed shade. It was what she had seen shards of from the castle window. The purple-tinged clouds, the greenish tint. She tasted power on her tongue, smelled it like copper, like blood. Power from what? And I think the idea is that raw power is tied in with blood, and this sort of mixes in with something that we get later on, but not really. It's just a strange line that references the fact that in this world, bloodletting results in increased magical prowess.
What are you gonna do, bleed on me? I'm invincible! You're a loony.
Eventually, by pure merit of she's the protagonist, Isla eventually finds Cleo's armada through the storm in the middle of the ocean at night and jumps off Wraith's back, uses her star stick, and teleports down to the deck of the ship. So this means the star stick, the portals that she uses, can cancel momentum, so they do not function the same way that they do in Portal. I bring that up because it will be relevant later. Also, we learn that the deck is made of white oak, which is actually a point in Aster's favor because white oak is a good wood to make boats out of. In fact, the U.S. Navy has owns a forest where a lot of white oak is grown, but it's also odd because she never goes into that much detail about almost anything else. It's like Aster's capable of doing research, she just chooses not to for most of the time. It's just a very frustrating writing style. The reason she's on the ship is because she's looking for the remaining Oracle sisters so that she can bother them to understand what she's supposed to do next in the plot. A stupid idea, considering that, as she established in Lark, she can use the Star Stick as a scrying portal, but whatever. And she also wonders if she's about to be surrounded by moonlings. And need I remind you, these people don't like her, and she's wearing bracelets that cancel out her magic. Isla is a very smart protagonist. Now, despite having magical bullshit ninja powers, Isla is almost immediately set upon by Cleo, who freezes her in a block of ice. Cleo then almost as immediately frees her from the block of ice because if she didn't, then the plot couldn't happen. And Isla demands to know where the Oracle sisters are, and Cleo says, "They're dead." Cleo only blinked. "Isn't it obvious? I took their prophecies and killed them so that I would be the only one to know the future." "What did they say?" Isla roared, knowing she was foolish for even asking, but she had to try. Cleo's smile was serpentine. "So much about you, none of which I will share, of course. Fear not, your end will come in time, but not from my hands." So the entire trek out here to bother Cleo was a waste of time. And that in itself is not necessarily a mistake. Sometimes you do want dead ends in order to raise the stakes and make the situation seem that much more dire. Avenues that lead to nowhere can be useful for the sake of the story. The problem is, it's best when your protagonists are forced to reconsider their actions and come to another conclusion, or attempt another route in order to solve their problems. Isla, as we will see, will not do that. She does exactly the same thing and tries to find another seer later on. It is exactly the same situation, just she's going to a different source. Heaven forbid she have to make a decision on her own. So Cleo tells Isla to fuck off, and off she fucks. She teleports back onto Wraith, and we get this curious line. "It had taken hours to get Wraith home. Portaling them both while flying with her star stick hadn't worked. She'd had to wait until they reached land, where she could draw her puddle." Okay, but she had portaled herself in mid-air 3 pages ago. Why can't she do it now? And it's not like Wraith's size is a problem, because not only can she apparently create a portal when they get on land, which will support them both, but Isla has teleported massive crowds before. She did it multiple times in the last book. And it's not like this limitation leads to anything, like because it took so long to get back home, Grimm woke up and realized that she was missing and was up to something. No, they go home and Grimm's none the wiser. Everyone's none the wiser. And Isla's left in her thoughts and wonders, how much time did binding Grimm's life to hers give her? And this is a very curious question because, like, we have been told that the rulers, I think everyone in this world is effectively immortal. So why would Grimm give her a finite amount of time? Like, we learn later on she's got a couple of months. Why would Grimm give her, a year? We know from how the Star Stick was crafted, he's able to pour a long amount of time of his life into an enchantment. Why can't he give her several years, several decades? This feels less like a character moment and more like an arbitrary bump in the plot for Aster to play with for the sake of artificial tension. Again, do not remove character agency in favor of the plot. I don't know how many times I've had to say that. It's one of Aster's most prevalent problems as a writer. So the next morning, there's an attendant at Isla's door, and she has visitors, her guardians. Now, remember Terra and Poppy, the 2 traitors who murdered her parents and betrayed her for Aurora's plot? And then Terra attacked her in the last book, taunting her the whole while. You know how the 2 of them betrayed Wildling so happily in order to side with the Nightshades in the battle? You know, it's curious considering the obvious treachery that the 2 of them possess, that Grimm has not had them slaughtered, or at the very least imprisoned. But as we see later on, Grimm just flat out murders people, even people on his council, for questioning Isla. Terra physically assaulted her. Why is that not a death sentence? It's especially aggravating when Terra calls Isla a coward and then calls Grimm her demon husband. Now, Poppy is still kind of fearful and seems really remorseful about everything that's happened in the series thus far, everything that she had a hand in, but Tara is openly antagonistic, which makes it really hard to believe her when she claims, "We did not kill your parents." Isla claims that Tara admitted to the murders, and this is one of those moments where I wish I could give Aster more credit, because technically, that's not true. We are led to believe that Tara and Poppy have admitted to this. They have been put in place to pretty much take all the blame. And on page 362 of Nightbane, Isla says, "You killed my parents in cold blood," and Tara never refutes that or tries to come up with any kind of counterexample. We are led to believe that she is, in fact, guilty. So for Tara to now claim the opposite is one of those matters where it's hard to really believe her, because she's been, again, antagonistic the entire run of the series. But technically, they have never actually admitted to regicide. They are still terrible people and should be killed, though. But that's not why they're here. They're here to report that the Nightshade's Nightbane collection has been destroyed. The entire field of flowers they use to cultivate and create, well, the Nightshades use it to create drugs. The Wildlings use it to create a healing elixir. All of it's gone now. And this is a pivotal plot point, but not for the reason that you might think at first. This is a hindrance because now they can't just create more Wildling elixir, but for now, I want you to consider the timeline. And you don't really need to know specifics about, like, dates or anything, just order of operations. The Nightbane is all dead as of now. Keep that in mind because it's going to be contradictory much, much later on. Now, it's kind of weird that Tara is calling it Nightbane instead of whatever the Wildlings must have called it, because it must have had a name, and Nightbane was a Nightshade term, not a Wildling term. It's almost like Aster's really bad at naming things. Now, in going to visit the ruined Nightbane fields, Isla finally, on page 48 of this book, after several days at least, she finally goes to address her people, the ones that she hasn't seen since before they were abducted by Grimm before the battle in the last book. She is such a terrible leader. It's kind of like Aster's really bad at getting into her characters' heads and understanding what their perspectives should be. Now, the other thing to consider is that we're going to need some sort of a rationale for why the Wildlings left with Grimm in the first place, because on page 331 of Nightbane, he states that they chose to come with him. And we're not given any real rationale for it in this book, which is fine. This is one of those things that you can build up in this moment and then carry on for later on, except we're never given a rationale in this book either. The best we've got is on, again, 331, where he says that he brought the Wildlings to a place with more comfort, more options, and more chances for survival, which makes sense until you remember, oh yeah, they're on opposite sides of a war. You really have to wonder, what would make them change their mind at this point? If they had been threatened or something, that's an option. That's not what we get. We actually don't get an answer. I don't think Aster knows why they left with him. That's the problem with these twists that Aster is so reliant on. She doesn't think of the rationale or the character agency when she's implementing them. She's just worried about the plot and fooling the reader, and that is a terrible way to approach writing. Because the second you start to think about anything, the second you try to show any degree of empathy or get into the characters' minds and understand their perspective, a lot of things stop making sense. Now, we've got a ruined field of flowers and a whole gaggle of wildlings, I don't know how many, and we're told that this is very, very dire news. Secure any of our remaining elixirs, Isla told Ren. We have seeds from the Newland, right? The plant was notoriously slow to grow. For the time being, the healing elixirs would be limited. Which sounds bad, but only if you haven't read the prior book. Hey, you remember that one chapter where Isla grew all these trees on the Wild Isle. You think that she could use her magic to maybe expedite the growth of the Nightbanes in order to create more elixirs? You have an entire realm's worth of people whose magic is centered around nature, and we're led to believe are able to expedite the growth of all sorts of things. For God's sake, Isla herself brought trees back from the dead. She should be able to flick her wrist and say, hey, look at that, everything's fixed. But no, Aster must have forgotten that chapter, because no more Nightbane for the rest of the book. You get a handful of elixirs here and there just from like the odd storeroom or something, but this is another in a long list of plot holes that just... don't punish your readers for paying attention. And if there's supposed to be a rationale for why you can't accelerate the growth of Nightbane, there has to be a reason. Maybe it's the sort of thing that gets mutated if you inject magic into it, or something, I don't know. That's not a great rationale, but then again, you don't really have a lot of options when you consider how poorly defined the magic is. Anyway, this is just supposed to be confirmation that the Doomstorms are supposed to be very dire. By the way, I came up with the name Doomstorm. It's lazy, but I don't care. The problem is, Aster never gave him the name beyond Storm. I'm doing half of her job for her. This is annoying. Now, Isla finds herself backed into a corner here. The Doomstorm destroyed the rest of the Nightbane. Cleo killed the other two oracles, and she doesn't know exactly how much more time she has left to live. And so, she decides she needs more information. You don't have oracles here, right? She didn't dare hope. She didn't dare breathe. No, he said, and she closed her eyes, fought against the rush of sadness. Then, the closest thing we've ever had was a prophet, but he died a long time ago. A prophet? His order survived, but they only speak to those who make the climb. The climb? Up to their base. It's at the top of a mountain.
On your way up the 7,000 steps again, Clivet?
And Grimm goes on to explain that his father was the one who killed the prophet because the prophet refused to share prophecies. So, okay, this guy's got a cult that is like a less impressive version of the Greybeards from Skyrim, but this is exactly the same pattern that we've seen before, where Isla doesn't know what to do, so she relies on prophecy. This is exactly the same thing with the oracles. So, with the plot not giving her any other options, Isla decides that she needs to climb the mountain. But it's no simple mountain, naturally. Grimm just looked at her. It isn't a simple mountain. There are tunnels within, and they shift unnaturally. There are beasts inside. The climb is a test, created when the prophet still lived. Only those who survived it were deemed worthy of his knowledge. And if that's not enough of a challenge, all power is nullified in the mountain. Not that that matters, because Isla's still wearing those power-dampening bracelets. Grimm insists on going with her up the mountain because every single person who's tried to make the climb in the last century, other than him, has died. And even though Grimm did make the climb, they chose not to share any prophecies with him because he was a dick. And to give you an idea of how rapid-fire the pacing in this book has been, consider everything that I've covered, and understand I'm on page 50, and I'm skipping a lot of notes. Now, we're told that this is a very daunting mountain, and the image that we're supposedly given is that this thing would be quite a challenge to climb. Although, apparently, the ascent would take a full day, maybe two, depending upon what they encounter. So, that's a pretty small mountain, actually. Okay, so this is really stupid. They climb for a little while, and they get into one of the passageways, and they're plunged into darkness. And Isla says that they should have brought an orb, and Grimm apparently did bring an orb. I don't remember orbs really being a thing outside of the prop that Oro did at the Centennial. But whatever, apparently it burned out immediately, because it must have been considered power. So, okay, bring a torch. Is a stick on fire somehow too good for this place? But anyway, they're climbing in the darkness for a while, and then we get this one paragraph that really bothers me. She took it slow. The steps were uneven, so she felt each one with the tip of her foot before advancing. It was a long process. By the time a pocket of light appeared in front of them, they had been climbing for hours. You see, the problem with almost all of the conflict in this book is that it's all external and very superficial. Almost everything that Aster does in terms of trying to challenge her characters is about spectacle. A wonderful way to show what a conflict or any kind of strife or any kind of moment has on your characters is to display what happens to them internally. Oftentimes, it is the internal struggle that is more compelling than the external struggle. Yes, you've got all sorts of stories about battles, overcoming the bad guys' machinations and all that, but it is the protagonists and the characters' investment, the internal strife that they have, that really grips the reader. External problems are fine, internal problems are great. Now, there's another channel, Abby Emmons. She runs a channel that's, all about writing advice. I highly recommend her stuff. She really knows what she's talking about, and she's got a lot of great advice. There is a video of hers that deals specifically with internal conflict that I'll link down in the description. Very much worth a listen to. It will help you avoid problems like this. And speaking of external problems, it's not long until they come across their first monster. To no one's surprise, it's described poorly. Curved over creatures with talons that clicked as they crawled through the caves, their horns like crowns of daggers. They were almost as wide as the tunnels themselves. If the beasts caught up to them, Isla and Grim would be torn to shreds.
To shreds, you say?
So the creatures eventually spot them. Isla and Grim have to go running down a tunnel, but Isla falls, skids to her knees, and one of the creature's horns tears a gash down her leg. A very similar injury to the one that she got from the antler bear in Nightbane. God damn it, the names in this book suck. But they're able to just dip into a slightly more narrow section of tunnel so that the giant creatures can't follow them. Easy enough. Now, after that very brief action scene, Isla, with no prompting or lead up, just straight up asks Grim, "You thought working with Aurora would save my life, didn't you?" And he tries to defend what he did and stated that he thought that by using Lark's power, he would be able to sustain her life for centuries until he found another solution. And he was also going to move his people from Nightshade, which would take them away from the storms, which you'd think they'd be able to do if they built boats. Everyone in this series is impressively stupid. And Isla scolds him for this very stupid, poorly thought out plan, and Grim does say that he regretted everything, that he did it all for her, but regret's not enough. "I fell in love, Grim," she said, her voice rising, echoing through the tunnels. "I fell in love with someone else while I was married." So if anyone wants to make the claim that Grim is this impressive, imposing specimen of masculinity, always remember, Grim cucked himself.
You fucked up, idiot.
The two of them keep wandering along until the tunnel starts to flood. Now, they've had to do a couple of forks in the road. They go left, they go right, which way is it? And Isla starts to wonder, what if it's also split top to bottom? Isla decides that the correct way out of here is, instead of going to the top of the cave, as she just supposed, they should sink to the bottom and follow the current and go out that way, because that's not a horrific idea. I mean, if they're wrong and the water is leading out somewhere through a current they can't feel when she makes this decision, they could wind up in an underground cave where they would drown. But no, through merit of being the protagonist, that turns out to be the correct response. And the river spits them out, and they're safe, and then they just camp for the night. And Isla, even though she has spent the entire run of the book trying to be angry at Grim, wakes up, wrapped in his arms, and she lets out a peaceful sound. New York Times bestseller! Now, there's a conflicted image here, because as they continue on down the path, Isla says, "You said it yourself, this is a test to see if they'll let me in at all. It has to be me." But if this is a test for her, you'd have to ask why, on the previous page, she asked Grim to choose which path they take when they come to a fork. Nice consistency, Aster. But as they're walking down the tunnel, they come across another creature. It reminds Isla of a 20-foot tall grasshopper. It makes no sense for something that's renowned for jumping like a grasshopper to be stuck inside of narrow cave tunnels, but whatever. Isla figures out that this giant grasshopper monster is blind, but can sense blood. So she tears open her leg wound again, smears a bunch of blood on her sword, and then stands still while the grasshopper skewers itself on her blade. She won because the imposing monster was so stupid it killed itself. I'm not even mad at this point. This is par for the course. It's like this monster, as imposing as it's supposed to be, was more self-defeating than anything.
Face to foot style. How'd you like it?
But it turns out that getting the grasshopper to commit suicide was the last thing that Isla needed to do to prove herself, because a door just appears and she walks inside and she finds the cultists. And I really have to question what they do for food or supplies living in a mountain that dampens magic. Do they have to go down the mountain for food, or do they have a garden on top of the mountain? Because keep in mind, they're not at the very crest of the mountain. They're still inside a cavern system right now. Look, even the Greybeards had an answer for that. They had, I think his name was Klimek or something. He would walk supplies up the 7,000 steps to make sure that they were fed. There was an in-universe answer for how the Greybeards could live the way that they did. But this, I have no idea what these people do for food, or supplies, or if they even stay up here the whole time. Grim has to stay outside because he's not special enough, and Isla is introduced to the leader of the cultists, someone named Etta, or Ita, I don't know. Considering how Isla is pronounced, it's possible that Etta's name is actually pronounced Frank. So Etta knows that Isla is the ruler of Wildlings, suggesting that these guys are able to somehow get out of their cave, but that's not confirmed nor important. Without any lead-up dialogue or any conversation whatsoever, or even prompting from Isla, Etta just says, "I'm Etta. Welcome to our peak, Isla, ruler of Wildling." A book appeared on the table. Its pages were thick and yellowed. Etta trailed a leathered, scar-crossed hand across its spine. "Our dear prophet," she said reverently. "The book is bound in his skin. The words are written in his blood." That is pointlessly macabre. And I gotta wonder, why the macabre image? Why was the book written in skin and blood? Is this just off-putting for the sake of it? Why write like this? Is paper and ink just too terribly expensive?
Oh. Use a pen, Sideshow Bob.
Now, Etta gives an exposition dump. She knows that Isla's here to stop the Doomstorms on Nightshade, and in order to stop them, you've got to close their source, which is the portal. Obviously, the first thought, and Isla thinks this as well, is, oh, you mean the one on Lark? No, there is another The Portal. You see, there are two The Portals now. Oh my god, the nomenclature is so bad! Apparently, this second The Portal is how the Prophet got here in the first place. You see, he came from the other world, another bad name, and just knew how everything would happen. And the Prophet wrote down everything that was important in the book, and of course, the few pages that Isla needs in order to advance the plot have been stolen, because artificially continuing the plot just makes so much sense. Now, there is a problem with the portal on Lark, because if you use that, you blow up the island, because the people who designed it were very, very incompetent. But there's also a problem with the portal on Nightshade, because if you use it, your body will get shredded to pieces. How does anyone know that? I have no idea. But Isla raises a good question. Why is there a portal on Nightshade at all if it can't be used? Etta, of course, has no answer to this, but there is a way to close it. The Prophet knew how, he just didn't bother doing so. Like Etta says he wasn't able to before he died, and we do get an explanation later on. It's not that he couldn't have, because he was around for at least several centuries. He didn't close it for reasons that you'll understand later on, not the least of which being that if he did close it, the plot couldn't happen. But anyway, Edda gives the very scant, very poorly detailed exposition and then says, "Goodbye, Isla Worldmaker." And this is the start of something very curious. Isla starts collecting last names like they're Pokemon cards.
Slab Bulkhead.
And no, none of them make sense, even after finishing this book. It's possible that Aster is building something for the next book because, yes, there is going to be a fourth. But in context with the information that we have now, this is nonsense. Especially because she's never referred to the same last name more than once.
Fridge, large meats.
Punt, speed chunk.
Butch, deadlift.
Isla does still have questions, one of which is, how long do I have to live? And Edda says she doesn't know, but the augur might be able to tell her. He's some hermit who used to be a cultist. He now lives deep in the woods behind a curtain of water. He studies blood, because of course he does, and he might be able to read Isla's and see how much time she has left. And his price is hearts. We will come back to that later on. And Edda gives a handful of hints for Isla, most of which are nonsense when you actually understand the full scope of things, but Aster doesn't plan out her prophecies too terribly well, so this shouldn't surprise any of you by this point. Her look was nearly pitiful. "A warning for you, Isla Harbinger."
Bold, big flank.
Splint, chest hair.
"There is a traitor in your midst that would like to see you dead. One of your own." It was the last thing she expected to hear. "A wildling?" She nodded. "It is written. One of your own betrays you. One of your own has already struck against you." "Betrayed her how? What do you mean?" "The Nightbane, of course. The field of dead flowers, poisoned by a blight. That was the storm." She shook her head. "The storm was used as a cover. A wildling poisoned the flowers." "A wildling? That didn't make sense. The Nightbane befitted everyone. Her people spent months cultivating it. Why would one of them destroy it?" "Find the traitor. Stop them or they will be your ruin." "How do I find them?" she demanded. "Follow the snakes."
Take that, snake! And you too! Snakes! Snakes everywhere!
Getting ready for whacking day?
What's whacking day?
Keep all of that in mind. The flowers were poisoned. Sort of, but whatever for now. But yes, the bit about the traitor. Now, consider everything you know about Aster's writing style, and consider all of the wildlings that we actually know. What do you think the obvious twist will be? Because of all of the wildlings, all of the named wildlings on the planet, we have Poppy and Tara, and they're already under suspicion for treason, so that's too obvious of an answer. You've got Ren, that's possible, but you also have Isla herself, and through some perverse misinterpretation of prophecy, she could be the traitor. Of those options, I want you to comment below, who do you think, what do you think the answer actually is? Now, I am a little bothered by the mention of a traitor being amongst Isla's midst at this point, because who on this planet isn't a traitor?
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
You could actually make a drinking game out of how often Aster uses treason as a plot point. So Isla steps out and talks to Grimm and catches him up to speed, and he has no idea where this Nightshade portal could be. With his power, with his flair, he should have been able to sense the portal. That's not something that we've seen him ever be able to do before, but whatever. When they get back down from the mountain, Grimm tries to get some wildling elixir to heal her leg and realizes that the wildling elixirs are pretty much all gone. She had sent almost all their store to the enemy. It was a betrayal, treasonous. On this planet, getting upset at someone for being a traitor is like being upset for someone for drinking water. Everyone does it, who cares at this point? Now, with almost no other options, Isla decides to go seek advice with one of the only people on this planet who is not a complete bastard, Azul, king of the Skylings. Isla tells Azul about the prophecy, specifically the one where she's supposed to kill either Grim or the other one. And that conversation pretty much dwindles into nothing because Azul is not a character, he is a plot device. Isla asks him about storms, and he gives some vague nonsense that doesn't actually make any sense. Storms are filled with energy. Powerful Skylings can shape them, manipulate parts of them. Stopping them is more difficult. It would require cutting them off at their source. So the Skylings would need to stop water from evaporating? Now, in context, it makes sense if they're talking about the Doomstorm, but this is before Isla mentioned the Doomstorm. It does have a source, the portal, because, it's magical in origin, so that works. But in terms of context, I don't know why Azul is talking like this. But apparently the notion of the Doomstorm does make sense to him because they've read omens in the clouds. The clouds warn of a storm to end all storms. And no, we don't get more context for what that's supposed to mean. Now, even though Grim has been trying to study how to predict the storms and has been doing this for several years, he apparently hasn't figured out anything like looking up at the clouds. So, Azul gives Isla a bird in a cage, a proverbial canary in the coal mine, as it were. This is a stormfinch. It can sense a storm before even Skylings can. She had never heard of such a creature. Before the next storm, it will start singing the most beautiful song you have ever heard. This would save countless lives, she thought. It would give nightshades time to get underground before the tempests struck. Now, I don't like the conflicting image here. The stormfinch will sing the most beautiful song you've ever heard before the potential world-ending cataclysm comes and destroys everything. You see, the reason why a good alarm sounds threatening is because it instills, it's designed to instill a degree of panic. Take a good tornado siren, for example. That sounds mildly haunting, a little alarming, and because we know what's associated with it, it sends a degree of warning in us. But imagine if that hollow shriek was replaced by something a little less intimidating. Sounds a little less threatening at that point. You're not really concerned about getting to shelter, right? So having a stormfinch give the most beautiful song ever right before the heavens open up and everyone fucking dies doesn't really work as an image. But the bird's not the only thing that Azul gives her. When she sings, I want you to get as high as you can. Then I want you to hold this. He slipped one of his largest rings off his fingers and handed it to her. It had a large, light blue stone, like a bird's egg. At her questioning look, he said, it has a shred of storm trapped inside. A shred of storm? She squinted, holding the stone up to her eye. Faintly, she could see something spinning within its depths. She gasped and stared at him. He cracked a smile. You didn't think I wore all of these just for decorative purposes, did you? She studied all the stones he wore, on his fingers, around his neck, on the buttons of his cape. They are all imbued with storms. They amplify my power significantly. Precious stones can trap power. He nodded at the ring in her hand. Trap part of the storm in it, and the stone should lead you to its source, to the portal. How? Break the stone with power. The storm will be released and called to its origin. Follow it. So it's badly described, but the way that she's supposed to go about this is she flies into the doom storm, somehow draws its power into the ring, and then after the fact, she's supposed to crack it open with power, and it will somehow go back to its origin. That doesn't make any sense, and I don't understand why the magic would work that way, but whatever. Let's take a moment to realize that Isla doesn't reflect on the fact that she's wearing the magic dampening bracelets and can't do that. Isla's very smart, but that's not the only ring he gives her. He hands her a diamond ring, specifically one that she had given Azul before the battle for safekeeping. Now, this was a moment that was so inconsequential, I didn't notice it. And you can see how thorough my notes are. It was in Nightbane, page 374, although on that page it was called a gemstone and not a diamond. You see, when you're going to have moments like this that will have payoffs later on, you gotta give a little more detail so it actually has impact and staying power. I had to go back and check that because I couldn't remember it because the moment was inconsequential. My God, this is frustrating. But of course, Azul has futzed with it, so now he has given it a shred of power for you to shape how you wish. It's got a Deus Ex Machina in it, and not even one that she's really going to use. You'll see what this leads to. It is... My God, is it disappointing. God, is there any setup that's not disappointing in this series? Now, Isla goes to leave, and we get this curious line, and I don't know how I'm supposed to interpret it. Azul says that Isla's not a monster because he can recognize monsters. He knows one when he sees one, which is why he knew there was something wrong with Aurora from the very beginning. Unconfirmable, but whatever, that's irrelevant for now. Aurora. Some empty corner of her mind ached. She had been her best friend. She had been a stranger. As she portaled away, she remembered the one thing she had left of her friend-turned-enemy, the one thing she had kept. She had meant to go to Grimm to show him the Stormstone, to hang the bird's cage in the castle, but instead she went to the Wildling Newland. She went to the room she had been locked in, almost like the Stormfinch. I thought that she had to know where she was portaling before she opened the portal and then jumped through, but maybe there's some other mechanism there that we don't understand because no one can understand the magic here? It's much easier to see this from a meta perspective because Aster needed her to go to the Wildling Newland, to her old room, for plot reasons. And she apparently didn't try to really fit character in there very effectively. It could have been that Isla had a character-driven reason to go visit home and maybe revisit the castle or see if there's something there that she could have used. Maybe there were some old artifacts or weaponry that she could have used. But instead, the whole thing is treated as incidental. It just happened that way. And when your plotting style leaves you to rely on things just happening, you've got a lousy plotting style. No, the reason she went back to the Wildling Newland is because Aster needed Isla to go visit her old room so she could go see the feather. You remember that scene in Nightbane that was so out of place, it just had to lead to something, where Isla visited the Starling Newlands and broke all of those orbs in Aurora's room, and one of them contained a feather, and then that scene led to nothing later on for the rest of the book, so it was blatant setup that does lead to something in this book. Well, Aster needed her to go see the feather. She runs her finger along the feather until she reaches the point which pricks her finger and she bleeds on it a little bit, and she realizes if it's this sharp, it must have been meant for writing. So she grabs some ink and parchment, writes her name, and nothing happens. It is a very awkwardly shoehorned in scene that will not have a payoff until much later, and it could have been written a lot better in a number of ways, but whatever for now. Now, Isla is determined to learn more about the Wildlings and how they've been faring in her absence. I imagine they'd be faring quite well, since we haven't seen her do an ounce of leadership. The Wildlings had supposedly chosen to settle in an abandoned village, one that had been abandoned for decades, which was surrounded by ample farmlands and, most notably, a large castle. And Isla feels particularly drawn to the castle. Guess who owned it?
Daddy?
I'm a little confused by how this is supposed to work, because Isla's father was a general, not a noble. I suppose he could have been both, except we've gotten no indication about that. Then again, the guy is so poorly illustrated that we don't even have a name for him. And no, that doesn't change throughout the rest of the book. He is always the nameless general. Now, the idea that Isla's father owned the castle gets her a little wanting. She wonders if she actually has any surviving family. And it turns out that she has a cousin. Her cousin is Astria, Grimm's general, which sounds like something that should have been introduced a while ago. Then again, half this book feels like it was written retroactively, so maybe Aster didn't know that Astria was a cousin before this chapter. Now, in order to find out who the Wildling traitor is, Isla's going to have to talk to each remaining Wildling individually. And this could have been a way for Aster to really play with the culture of the Wildlings, the general sense of the populace, where everyone's emotions were in terms of the state of the world or how they're doing as a group. But that would require planning things out, and she just wants to get this scene written as fast as possible. The very first person that she interviews is some woman named Kala, who we've never met before, and I don't believe makes another appearance outside of this chapter. She approaches Isla immediately and says that she was working out in the field, and then the ground started to pulse, and then snakes crawled from the dirt, dozens of them, which just harkens back to the warning that Edda gave Isla, follow the snakes. Boy, it is amazing that the very first person Isla talked to had all of the answers she needed so that this scene could conclude early. Because of the way magic works in this world, there is in fact a way that Isla could figure out who the traitor is amongst the group in a matter of minutes. Everyone was a suspect. Everyone could be lying to her. Again, she briefly considered going to the blacksmith and having him take off her bracelets. She could use Oro's flare to see who was telling the truth. No, it wasn't worth the risk or useful unless she planned to ask each of her people point blank if they were the ones that destroyed the Nightbane. Perhaps it would come to that, but not yet. She didn't want her people to panic. Are you fucking kidding me? We are supposedly talking about a traitor who single-handedly poisoned an entire field of very rare, very hard to grow, for some reason, flowers. And Isla has a surefire way to figure out who's responsible, again, in a matter of minutes. And she doesn't want to because it's not worth the risk or useful? The Nightbane was the start of it. How do you know it won't get worse? You have a magic button that will give you the answer instantly, and you choose not to press it. Isla is very stupid. And again, this is Aster putting plot before character. I cannot believe how many times I get to say that. Because she needs to extend the plot. She needs Isla to be stupid in order for the story to follow through the way that she wants it. This is why you have to be careful when you're setting up magic systems, because you don't want your characters to have overpowered abilities that would give them instant answers or easy wins like this. Because then your options come down to use the obvious solution or don't, and make your characters look stupid. Or come up with some hackamamie explanation that just gets really tiring, like Inuyasha when Miroku had that instant wind tunnel ability, but it had to be countered by the poisonous insects every single time a horde of demons showed up. And speaking of following the snakes, Isla runs into Ren, who is hanging out at a tree, and there's a bunch of snakes in the tree. Minor nitpick here, but the prose says that the snake is poisonous. It should be described as venomous, but that's hardly the worst of the book's sins. But apparently this breed of snake, the venom cures sickness when mixed with the right flowers, which sounds very far-fetched, and I don't believe ever gets used at any point in the book. And Isla reaches out to one of the venomous snakes in the tree, and it coils around her wrist like a bracelet. Take her for a while, Ren said. She did. This is such fulfilling prose. Isla warps herself back to the castle, although I think it's the main castle and not the one that Wildlings are hanging around, because Grimm is meeting with his council, and they're raising some concerns, not unreasonably. One of them suggests that Isla is a temptress and could be a traitor, is just waiting for the right moment to strike. Grimm murders him, and we also get a frustrated sound, so more thrilling, evocative prose. And one of the council members says, if we cannot speak plainly, who can? Which is a valid argument that Grimm just repays with blatant murder. And sure, yeah, like, Grimm's in love with Isla, but and refuses to believe any kind of questions about her, but this is stupid. It also raises the question, why are Tara and Poppy alive? Like, this guy just suggested that Isla's up to something. Tara actually hit her in the last book. Oh, but no, Tara and Poppy need to be alive for plot reasons, so we can just throw common sense out. But this leads Isla to the conclusion that she pretty much has to work by herself, and according to one of the cultists, there was only one way to figure out what her fate would be. She's got to go find the augur, and this is effectively the real start of Isla's villain arc. And oh boy, is it overdramatic. So we're on page 88, and this is where we get the augur, a character that Aster enjoys writing so much that not only does she never capitalize his name, she also spells it 2 different ways. That's just impressively bad proofreading. And this is a traditionally published book.
The bar for winning has never been so low.
So Isla decides to deck herself out in new gear, which includes dagger-filled pants. I'm sure what Aster means is she's loaded down with daggers, but I can only imagine pants with the ends tied off and someone just upended like a tray of knives into them. Something about the term dagger-filled pants that really just says you shouldn't use the term dagger-filled pants. But anyway, Isla decides that if the augur wants to be paid in hearts, she'll pay him in hearts. She could probably use animal hearts. There's no distinction to indicate that he would care, but let's just kill some people anyway. And she doesn't want to kill innocents, but not to worry, she's on Nightshade. We haven't seen a single good person on Nightshade at all. Every single, at least named character thus far, has been some flavor of monster.
There are no innocents! Not anymore!
But no, she decides to spend her time skulking in alleyways, brooding on rooftops like a Timu Batman, until she spots a slender man choking a woman. If Aster showed more competency with her writing, I would almost think that that was an intentional reference.
Is Winnie Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
So Isla swoops in to save the choking woman, and gets into a brief melee with the slender man. He whirled, grabbed her other wrist, perhaps meaning to break it, but the snake she wore there as a bracelet over her metal one struck out, piercing his vein with his jaws. Without power, she needed to take precautions. Isla sighed. Now that's going to be painful, she told him. Right into the bloodstream. She shook her head ruefully. Stabbing your heart would be merciful. She drew her blade sharply from his back and kicked him to the ground, far from the woman he had nearly killed. He vomited as he flipped over. His face was turning a peculiar shade of blue. He began spasming. The poison was already working. She hardly recognized her own voice. I've grown tired of being merciful.
Oh, Bubbles, have mercy!
Mercy is for the weak!
And even though she's grown tired of being merciful, she just saved a woman from being murdered and then escorts the woman to safety. So that's pretty merciful. Look, this dialogue just has poorly thought out edgelord material written all over it. Not mercy killing some random attempted murderer in an alleyway isn't exactly like blowing up a planet. It would actually be darker if Isla tried stealing candy from a baby. So she uses a dagger to cut out the murderer's heart and then delivers it to some random waterfall in the woods that just happened to be exactly the right one, I guess. She tosses the heart, while it's in a sack, through the waterfall. There's a little room back there, and the only response she gets is someone saying, more. So, Isla goes out and gets him more. She returns for the next, I guess, several days with 3 more hearts, and while she's going on this killing spree, she starts to develop something of a reputation. At night, she portaled to the different villages, much to Lynx's irritation. She heard things from the rooftops, whispers, loud jeers. It wasn't long before she heard about herself. The Snake Queen, they called her. The Wildlings snake. Just like the council that had tried to warn Grimm.
It's an exceedingly clever nickname.
And I guess there are witnesses that see her using the snake as part of this ensemble. So Isla goes out and just keeps killing. Eventually returning to the waterfall cave with a sword with 8 hearts skewered on them. So with those 8 hearts, the other 3 that she returned, and the one she initially threw through the waterfall, she has killed 12 different people, which means Isla is officially well over the limit to be labeled as a serial killer. Justifiable or not, because we don't get any details outside from the first one, the fact of the matter is Isla is performing an extrajudicial act by murdering these people, and now that she's killed more than 5, she is officially, in fact, a serial killer.
And one for you, and one for you, and one for you!
Now, the augur does emerge from his little swamp cave, and he is grotesque. Isla stilled. The augur had smooth skin, as pale as the curve of the moon, covered with... As pale as the curve of the moon? What the fuck? Covered in dark markings as thin and delicate as the weaves of a spider web. They glimmered mysteriously, like the ink had been melted straight from a starless night. Stop! His eyes were dark crimson voids. He didn't have a nose, just a hole where it should be. A skull clear of its cartilage. He was tall and wore the same robes as the prophet followers, without the hood. So, he's Voldemort. That's not going to be the only Harry Potter comparison we can make in this book, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Now, the most pressing matter, and the reason for this visit, is to find out how much time Isla has left to live. So, of course, the immediate question she leads with is, what do you do with the blood? The augur offers to show her and leads her inside of his waterfall cavern, and then says, "You're scared. Good. You should be afraid, Isla Snake Queen."
Flint, Iron Stag.
Bolt, Vanderhuge.
So what he does is he takes the hearts one by one, pulls them off of the sword, squeezes the remaining blood out of them, which should be at most a couple of drops because these have been collected over a couple of days and so should have drained themselves. The few drops get collected in a swimming pool, and the meat of the heart is tossed aside where these undescribed creatures start fighting over the pieces. Now, there's a lot of power in the blood, and blood has been a common image that we've seen played around with in this series, not very effectively for the most part, but whatever for now. The augur explains that blood is power and then states that Isla has a lot of power in her blood, and then offers to show her what he does with the blood, but not before calling her Isla Thorntide.
Thick McRunfast.
And then, and this is a very poorly described scene, she's dragged down through the blood, and I think it's supposed to be more of a mental thing as opposed to a physical thing. So she's not plunging into it like from The Descent.
Splish splash, I was taking a bath.
Instead, she sees flashes of something like memories, but they're not hers, and she can sense power all around her, and then she wakes up and she's not in the pool anymore, she's on a rock inside the cave. So that was pointlessly morbid. And the augur explains that he would love to kill Isla and presumably steal her blood, but sadly he cannot because he's bound by the plotline. I'm sorry, it's because he's a servant of the book. He gives her a reading and states that she won't last past the storm season, and I'm assuming that that's like 2 or 3 months. It's been, I guess, a couple of weeks since the storm season started, but again, that's speculation. Really, it's just how much time the plot needs. And out of desperation, Isla asks if there's any way to get herself more time. The augur apparently uses blood to give himself more time, so I guess that means that he's a person and not an ancient creature like Remlar. But apparently, using blood comes at a cost. It's why he looks like Voldemort now. There is another method, something called skyers, ancient markings, magic scribbles. And of course the augur doesn't know what they are. They were apparently created by the prophet, but they were done in secret, and that's just implausible enough to be believable. And this is very sloppily written, so I'm not 100% sure if my interpretation is correct, but it seems that since he knows nothing about how to actually make Skyers, he suggests that Isla find the portal, then calls her Isla Stormheart.
We put our faith in blast hard cheese.
Now, just like the Skyers, even though the augur knows about the portal, he doesn't know where it is. The prophet did know its location and wrote it down in the Book of Prophecies that he wrote using his blood for some stupid reason. But the exact pages that she needs have been stolen centuries before the curses. And so, we're getting another repeating plot line from the last book. You know, all those extra steps and backstory that Isla needed to undertake in order to find the Drex Sword? Now, she's got to do something similar with these random-ass pages. And oh my god, when you finally find out where they've been. No, it's not a location you've seen before. It's far more inexplicable than that. And the augur suggests that Isla respect the blood that she has because her parents gave her such great gifts, and then calls her Isla Curse Cure.
Buff, drink lots.
Now, this is curious because Azul presumably already gave her a way to find the portal, so why is Isla getting this second option? You know, normally when you get some sort of a backup plan for like any kind of a treasure-seeking quest, the reason you get the second option is because the first option doesn't work out, either because you lost a MacGuffin, or because your initial interpretation was wrong, or because you ran out of time, something. Isla now has, presumably, 2 separate, valid interpretations on how to find this tertiary MacGuffin. It's almost like the author is focused on plot instead of character because she knows that one of these options isn't going to work and needs to give Isla a backup plan early. This is maddening. This is genuinely maddening. But before Isla leaves the cave, she notices a strange drawing on the augur's walls. He motioned toward the wall. There, carved into the rock, she saw a drawing. It was a woman with snakes wrapped around and around her arms, her neck, her chest. She looked like her. What is that? Isla breathed, reaching out to trace the lines with the stone that looked ancient, weathered. The future, he said reverently. Is it supposed to be me? The woman looked fearsome, wicked.
There's a strange exhilaration in such total detestation.
And then, because free will is such a questionable idea within this universe, the augur assures Isla that she will be back to visit him, and then calls her Isla Heartblade.
Trunk, slam chest.
Fist, rock bone.
Stump, beef knob.
Smash, lamp jaw.
So seeing the drawing of the snake-covered woman in the cave freaks her out, especially because people have been calling her, you know, the Snake Queen or whatever. So Isla returns the Viper to Ren. She no longer has the snake. It's now not in play. And then we get a scene between her and Grimm. This is supposed to be one of those cutesy moments where the pacing that she uses slows down to an absolute crawl. Honestly, I think she should be writing this slow because it's actually paced decently. It's just the characterization's terrible. But the pacing is so obviously slower that it feels like she's rushing through all the other scenes to get to these little cutesy moments between her and Grimm. Like, why even write the other scenes if you're not interested in writing them? And it happens so often, it makes the rest of the book feel like a waste of time. So this cutesy moment is just between Isla and Grimm, and he reveals the true wonder that is hot chocolate. And the cutesy moment results in Isla taking a long sip, getting a chocolate mustache on her lip. Grimm points out that she missed some chocolate, and she says, "Then get it." So his tongue traces her mouth, licking away the chocolate. And this is so similar to the chocolate shop scene in Lark, where Grimm sensually fed Isla some chocolate, that I'm starting to wonder if Aster has a very particular fascination with chocolate in moments like these.
Chocolate! 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 Chocolate!
Now, because Isla doesn't really trust Grim, not openly anyway, she has been sleeping in her own bedroom separate from him the entire run of the book. It's been a point of contention between the two of them to try to play with the drama between the two of them. But that does leave Isla open to attack. And she wakes up effectively paralyzed. So that means that Tynan from the Royal Council is invading her bedroom and must have poked her, because we were told that he paralyzes with a touch. And because he's very stupid, he
starts monologuing.
He starts monologuing. He starts like this prepared speech about how feeble I am compared to him, how inevitable my defeat is.
You know, instead of just stabbing Isla in the neck or something. And because she gave her Viper away, she doesn't have that immediate protection at hand. But she does have protection because Lynx is in her room. I don't know how Tynan missed that. So Lynx tackles Tynan. Grim, I'm assuming, heard Lynx's roar and came running. And I don't like how quickly he goes from saying, you dare threaten my wife, to, you have no idea how much I'm going to enjoy killing you. There's not even a full paragraph between these two bits of dialogue. It's like 2 sentences. So part of the way that you really connect with your readers through your words is through what's called emotional resonance. And one of the things that you got to do with this is maintain emotional consistency. So a character can't just hop from emotion 1 to emotion 2 instantly without any kind of prompting. And yet that's exactly what we get with Grim's dialogue here. Anyway, Tynan gets tackled and disarmed, and Isla gets to be the one to kill him. She took the dagger at her thigh and plunged it through his heart. Blood spurted through his ribs, down her hand, but she only twisted the blade deeper, deeper until the tip dug into the floor. Something within her seemed to sing. As she watched the life leach from his eyes, Isla realized with horror and fascination that taking it felt good. So at this point, I am really questioning where Isla's traumatic response is supposed to be. Another reason why you want to focus on the internal conflict is that it gives not just a better sense of depth of the character, but also a better glimpse of whatever their thought process or emotions are. In this book alone, Isla has gone from guilt-ridden madness at the idea of having accidentally killed an entire village, and now she is taking pleasure in ending somebody's life. We're on page 107. That's not really a lot of, like, considering the amount of plot that's happened, we've gotten barely any characterization to actually justify this. Any thoughts that readers have trying to justify this is largely the readers themselves doing homework on behalf of Aster. So now we have this conflicting image because we can't get into Isla's head to properly understand how she's processing everything, and because of that, it's that much harder to actually relate to her as a character. And I'll have to double check my notes to verify that this is correct, but I'm pretty sure by this point, the initial trauma she had at slaughtering the village is mostly done with. There might be a reference or two later on, but for the most part, Isla doesn't really feel that same guilt driving her throughout the rest of the plot. She's done with her trauma now. Oh yeah, and Tynan, he's dead. So the only scenes that he exists in are his introduction scene and his death scene. Great use of a character there. And then Isla takes it to the next level. You see, she had the Timu Batman scene earlier, like hunting down, I guess, criminals. That is very much a presumption. But now she needs to take a victory lap and just gets a little bit more ridiculous. Grim calls a council meeting together, and Isla shows up last. Snake Queen? She would be the villain they already believed her to be. Her black dress had thin straps and a plunging neckline. The fabric clung to her skin like a sheet of water, its loosely curled ribbons streaming gently to the floor. Thin, poisonous snakes curled around her waist, sliding up and across her chest, keeping her decent, slithering, 2 more wrapped around each of her arms. They hissed at the closest nobles as she passed them by, making one stumble onto the floor. The thinnest snake of all curled around her neck like another necklace. She would be the villain they already believed her to be, so Isla is very easily swayed. She dealt with a rude council meeting once, and a single murder attempt, which sounds bad until you remember all the other times she was either attacked or left for dead, only for those incidents to not sway her at all. So think about all the times that Isla has nearly escaped death at the hands of someone else. She was nearly cannibalized by Wildlings in Nightbane. She was nearly killed by the Thieves Guild in Nightbane, the Nightshade Thieves. There were 2 separate incidents with the Vinderlands in Lark alone. I'm not counting the axe that she had to melt in Nightbane, and the Moonling nobles who tried to kill her in Lark. You had all of these different murder attempts on her, and because we can't really get into her head and understand how she thinks, and because I don't think Astra understands how she thinks, we don't really resonate with her on that level. None of those incidents had any apparent lasting effect, so why does this? These sort of assaults can add up and add a lot of strife and trauma to her, but it's only recently that we're told that there have been any changes in her confidence or outlook. This woman started the book traumatized by supposedly murdering hundreds of people in an event that wasn't really her fault. Now she's killing people and feeling good about it. Take Stephen King's Carrie as an example. Classic movie, okay book, which does this sort of a character progression with smaller stakes but a much more reasonable outcome. If Carrie decided to turn murderous after a single incident, she wouldn't be nearly as understandable. Instead, you take the abusive upbringing, the religious negligence of her mother, the bullies at school, the utter lack of support from the school staff, topped off by the mean girls ruining the single good night of her high school life at the prom night with pig's blood, and we get a much better understanding of why Carrie saw red and started slaughtering people. That may not justify things, but we have a smooth transition as things get worse and worse and worse for her. There's a very similar argument to be made with Joker, where he had all of these different problems slowly adding up, getting worse and worse and worse as the movie progressed. So we didn't have this sudden change at the drop of a hat. It was a slow drip feed progression throughout the course of the movie, and it made a lot of logical sense. Isla is effectively trying to use the same aesthetic as Carrie in order to justify a lot of the actions that she's taking, but she doesn't have nearly as much baggage as Carrie. This isn't a character arc, this is a costume change. And it gets edgier because the council wasn't reacting to just the snakes that Isla was draped in. Their looks of horror weren't about the snakes, however, though each was poisonous. No, they stared at what she gripped loosely in her hand, emitting a line of dripping blood next to her. Tynan's head held by the hair. She reached Grimm's throne and threw it at his feet. "Eat!" she said, and the snake slithered down her body and raced to the floor, sending the closest people screaming. Their poison worked instantly, melting flesh from bone. The creatures devoured his eyes and tongue in front of the crowd. They swallowed the remaining flesh and his eyes, all in front of the crowd. It's fascinating that the snakes ate his eyes twice. That's magic. And I don't like this bit because that's not how snakes normally eat, but it's a fantasy story, and if Astor wants to write a scene where that is how magic, acid-dripping snakes eat, then fine, fuck it, whatever. But I'm pretty sure she wrote, "The creatures devoured his eyes and tongues in front of the crowd, then left the computer for a little while, came back, and then wrote the following sentence, they swallowed the remaining flesh and his eyes all in front of the crowd." Again, this is a first draft. This is a first draft. And to make this chapter all the better, Astor tops it off with a retcon. Brief recount of the hunt for the Drex sword in Nightbane. For some untold period of time, it was being held at a Skyling market. Somehow, a guild of Nightshade thieves found it and stole it. Then, one of those thieves broke away from the group and went off on his own. Then he got the sword stolen from him by the best thief in the world, who threw it into a cave. Now, the problem that Aster set for herself is that we have a clear chain of custody for the direct sword at all times, at least going back to the supposed origin at the market. At no point is there room for anyone else to insert themselves unless you go back to before the sword wound up at the market, which I don't know why anyone would leave it there, but whatever. I bring that up because in the following scene, General Astria comes and talks to Isla, and because they are relatives, Isla has questions about her nameless father, to which the general disapprovingly states, he stole the sword to keep it away from Grimm. He must have believed Nightshade was better off without it. So somebody please tell me, at what point in the chain of custody, as it was revealed in Nightbane, does Isla's nameless father have any room to step in and steal the sword? Unless he was the one thief that broke away from the Thieves' Guild, there's no room for him anywhere. The only other exception to that being that he gave it to someone in the Skyling market to hold on to, but that happened, I believe, decades prior to the events in Nightbane. Another day goes by and Isla believes that she needs to get away from it all, just be by herself. So she goes to the Wildling Newlands, which have not been repopulated for some reason. They spent all that effort in trying to rebuild things and create agriculture for everybody, and now all of that's going to waste. The battle has been done for weeks. They can go back now.
That's your home! Are you too good for your home? Answer me!
And Isa goes back to her room and starts digging around and, hey, you remember that feather that she stole from Aurora's room? Well, it left a note for her. Her eyes were caught on the piece of parchment before her and the white feather atop it. It had been weeks since she had written her name on the page. Now there was a new line below it. Hello, Isla, it read. The two words themselves weren't what made her stomach drop. It was the handwriting, which she almost knew as well as her own. Aurora's. Now, even though we just got a retcon in regards to Isla's nameless father's interaction with the direct sword, Aster decided to treat us with another retcon, a very curious one at that. Isla starts digging through all of her stuff. She scribbles down something on the parchment using Aurora's feather, and she writes, how is this possible, and waits a few seconds, and then the feather picks itself up and starts writing again and says, all that is buried eventually rises. And then we get this. Isla nearly tripped as she stumbled backward. This was impossible. She had killed Aurora. She had plunged her dagger into her heart and watched her fall into a chasm. Now, it's very curious that Aster chose to use the word dagger here, because that's provably objectively wrong. I should not have to delve into Light Lark to really break this down, but let's do that anyway, because apparently the author never did. Now, you'll remember at the tail end of Light Lark, as much of a catastrophic mess as that was, it resulted in Isla taking the bond maker, which is described as, it looked like a giant sewing needle, long as a dagger, sharply pointed at both ends. It was gold and part glass and glowed brightly just as the heart had. And then at the tail end of the catastrophic climax, we get this. Isla did not hesitate the way Aurora must have been hoping she would. She grabbed the bond maker from her pocket, stuck one of its sharp ends into her palm, and plunged the other end into her best friend's heart. So the bond maker itself necessarily has to have 2 points on the end. It's describing as being as long as a dagger, but that's a matter of length, not shape. The 2 ends, the 2 points, is what allowed Isla to steal Aurora's power. And that's what kept the Starlings alive. There was a little loophole in the whole killing the ruler part of the prophecy. Aster chose to use the word dagger when describing how Aurora died. And this is not a one-off mistake. This happens a second time later in the book. I am honestly very perplexed why Aster made this particular mistake. So, seeking more information about the feather, Isla goes to one of the only people she can rely on for this, the blacksmith. And while it's not one of his own creations, he recognizes it and states that a shred of a soul has been stored within it. So it's not that Aurora is really coming back from the dead, it's that a fragment of her was left behind. So the feather's a Horcrux, and then he examines it and points out the tip.
Swing, swing.
And Isla learns that the tip was crafted of a thin layer of metal, glimmering like 1,000 diamonds trapped inside. The tip is made of shade made. So, magic should be held off by this somehow, and yet it seems magically propelled. Shade made really just does whatever the plot needs it to in the moment. I don't think Aster actually has any real rules by how it works, and it gets so much worse. But this prompts a conversation about what life in the other world must have been like, because the blacksmith apparently came from the other world, and he states that he can't remember. See, the problem with how the world of Light Lark, whatever the planet's actually named, works is the longer you spend outside of the other world, the more you forget about it. Not to the point where you forget that there is an other world, apparently, but whatever. And this includes even the blacksmith's own name, and I point this out because it's going to lead to a very saccharine, very unfulfilling scene much later in the book. Keep this in mind for now. Also, the other thing you gotta wonder is, what's the rationale for that sort of a spell being in place in the first place? Why would anyone in Lightlark want to forget about the other world? Or why would anyone from the other world want to charm the portals so that anyone stepping through them would forget about the other world? You can't just arbitrarily have a chunk of magic there. You have to explain why it's in place, why this spell has an effect like this. Now, it doesn't have to be a matter of sentience. It could just be a byproduct of the portals. They just happen to work this way by altering memories. I would really like to know why the world works like this, and I don't think even the author knows. Anyway, the next scene is another cutesy scene between her and Grimm. They're giving Wraith a bath, and it's a nice small moment. Well, it's supposed to be a nice small moment. I don't like it. Not the least of which because there's a line here about Isla Wraith flies with her on his back into a lake, and she would have sunk to the bottom, weighed down by all the daggers and sword. Daggers are measured in ounces, and the sword cannot weigh more than 5 pounds. How is she wearing so much metal that she would sink? I mean, compared to the feats we've seen her pull off before, it doesn't seem to fit. But with all the chaos of the world and the storms and all that, Grimm says that it would be nice if there was a distraction for the Nightshade people, and he suggests that they get married again, and this time actually have a big public display. It would be a show wedding, but it would be one that the entire realm was invited to. You know, to give all of these sullen, murky bastards something to look forward to. You know, the realm that is famous for having a marketplace that sells blood and teeth and fingernails. Now, strangely enough, even though she's largely done with the augur, Isla thinks about going back to him just because it had been written and because she is so dependent upon... Okay, small rant here. So I don't like how dependent Isla is on seers, prophets, oracles, whatever. I think what Aster is trying to go for is some sort of a vague collection of mentor figures. And that is an archetype that even Joseph Campbell wrote about. But Isla's not really getting mentor figures because mentors are more about guidance. She's looking for answers. And half the time, the guidance that she gets is bullshit. So Isla decides that she's gonna have to go back to the augur because he said that she would. So she has to start collecting hearts. So she puts on her serial killer outfit and starts sulking around one of the Nightshade towns. Naturally, it's never given a name. And curiously, she feels a bit of satisfaction with everyone that she murders. And with every kill, something inside of her was growing, and there was never a shortage of people to hunt down. I mean, naturally, it's Nightshade. This entire realm is full of bastards. From everything that we've seen described up to this point, you want to find someone worthy of getting murdered, just knock on any random door.
People aren't chocolates. Do you know what they are mostly? Bastards.
Bastard-coated bastards with bastard filling.
But while brooding on the rooftops, it seems that Isla has developed a series of habits. She has a very particular rooftop that she likes to sit on and get a view of the entire city. And it is that particular rooftop that she eventually discovers an offering that had been left behind. To start with, it is a piece of fruit and a pastry. Now, she doesn't eat it. She assumes that it might be poisoned. So she waits until the next night, and then she sees a woman who's delivering the gifts in person. And it seems that it is it says the woman that Isla saved, but we only saw her save the one, which makes me wonder, how did Isla determine who to kill with the other 11 hearts she took? Which really doesn't work, because later on we get a scene with a whole bunch of women who are thanking Isla for saving them, and it's like, okay, why are we getting, why is this one initial woman being described as the woman Isla saved? I'm sorry, this is just really goddamn sloppy. Just viewing all of this in totality is boggling the mind. Now, Isla's not really sure if she should even approach this woman or accept any of the gifts, because she figured one of these days a friend of one of those men she had killed would come after her. And my question is, how? Isla is disguised. Her identity is unknown. So unless she is very bad at this whole stalking and murder game that she's playing, and someone has somehow tracked her, and is leaving gifts for her on a favorite porch. I am tired. It also really doesn't help that all of the other murder scenes, we haven't gotten any details, so we don't understand the full situation that Isla is dealing with here. We didn't even get any sort of a scant description. As far as we're aware, she's killing people without any witnesses. So how could anyone eventually track her down, especially if she's hitting multiple cities? Isla jumps this woman, who at one point is referred to as a stalker, and the woman introduces herself. Her name is Saoirse, and this might be the first Nightshade who is actually amicable. Look, everyone else in this entire realm has been some sort of monster or bastard or thief or traitor or something. And here Saoirse is with baked goods. So Saoirse and Isla start talking to each other, and Isla gives a very brief lesson on how to defend oneself. It has all of the grace and thoroughness of someone who read a brief Wikipedia article once. I can't say that it's wrong, but this definitely feels unresearched. So the two of them start hanging out, though inadvertently. Isla wants Saoirse to fuck off, but Saoirse doesn't fuck off. Instead, she keeps returning, trying to deliver more baked goods, and at one point states, "You've saved many of my friends." And Aster means that this is supposed to indicate that Isla is getting a reputation among town, and what it really means is there are multiple women that Isla has saved, and yet Saoirse is identified as the woman Isla had saved. Again, it's all sloppy. I'm bothered by this. And Saoirse wants to take Isla to a bar where the two of them can hang out, and Isla can hear some of the compliments that people have to offer her, because Isla is really cleaning up the streets by literally ripping the hearts out of people and leaving the corpses behind. But aside from that, cleaning up the streets. And while leaving, Saoirse takes the stairs, but Isla scales down the building. She so wants Isla to be Batman here. At the bar, Isla's on edge, but people do end up thanking her, and they call her the Heart Ripper, which isn't a great moniker, but you can certainly come up with worse. And also, Heart Ripper should be capitalized here because it's referring to a proper noun, but I'm going to continue insisting that this book had no editor. And Isla sort of gets a small group of friends that meets at this bar, and she keeps going back there night after night. At one point, she asks the group, "What do you think of the ruler?" And Saoirse says, "He's fair. Much fairer than his father or any before, I've heard. Whenever there is some sort of problem, he is always the first one there. He doesn't just send others. During the curses, he himself built the tunnels with his great power. He spent years creating them, making sure we were all safe and had enough provisions. He would hand-deliver them." It is bizarre that we are on the third book of this series, and I still don't understand how the Nightshade curse was supposed to work. Like, was it any kind of darkness that would get to them? And if it was, why do you think being underground would make things better? If any kind of light got snuffed out, wouldn't that instantly kill a whole bunch of people at once? But all this time spent murdering and hanging out with randos at a bar is starting to take its toll on Isla. She gets very little sleep, thanks to her insistence on playing Vigilante every night.
Hey, great job murdering people, Batman. Killing your enemies is wrong.
But Lynx wakes her up at one point because there's a presence that he can feel, and there's knocking coming from, strangely enough, the window of her bedroom. So Isla gets up to check what's going on, and she ripped the curtain back. Her dagger dropped to the floor. There was a figure right outside her window, filling it like a god. Other one. This is another in a long string of events where Aster's lack of imagery really hurts her. Like, Oro is filling the window like a god. If we had gotten some sort of a heroic stance, or maybe there's a glow about him just because he's a sunling, that might work. You might get some sort of like a holy aura about him. But instead, this feels more like some unearned degree of egotism.
I marvel, Jesus, you dull creature, and I will not...
So, yes, what happened in this moment is Oro effectively abandoned his duties as ruler, not that we can really define what those are, flew across the ocean, however long that took him, all to visit Isla. Now, it's very important to understand the amount of time that Aster has devoted to developing Isla and Oro's relationship as opposed to Isla and Grimm. And it's pretty obvious who she ships.
What is the rule of the game?
Can we all say
it? I cannot win! That is correct!
And with that very obvious fact in mind, there's no surprise at all when this brief reunion is interrupted by the Stormfinch. Oro, she said, her voice a rasp. Isla, and the way he said her name, it was nearly her undoing. She nearly threw her arms around him, nearly kissed him, nearly did 1,000 stupid things that would only end in more confusion and heartbreak. But then a sound cut through the darkness, a pitch like a talon scraping the night itself, nearly painful, wholly beautiful. I'm sorry, a pitch like a talon scraping the night itself. The fuck does that mean?
It was more like nails on a chalkboard.
So no doubt Grimm heard the Stormfinch go off, and he comes running to try to get Isla so that the both of them can counter the storm and save the kingdom. So Isla tells Oro to hide in her bedroom, and he does. And Isla leaves him there while the scene unfolds, and she and Grimm goes off and they try to save things. It's just an unintentionally hilarious image. The king of the world is hiding in Isla's closet like an affair partner trying to duck her angry husband. So Isla and Grimm get on Wraith and they start flying up into the clouds, where they are met with not just rain and lightning, but also something else. Enough of this. Grimm extended his hand to portal them away. Nothing happened. He froze behind her, tried again. She could hear his frustration like a growl. Then he was lunging forward to block another object soaring through the air right at her face. He caught it in his fist. He flinched like it had burned him before dropping it. It looked like a piece of metal, but charred, aflame. This stuff is, in fact, Shade Made. Somehow, it comes from the portal and is either conjured into existence or stems from the portal or something. I don't know how it works. I doubt Aster knows how it works. But we are told that Shade Made is a rare, coveted metal. Remember that line. And this stuff is somehow so plentiful that it falls from the sky like rain.
Marge, dear, would you kindly pass me a donut?
Donut? What's a donut? It's raining again.
So they're surrounded by Shade Made. They can't use their magic. And it looks like they're in a lot of trouble because you got chunks of metal flying through the sky. Strong as they are, if they get impaled by something, outside of the plot armor protecting them, then they'd be in danger. So Grimm insists that they turn back, and Isla insists that they continue on. The ring that she got from Azul, the one that she's supposed to use to capture the power of the storm, they need to be in the heart of the storm in order for it to work, which is a rule that Azul never actually established. Go ahead and anyone defending this book, go back and check my work. So they get up higher into the clouds. And as they get higher and higher, a new layer of lightning starts striking out against them, close to them, and just adds another layer of risk. We'll get to more of that in a bit. But Isla takes this as a sign that they are close enough to the heart of the storm, so she starts trying to pull magic from the storm into the ring. She lowered her arm and stared down at the ring. Inside, green and purple wove together with the shred in thin, braid-like strands. They formed a new, sparkling color. This was the key to finding the portal, the key to saving Nightshade. Now, even though she was told to break the ring with power, she doesn't. She instead somehow absorbs the power of the storm into the ring, and I guess the plan now is to break it later and then follow it back to its source. That is very much an assumption on my part, and again, I am doing work on Astra's behalf in order to make this make sense. If Astra was phoning it in any harder, we'd be able to hear her voice. It's also weird that this magic storm is swirling magic dampening metal all around it. How does that work? It's like Superman juggling boulders made out of kryptonite. Like, that shouldn't work. But oh no, with the storm going nuts all around them, the ring somehow falls out of Isla's hand.
Looks like you dropped the ball. Dropped the ball. Dropped the ball.
Like, this was perhaps the single most important aspect of this entire thing, and now she's lost it. The only way that they had at hand to finding the portal is now gone. Oh, but wait! She's got the mysterious prophet pages that were stolen that she can still hunt for. Oh, good, we still have a story. So the ring falls somewhere. No way to really track it, and we're not entirely done with it, but we're effectively done with it. I'm just... this book is wrong in complicated ways. So Isla tries to think quickly, what can she use to supplement this or recover the situation? What can she do to make this not a complete waste of time? She's got a necklace that she might be able to draw magic into. But before she can do that, a roar cut through the storm like a blade carving it in half. Like, what does that sound like? You cannot use comparisons like this if they don't make sense.
Look at this one. A desk of Cheez-Its. A desk? Where are you getting these units of measurement from?
And that's not the only thing that they have to contend with. The sky had gone red, and from those blood-brushed clouds emerged a creature emitting spirals of flame. No, not flames. Lightning. And this creature, whatever it is, shoots a bolt of lightning at Wraith, hits him in the neck, and that causes the dragon to seize up, and all of a sudden, everyone's falling. Now, remember this lightning-spitting creature thing, because we'll come back to it later. This setup is so fucking stupid that it's actually hilarious. So, they're falling, and they're falling, and they're falling, and then all of a sudden, Grimm's powers work again, and then he just opens a portal below them, and they land like in a lake or something. Grimm and Isla are otherwise totally fine. Wraith is wounded, so Grimm leaves with him to tend to him. Isla insists that they had bonded, so bonding with an animal is not just a wildling thing, apparently. And that means she has to go back to her room and pull Oro out of storage. Oro begs her to come back to Lightlark with her, and she insists that she can't. And he knows that she can't. And my question is, why? There is nothing stopping her from leaving, not physically anyway. And the insistence that, oh, if she doesn't, she's going to die, is kind of an empty limit, because She's been jumping around, doing her own exploring all this while, and nothing has stopped her. She has the star stick, it still totally works, nothing is stopping her from going back to Lark, and then occasionally popping out with portals in order to explore Nightshade. But whatever, this is all just a really cheap, lazy way to try to build tension. It does not work. It also doesn't work on Oro because he refuses to leave her side, so Isla starts listening to the intrusive thoughts in her head. "Break him," a voice in her mind said. "Make sure he never looks for you again. Make him hate you."
I hate you too.
I hate you more.
I hate you the most.
I hate you forever.
And we get a small moment here that I probably would like if it was presented better. Isla thinks back and misses some of the niceties that she used to share with Oro, including how he would warm her socks because she always had cold feet. And, that's a cute moment. That would be a good application of the magic system in order to show some sort of romantic chemistry. It's just that Aster is telling us this and not showing. That would have been a wonderful moment to have included before. And frankly, Oro needs the character development because right now he's about as developed as Half-Life Episode 8. But Isla gives in to the thoughts and decides to try to make Oro hate her. So she pulls out some daggers that she had taken from her pants, and they were still bloodied, from her serial killing. Now, here's the thing about blood on knives. Unless we're talking a well-cared-for stainless steel knife, and I don't know why she would have those for combat. You'd probably want something a little thicker and sturdier, but whatever for now. Blood is actually very corrosive. If you don't clean it properly, then it starts to damage the metal. And it's been at least several days since Isla last murdered someone and tore his heart out. So she is very much not taking care of her equipment.
Pain we endure. Faulty weaponry we do not.
And Isla confesses to all of the murders, and she adds that she enjoys murdering people. And because of his bullshit flair, Oro knows that she's not lying. And to twist the knife just a little bit more, Isla has the two necklaces. The one family jewel thing that she has around her neck that attaches her to Grim, and the golden rose that Oro made for her that she keeps in her pocket. She grabs her star stick, portals back to Oro's bedroom, and hands over the golden rose necklace. They barely have time to actually say any kind of goodbye before Zed walks in. He was the Skyling archer, I think he was a Skyling, that was best friends with Oro and had been for centuries. Well, he barely steps into the room before he pulls out a bow and shoots 3 arrows, I guess simultaneously, at Isla, aiming for her head, heart, and stomach. And Oro does what he can to create a starling shield to stop the arrows, but misses the one that hits her in the stomach. So Oro pulls the arrow out, and depending upon depth, that's a very bad idea. And then he summons water from the balcony, and using his moonling abilities, tries to heal her. And, keep in mind of this, as soon as it was mostly stitched, she reached for her star stick, and then she leaves. And the reason why we got this brief moment was so that Grim, when she arrived back in Nightshade, asks, "Who did this to you?" And unfortunately, that is one of Aster's favorite tropes to include. That woman's videos make me want to die of cringe. And then she's gone, and Oro's out of the story for a good number of chapters. He is very much the third wheel in this relationship. Alright, so this part is psychotic. Isla is with Grim. Ren is also there for some reason, and they have a bottle of Wildling elixir, and they could use it to instantly heal her. Isla insists that they use it on Wraith instead, and okay, good moment. Good bit of character where she's actually caring about somebody else a little more. Except for Grim's reaction. So the wound, the arrow wound, had been partially stitched by Oro's magic, and Grim hesitated for a moment before he said, "I'll restitch her wound myself. Use the vial for my dragon." Good. Commotion. Then something cold against her skin, pricking it, breaking it, redoing the stitches that were already there, the ones that had broken because she had left before he could finish. Okay, you gotta understand the image that this creates, pricking her skin, breaking it, and then redoing the stitches. Grim opened her wound again in order to heal it himself, but less magically. Grim hates Oro as a romantic rival so much that he hurt Isla, he cut her open, opened up an arrow wound in order to heal her. Jesus, what's next? Is he gonna break Isla's arm because Oro healed her broken wrist? This is a kind of deranged that I hadn't considered possible for this series. This is like Joker and Harley levels of psychotic.
Oh, Harley, I take back half the horrible things I've done to you.
So there's still plenty of death and destruction. The storms still happen. Entire villages are wiped out by monsters that are never seen or described. But hey, some people are still excited about the upcoming wedding, like Saoirse and the gang at the bar. Morale was low, but talk of the Tempest had been replaced by excitement for the wedding. Oh man, I was worried about being randomly slaughtered by eldritch nightmares I can hardly even fathom, but now I'm so very excited about the upcoming nuptials between these two sacks of meat that don't do anything for me. Actually, speaking of the wedding, you know when people on the internet try to ship two people and really just combine names? What's the ship between Grim and Isla called? Like, would it be Izim or Grilla?
Is it a charcoal grill or a propane grill?
So Isla goes murdering again, and she's tracking some guy who apparently murdered his wife and was now on the run. And she thinks she spots him and tries stabbing him in the chest, but it turns out that her intended victim was actually Grim, and he of course isn't really wounded. He's got plot armor. Why would this hurt him? And Isla's surprised that he's not surprised that she's out here doing this. And he's like, beautiful woman wearing snakes and killing wretched men with blades through the hearts. You really thought that I didn't know that was you? And Isla's just shocked at the moment and asks, you don't care? And this moment is immediately flatlined if you remember the previous book. Grim is as callous as you can get. At one point, he actually states that he's pretty hostile towards the Nightshades. And himself, apparently, because he takes her hand as she's holding her dagger, drags it along his chest until it reaches his heart, and says, go ahead, it's yours anyway. And this is shallow and stupid for most of us, but Isla is taken up in the moment, and it's so romantic. Somehow. They were both covered in blood, but she didn't care. She couldn't think straight.
Blood orgy! Yay! Blood orgy! Blood orgy! Yay!
So it's the day of the wedding, and we get minimal setup and minimal explanation for almost anything, to the point where even Astria is barely giving any information. What are Nightshade weddings usually like? Astria had been at her original one, but it had been quick and non-traditional. They hadn't had an audience. Grim had made it special. There's a ceremony, she said. Some sort of hand ritual, then necklaces are presented, as is custom.
The prince now attempting to remove one of the princess's arms, as is of course the tradition.
And then Astria gives a family heirloom to Isla. It's not a charm, it's not a ring, it's not a weapon. It is a simple chain that she had in her pocket. And I'm going to be perfectly honest, if this chain isn't the necklace that goes around Grim's neck, as is part of the ceremony, Nightshades give necklaces instead of rings, then I don't believe that this chain ever comes up through the rest of the book. I mean, it's a shame, because something like that could have a good storied history, but of course we get nothing. But of course this raises a question. Grim was not wearing a necklace, and there's no indication that he has any sort of a necklace in the following scene when the ceremony is actually conducted. So does that mean that Grim and Isla were never fully married? Like, it's so confusing at this point. I don't actually understand the timeline here, because the way that things are explained in Nightbane, you're gonna have to forgive me, this gets convoluted and complicated real fast, but in the chapter Bound, Isla finally remembers that she and Grimm had been married. There's a ceremony, hands together before an altar. Altar is actually spelled correctly this time. Then against a bed frame. Then months of suffering with guilt for having killed so many innocent people. So that means these two idiots married each other after knowing each other for maybe 6 months. And there was some sort of a ritual which saw them married, but there wasn't an exchange of necklaces. So I don't know culturally if that means that the ceremony is incomplete and they're not legally married, or maybe they are legally married but not spiritually married. One way or the other, however you want to interpret it, the image is incomplete, especially considering that in the chapter Bound, Grimm is about to give her a necklace, but that would create a continuity error within the timeline, so like within the plan that Aurora had. So Grimm immediately erases Isla's memories and pushes her through a portal, and then the start of Lark happens. Because the family jewel necklace that Isla is wearing is in fact her wedding necklace, so Grimm tricking her into wearing it in Lark was, I guess, completing the ceremony, although under false pretenses. But all the while, he never wore a necklace until this chapter. You see, in order to make all of the storylines line up in a particular way, Aster keeps writing herself into corner after corner after corner and praying that we don't notice.
Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did.
And unfortunately, far too many people allow her to get away with this sloppy-ass writing style, even though it is plagued with errors. Once you actually try to see everything from a linear standpoint, the way time must have played out, there are so many disasters. There are so many continuity errors, so many logic gaps, so many character moments that do not make sense in the moment. My God, is this series a mess. Okay, and this is going to be a chunk of paragraphs that I gotta read, but you gotta experience this. This is so sloppy as far as scene development. You've got to listen to this to understand how goddamn terrible this book is. So Astria hands off the family heirloom, and then we get this. Isla took it. It was cold and smooth against her fingers. She gripped it like an anchor through her confusing emotions as Astria continued to lead her through the castle. She wasn't sure where they were going until they reached the end of the wing. Then she remembered. The Nightshade Castle had always made her feel like she was drowning in ink. Every surface was black. Most windows had been built over during the curses, and the floors were gleaming sheets of dark marble. It felt like being underground, trapped without any sunlight or nature. But on the edge sat an orb of life. Grimm had built it for her. It was a greenhouse. The walls were glass, and every shade and shape of flower bloomed before her. A fountain sat at its center, with a statue of a smiling woman holding her tiny dragon, flowers in her hair and between her fingers. So the way that the paragraph opens, it sounds like Isla is going to get some explanation for the family heirloom chain, but then it goes into she remembers. And when I was first reading that, I was like, aha, so there is a backstory to the chain, and no, there's not. It's like a misdirection. All of a sudden, you're hit with this otherwise complete tangent. And she remembers that Grimm built her a greenhouse, even though the room that she grew up in was effectively a greenhouse, and she considered it a prison. So, conflicting image much? I mean, for all we know, this simple family heirloom chain was something that Astria bought at a flea market 30 minutes ago. Did Astra's train of thought just completely derail while she was writing this? But anyway, this is the ceremony. Grimm is standing in, I guess, the middle of the greenhouse, and you've got all sorts of nightshades and wildlings who are standing around in attendance. And then Isla gets closer and notices that the officiant is actually Etta, whatever. You know, one of the cultists from the mountain. I don't know why she's here. I don't know why she would be presented with this sort of a position. It feels more like she's here to fill space because she's already an established character rather than being involved in this in any sort of a societal order at all. It's not like the cult is seen as some sort of a church or government position or so. try to make too much sense out of this. Now, there's a particular element of the wedding ceremony that I found a little interesting, and I don't know how intentional this is. Grim and Isla raise their hands to each other, and Ida uses a chain that Isla gives her. I don't know if it's the family heirloom chain or not. It's not described well. Ida ties the necklace between their fingers, joining them, the chain wrapping around and around. And Ida declares they are bound until their last breath. Then Ida undoes the necklace and hands it to Isla, and Isla clasps it around Grim's neck, and it's done. That's the ceremony. Now, this sounded a little weird, so I did a touch of research on this, and whilst this is not a good one-to-one comparison, this might have been inspired by Indian weddings. It includes something called the, and I'm going to apologize for pronunciation ahead of time here, the Barney Bandwana, which is tying a thread called a Molly around the hands of the bride and the groom this is actually prior to the actual wedding, but it is part of praying for the safety of the wedding day and for a happy marriage. Now, I don't know for sure that that's what Aster was actually going for. There is a cosmetic similarity, like not a very deep one in this book, but there's something that she could be aiming for. If anyone actually has a better understanding of Indian weddings, you can feel free to chime in the comments and try to let me know how far off base I am. Though the ceremony in an Indian wedding seems to have a little bit more depth to it than just briefly tying two people together by the hand. Also, I'm a little taken aback by the idea that they are bound until their last breath, and the fact that necklaces seem to be magically sealed so that they can't be removed while the person's alive. Because remember, Isla attempted to remove the family jewel necklace from around her neck. So does that mean that the guy that she was hunting in the last chapter who killed his wife and was now on the run, was that just a Nightshade divorce?
My hands look like this, so hers can also look like this. We are stabbing each other.
And there's an attempt at more cutesy moments between the two of them. Grim and Isla just start whispering each other. They dance a little bit, and Grim starts exploring. Grim made an amused sound as he brushed against her waist and the hidden pockets there. She had tucked throwing stars inside. He clicked his tongue, then leaned down into her ear. Only my wife would come to her own wedding armed to the teeth. Isla's hand slowly dropped down his chest, smoothing across the rough material he always wore. Only my husband would know the places I keep my blades in the first place.
Well, women have more hiding places than men.
Sounds kind of fishy.
So this is absolutely ridiculous, but I'm bringing this up just because I think it's amusing, but at my own wedding, my wife and I were each carrying one of these. This is a miniature replica of Endural, Flame of the West, and we included it because my wife loves knives. And if you think this is dorky, you should have seen what her wedding gift was.
Feed me second breakfast and tell me I'm pretty.
Grim and Isla continue to dance together, and their conversation goes from schlocky to actually kind of self-destructive. I know you have nightmares every night, and it kills me that I'm not there to hold you through them the way I was before. So instead, I send whatever I can. Your favorite foods, your favorite flowers. I know you've killed dozens of people who should have rotted in our prisons long ago, and I know why you do it. To keep the beast within at bay. To funnel your anger and skills into something that maybe looks sort of like good. Her breath hiked. How could he know that? He must have felt her jolt of surprise because he pressed his forehead to hers. Thanks to prior context, we know that Isla is murdering not out of a sense of justice, but as a payment plan for the augur, until I guess she stopped paying him. Now she's grown to like it. This is extremely destructive behavior, and Grim is enabling her. Aster might be trying to justify Isla's murders here by drawing a parallel between her and Grim, as Grim follows this up by saying he would do the same as Isla is doing. I know this is all supposed to be Isla's villain arc, but Aster is doing a terrible job contextualizing it. Hell, Hawkeye had a better villain arc in Endgame, and that lasted for all of 2 minutes.
Don't.
Show 'em what?
Don't give me hope.
But, oh, it's okay. Grim is actually empathizing with her because he understands her plight. You see, I used to have nightmares too, Hart. He did? She must have looked surprised because he said, you wouldn't know. They all stopped when I met you.
My dreams were shattered years ago.
How many years ago?
How old are you?
So the saccharine talk continues, and it looks like things are going pretty well, until a guard shows up and starts to whisper something to Grim. This is probably something very important. So, Isla grabs Grim by the shoulders, presses up against the nearest tree, and kisses him. Like, we don't know what the guard came up to say. It could be, hey, there's a storm over us right now, we gotta get underground. But no, we can have this brief interruption. It could be important, but who cares at this point? Fortunately, the trouble wasn't life-threatening or even terribly imminent. It was actually about an event that had already happened. She turned, and any heat she had felt before withered away. They were at the burial site they had visited just weeks before, and the graves had been destroyed. Dirt was everywhere. Ash had been scattered. Anger flashed in Grim's eyes. It was enormously disrespectful to the dead. And my question at this moment is, why does Grim care? He has shown open contempt towards the Nightshades at large. He just, in the last chapter, gave Isla permission to hunt down people. And that's without counting the hundreds of people that he killed in the pointless blunder that was the battle of the last book. Everything about Grim's character suggests that he wouldn't really care about this unless it's a status symbol thing. But as they start inspecting the ruined gravesite, Isla notices a single serpent. It rattled its tail, then sank back into the dirt. And she remembered the warning, follow the snakes. This was the work of a wildling. Now, the problem with that is that pretty much every surviving wildling was supposedly in attendance at the wedding, except for 2. Poppy and Tara were not invited for obvious reasons, so Isla assumes they must be responsible for the attack on the graveyard. She and Grim go to visit Tara and Poppy, who deny all responsibility, but Isla doesn't believe them and demands that they be imprisoned. Grim is unsure if she really wants to go through with this, which is weird because he was openly advocating for her murdering people, and this is a little less permanent than that. Why is he hesitating here? With her guardians imprisoned, Isla doesn't really have any clear direction of where to go next, so she decides she needs to try to find that ring that she dropped during the storm. And she goes to the blacksmith to try to find some possible solution. He's not happy to see her because it's not time in the plot for him to die yet. See, he's got to die exactly when it is the most dramatic. Now, Isla asks if he has a way to track things, and he responds that he used to, several millennia ago, made from the blood of a ruler with a tracking flare. But now he doesn't have it for some reason. I'm a little perplexed about how a tracking flare is supposed to work, especially because this doesn't lead to anything. I mean, it advances the conversation a little bit, but not in a way that really requires the tracking flare to be a thing. He studied her. The person I'm speaking of, the ruler with the tracking flare, he bound his power to a marking. She frowned. She didn't know what could be done. What does that mean? He leaned his massive arm against the side of his work table. It is part of an ancient, dangerous art. When crafted correctly, markings have power. They can call upon ability long lost. And Isla figures out that he's talking about the magic scribbles known as skyers. You know, there's something to be said about misplacing something that's used to keep track of something else.
I've read about those. When the smoke turns red, it means you've forgotten something.
The only problem is, I can't remember what I've forgotten.
I should not be able to make this many Harry Potter references. Now, there's not much of a conversation here regarding skyers, but the blacksmith does try to discourage Isla from using them. He frowned, shook his head. It's unnatural. I've seen even the most honorable people transformed into demons over time. Like all power, using skyers has a cost. Often it's your soul. And this is such a gaping problem in the world building that I don't understand how Aster missed this. I don't know how many dozens, if not hundreds of times Isla has used the Star Stick, for example, without any personal cost. How many people has Grimm slaughtered over the centuries with his power without significant cost? Some of the events in the Centennial were about using your power and had no evident cost. Isla even wounded herself for the sake of power during the events in Nightbane and was healed to 100%. If there was any lasting damage from any of that, we haven't seen a hint of it. Not just Isla, but pretty much everyone who has used any sort of magic or power or whatever you want to call it has done so without any evident cost. The one example that you can find that shows the opposite is the augur using blood to extend his life. But one example out of literally thousands of counterexamples does not establish a pattern. Aster cannot introduce a rule like this late into the third book when there are countless counterexamples that contradict it. And I'm just gonna say this going forward, Isla does eventually figure out Skyers, and if there is a cost, I couldn't tell you what it was. And this is especially aggravating because there are so many examples that you can come up with that show power coming at a cost. Tales of Symphonia, you got these things called X-Spheres. They grant increased strength and abilities and allow you to cast more advanced techniques or magics. Problem is, a person has to die in order to make one.
But these things make a mockery of human life.
But we would have lost long ago had we not had them.
Bioshock, overusing drugs grants various powers, but it turns people into junkies.
I won't hurt ya.
Sherlock Holmes, in A Study in Scarlet, it's revealed that Sherlock believes he needs drugs to help his overstimulated mind when he doesn't have cases to solve.
Oh, hello, John. Didn't expect to see you here.
In the first Dot Hack game, using the virus bracelet one-shots most enemies, but it eventually corrupts and kills you. Going a little bit more obscure, there's a game and a movie called Galarians, bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. In it, using particular drugs gives you psychic powers, but overusing the psychic powers leads you to Short Circuit, which makes you incredibly powerful short term, but it eventually kills you. And if we see technology as a type of power, then every single fiction book that Michael Crichton wrote shows that using technology without appreciating its power comes at a cost. These are examples of power coming at a cost. I don't know what the hell Aster is even trying to imply with this, because the blacksmith says that using Skyers will come at a cost to Isla's soul, and I'm calling it now. No, it won't. She has entirely too much plot armor for that to be a real concern. Now, even though the blacksmith says that he lost the original whatever it was with the tracking flare, he still has half of it written down somehow. The blacksmith heaved a heavy sigh and turned to face his wall of weapons. He looked through rows of daggers before he found the one he was looking for. This is half of the marking, his personal flare. All I know is the rest should be made up of one of the original Skyers. First off, why is half of a Skyer written on one dagger like this? Why does he only have half? Did he misplace the other was one half written on one dagger and another half written on another dagger? And then he just lost one of the daggers? Why would you write a Skyer like that? Why wouldn't you write it down on something a little more permanent? This is such a blatant contrivance, and it's not like we can assume that these magic scribbles are supposed to be symmetrical. And what were you trying to do writing a tracking Skyer on a dagger in the first place? Especially when you consider the next rule that he comes up with. It won't work for your purpose, he warned. A tracking Skyer needs to be bound with, or onto, a portion of what you're looking for. The marking helps each piece call to the others. It forms a connection. So if you're looking for water, you can't just write something down on a dowsing rod and then use that to help you track water. You need to find a chunk of ice, but not just any chunk of ice, like a chunk of ice that came from, say, a lake, the exact lake you could be looking for. Why would you have a magic system like that? And again, what were you doing drawing it on a dagger? What were you doing drawing half of it on a dagger? Were you using the dagger to find another dagger? Or something else that came from a same chunk of metal of its origin? This is an impressively worthless tracking ability. You need a chunk of the thing you're looking for in order to find the rest of what you're looking for. Look, maybe if you misplaced a puzzle piece, that could be useful, but if your kid gets kidnapped, you better hope the kidnappers send a finger or something. And all this talk of Skyers has Isla wondering about possibly finding a source for more information about them. Understandable under most circumstances, except the blacksmith doesn't know anything about them and the augur doesn't know anything about them either. Oh, but then Isla remembers something that totally isn't a retcon. Please don't go back and check, guys. Back in her room, the feather's tip glimmered slightly in the light. She picked it up carefully, ready to drop it at any second. She had to know whether the small markings she had seen on the starling's pale skin during a rare time she had allowed her long gloves to slip down her arms were the symbols she was searching for. "Do you know how to draw Skyers?" Isla wrote. She watched the feather rise with bated breath as the feather wrote, "Yes." Bullshit, that didn't happen, fuck you. So I didn't do an extensive check. I'm not going to reread the entirety of Lark. Don't make me hurt myself like that. But I did check multiple scenes. My wife helped me as well. We both checked a lot of scenes with Celeste/Aurora. At no point is she described as having scribbles on her arms. The one scene where you could have had something like that happen is when they were all pressing the nightmare mirror and Aurora had to take her gloves off and press her hand up against the mirror itself in order to do the trial thing for the Centennial. Aster did not describe magic scribbles on her arms. This is another retcon. Speaking of retcons, we get a repeat of Isla remembering that she plunged a blade through her former best friend's heart. No, she did not. Isla asks Aurora if she will help Isla figure out how to use Skyers. Aurora says yes, for redemption. But the situation is frustrating, so Isla goes and vents some of her anger by murdering people. It's like a favorite pastime now. And we don't get any details about how many people she murdered. She visited 3 different towns, but who knows how many people are dead because of her now. But after all that murdering, she needs a pick-me-up. So she goes to the rooftop where she runs into Saoirse with another basket of goodies. And Isla is really getting down on herself. If she can't figure out this puzzle, a lot of people are going to die. And she's beating herself up because of it. And Saoirse is trying to encourage her. Don't do that. Don't underestimate yourself. Trying is the hardest part. Not succeeding, but trying is all it takes to really get there in the end. Isla raised a brow to Saoirse. You sound like an expert. Saoirse laughed. No, but I had a sister once, and she told me the same thing. I'm just repeating the words. She was truly a savior. Half our village was in the path of a landslide. Every storm it would get worse. She was determined to stop it, even though everyone told her it was impossible, inevitable. Did she stop it? Saoirse's smile was sad. No, she was buried under the rubble while trying.
And that's it? That's the end?
Basically.
That's the most horrible story I've ever heard.
The fuck kind of story was that? Why did you tell that? Pointless anecdote aside, Saoirse shares some wine, and Isla drinks a little bit, but starts to feel a little weird. Something was wrong. Her limbs feel useless, and everything just starts to buckle beneath her as she collapses onto the roof. It turns out the wine was poisoned. And this really bothered me when I first got to it because Saoirse was the single character on this planet who actually had any real merit going for her. But no, I mean, if Saoirse's just gonna go and betray Isla like this as well, then fuck every single person on this planet. Everyone in the world of Lark is either a traitor, a thief, an asshole, or background noise.
Why is everyone stabbing me in the back?
'Cause it's easy. And it does a lot of damage.
And seriously, I challenge all of you in the comments, find me a single exception to that. And to beat you to the punch, Azul doesn't count. Azul is background noise. So Isla wakes up in a cave surrounded by water and several people in cloaks, including Saoirse. It turns out they don't want to kill or even torture her. They see Isla as some sort of prophecy-driven savior. You see, they're all cultists. It takes a long time for this scene to make sense, so initially going through this, it is confusing as fuck, but we're gonna make fun of it anyway. One of the friends from the bar is a guy named Ragan, I don't know how to pronounce it, whatever, who Isla identifies but has never been introduced before this scene. Well, he has a line where he says, "The prophet never made mistakes. Everything that was written has come to pass," which sounds fine, ignoring the fact that it's awfully fatalistic, and it makes the prophet sound like he just gave up when he allowed Grimm's father to kill him. But it contradicts something several paragraphs later on the next page, when Saoirse recalls something the prophet said. Saoirse smiled. "He said that at the end of the world, a girl will be born from life and death. The girl will either destroy the world or save it. She would be either a curse or a remedy." Now, there is something to be said about the idea of free will in this world. And I don't know what Aster's position on this is because she keeps sending contradictory information. You see, a lot of the times with these prophecies, especially as given by the oracles, there are choices, either A or B. But with the prophet, there's a lot of definites. Every single thing that the prophet predicted has come to pass. People still have choices, and they don't, because everything that the prophet saw happened, therefore eliminating the possibility of free will. Free will being an illusion does not denote a bad story. For example, the Legacy of Kain series did an excellent job playing around with it.
Our futures are predestined. Mobius foretold mine eons ago. We each play out the parts fate has written for us. Free will is an illusion.
However, thus far into the Lark series, it feels like Aster is writing things so that people do and do not have free will. There are so many contradictions at play simultaneously that I don't actually know what she's going for. I don't think Aster knows what she's going for. I don't think that she's actually considered free will at all, which is such a mistake when you're talking about prophecy, especially with how many times she's referenced it. Because now Isla has spent the run of this story reflecting on what choice she has to make, while simultaneously considering that she never had a choice in the first place. My God, this is stupid. Wait, I spoke too soon. Now it's getting stupid. "We offer ourselves to you," Ragan said, volunteering his sword for her to take, "and we hope we are worthy." She tentatively took the sword by the hilt, not knowing what was going on, but certain that she would rather it be in her grip than his. Ragan smiled, and he closed his eyes and ran himself through with the blade.
Some kid. He just hucked himself right into the wood chipper. What? Head first right into the wood chipper.
Now, there's another 3 people in here, 2 other men and Saoirse. Unlike all the other murders that she's committed, this freaks Isla out. Maybe because of proximity, she knew who this person was. She had sat down with Ragan, or whatever his name is, and immediately feels a little bit of guilt. Well, that runs counter to something else that she thinks in a minute. Grimm's words from their wedding were in her head. "I know you've killed dozens of people who should have rotted in our prisons long ago, and I know why you do it, to keep the beast within at bay." There was a beast inside of her. She had known that for a while. It enjoyed taking life, but that wasn't who she was. Bullshit. This is backpedaling. See, this is where I consider the end of Isla's villain arc, because now she starts to feel guilty about killing people. She doesn't want people to die even though they're faceless randos. She, deep down, enjoyed killing all those people before, except now it's different because the plot needs it to be. If we had gotten scenes with these characters, if they had been developed, if we knew what their names were more than 3 pages ago, maybe this would have some sort of an impact that the reader could empathize with. But instead, Aster relies on telling the reader at this point that, oh no, That's a different part of Isla. The real her, she's actually a little good girl, and this is completely separate from her. That's not who she really is, even though for several chapters, that's who she was. Oh, and then Saoirse calls her Promised, so add that to the list of dumb names.
Whip slag cheek. Punch side iron.
Gristle McThornbody.
You know, at least when Daenerys in Game of Thrones got new names, you got to see how she earned them so it made sense. Isla's out here collecting names like they're just characters in a gacha game. But the cultists just keep coming at Isla, and they keep trying to kill themselves on her blade. Isla thinks about calling Grimm by pulling on the family jewel, but that will just result in them dying anyway, and I guess because she drank with them at the bar a few times, she doesn't want them to die? I'm stealing this joke, but I kind of see this as Aster going beyond show don't tell. She's given us a third option. Imagine. Because now we've got to imagine what the fuck is going on. Saoirse was on her feet again. It doesn't have to be difficult. This death is not permanent. Why aren't you assholes explaining anything? Why are you coming at her like you're members of the Judean People's Front?
Attack!
That showed them, huh?
And the two extra guys that are there also die when they kill themselves on Isla's blade, again without saying a word.
I know what this is.
What?
This is a suicide pact.
Is a what?
These kids are coming out here and they're killing themselves all over the woods.
Oh my God, that makes so much sense.
Holy shit.
We have got to hide all of the sharp objects.
And then Saoirse uses what is either a nightshade ability or a flare, I don't know which. And basically it just makes a shadow clone of herself.
Vegeta! I can't believe it. Oh.
And so Isla runs the clone through, but it turns out that it's actually Saoirse, and she dies. She knelt next to Saoirse, pressed her hands against the wound, ripped off part of the robe to try to stop the bleeding. It was no use. Blood puddled in her hands, and Saoirse just smiled. Thank you for this honor. And then she went still. And this upsets Isla.
Hello, officer. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
We have had a doozy of a day.
A real doozy.
Now, after her run-in with the Suicide Squad, Isla returns to the castle covered in blood, and Grimm runs into her, and he just asks, who?
The name of the group.
Who?
The group on stage.
Who?
The group playing on stage.
Who?
One thing you've got to understand about Aster and the way that she writes is she's very reliant on tropes. And she's gone on record for stating that one of her favorite tropes is not just the enemies to lovers trope, but she loves that moment where one of the enemies is injured and the other one is like, who hurt you? An element that at this point has become extremely played out, and while this is a subjective opinion, was never really that good to begin with. And coupled with the fact that we don't even get the full question, it's just who, and then Isla dismisses it with, doesn't matter, they're all dead now, it makes it feel like, at this point, we're going through the motions. Grimm has asked this question, and they've been in this situation so many times that there are shorthand exchanges between the two of them. But challenged as she was by the fact that she didn't really have any powers to stop the Suicide Squad from suiciding themselves, she goes to the blacksmith to remove her bracelets. Change your mind yet? Isla asked. Her voice was hard, unfeeling. The blacksmith didn't falter. Not for a moment, he turned. But I see that you did. Isla didn't say a word as she held her wrist out in front of her. I'm done pretending to be powerless, she said. If she'd had her abilities, she would have been able to get away from the sect. She could have saved them. I hate this moment. This is so disgustingly devoid of detail. I mean, we're given this one line, I'm done pretending to be powerless, and this is supposed to make it feel pivotal, but the problem is, this is a much larger moment than I think Aster's aware of. This should be a pivotal moment for Isla, embracing her power yet again, reflecting on the trauma that had led to her putting on the bracelets in the first place, and what it means to remove them. She should be questioning her powers, her control, maybe even her value, but instead, we get a limp sentence about if she had power, she could have saved the others. The exchange that we get has the severity of a character deciding what they want to order for lunch, when in fact, this is really Isla deciding to take up the the mantle again. This moment should be akin to Tobey Maguire putting on the mask again, reflecting on the words his uncle told him, with great power comes great responsibility, and understanding that with his abilities, despite the cost, he has to go out there and save the day. In effect, this should be the hero stepping out of the shadows in order to risk their lives for something greater, to stand up for what's right, to take on the burden of the responsibility that is now in their hands. Isla should be reflecting on everything that led up to this point, everything that led to her putting on the bracelets in the first place, and now what it means to remove them, to accept that power once more. And instead it reads more like, I don't want to wear these anymore, they clash with my outfit. Aster's allergic to writing detail, changed my mind. Following the advice of the augur, understanding when you learn the truth of who you are, your path will become clear, Isla goes to meet Astria in a library to learn more about her father. And we learn that Isla's stupidity may in fact be genetic. Now, you gotta remember, Isla's father's flair was being able to cancel out curses. How do you think he learned how to do that? Was it through experimentation? Was it through manipulation, or wondering anything about himself or any powers he might have had? Maybe there was some sort of a strange incident when he was a kid that he had been reflecting on for decades and wanted to learn the truth. Or you could go really dark. Maybe one day he just gave up and he wanted to end it all. So he stepped outside in the darkness during the curses, an event that should have killed him, and nothing happened. I mean, that's the direction I would have gone, but that's not the direction that Aster goes. Perhaps the answers she was looking for were somehow related to her parents. My father. Astria slowed her chewing. What about him? What about him? She started with a little she knew. He was one of the few non-rulers in history born with a flair. How did he discover he was immune to the curses? Astria rolled the shell of a nut between her fingers. A smile tugged at the side of her mouth, before melting back into a frown. It was an accident. He fell asleep outside or something and woke up to the stars. Realized the night didn't kill him. He let his guard down in an environment where he would not have been safe, given enough time, and it didn't kill him. This is another character who was saved from death by his own stupidity thanks to plot convenience. Oh my god, you cannot just write your characters into these hackneyed situations and give it the first explanation that comes to mind just because it seems to fit. You need to consider the implications around the moment. This event signifies how dumb, how reckless Isla's nameless father was. I mean, does Aster not understand the implications of how stupid Isla's father has to be for this to make sense? A comparison would be like if a farmhand decided to take a nap in a grain field like an hour before it was supposed to be harvested, only for him to wake up in the afternoon to discover he is somehow immune to being run over by a combine harvester. And the stupidity regarding him is not done. You see, it seems that Isla's father was something of a cartographer. Interesting, considering that he would have been mostly landlocked and didn't actually receive the Star Stick until Grimm had him helping search for the Drex sword, and with no evidence of boats being around for him to rely on. Not that the Nightshades would be in any position to actually have boats, because sailing at night would be extremely dangerous. But whatever, let's just assume that he was moonlighting as a cartographer after he got the Star Stick. Isla goes to his private quarters in the castle, the castle her father used to own, and discovers that they are full of various maps. And then she finds one in particular. There were a few other shapes she hadn't seen on any other map, unexplored areas by the look of it. The largest of these was far beyond Nightshade, to the west. It was a large piece of land, separated from the rest of the map by a row of tiny islands, sitting like guards. Strange. How could something that large not have been developed in all the years since the curses? It seemed special. In fact, it was the only uncharted body of land with a name, etched in with precision. Her breath caught as she read it. No, that couldn't be right. Its name was Isla. Now, when I take notes, they're usually like a line, maybe a paragraph. Really egregious problems require lengthy multiple paragraphs, maybe subsections within those. This is the first time I have had a note that was so stupid it required bullet points. Now, while we don't get the actual size of the landmass right here, it is later confirmed to be an island, so this island is in fact named Island, and we never get a full-on proper name for it, so the moniker Island Island is very apt. And yes, this is a very stupid name, and for some reason no one calls attention to it. Now, we do have examples of things like this in real life. In England, we have Torpenhow Hill, and when you translate it from the Old English and Celtic origins, its name literally translates to Hill, 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 Hill. But we don't call it Hill, 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 Hill because it's somehow a good name. We make fun of it through the lens of linguistics and history. Island Island is not a good name. And it has nothing to say about the other smaller islands sitting around it, which would technically make it an archipelago, but that is notwithstanding for the moment. None of those other islands ever come into relevance later on anyway. Now, you might be thinking maybe this is just some sort of a signal, maybe considering all the plot contrivances in this series, that the island's name isn't really Island. Maybe this is just Isla's father somehow signaling to her that this is an important place for her. And you're half right. The name is in fact Island Island, although it's never referred to as that. It's always just Isla. But Isla's nameless father is in fact signaling to her that this island is significant. And we will get more on that later. And there is an entire argument that I had regarding prophecy and the obvious foreknowledge that Isla's father must have had beforehand, but for the sake of not compounding this too terribly much, because we will revisit this later on, just understand for now that there was a degree of prophecy that the father knew about beforehand, although we do get confirmation later on that he wanted to name the island the name he would give his first daughter if he ever had one. So, it is, in fact, canonically accurate to state that Isla was named after a large chunk of dirt.
The dog? You are named after the dog?
And of course, we never get an explanation for why he wanted to name his firstborn daughter Island, or why he wanted to name her after an island named Island. And she does go to visit, and I gotta say, tremendously disappointed. For like, I grew up playing games like Myst and Quern and things like that, and 90% of that is just exploring by yourself and solving puzzles. And yet, the world in those games have so much more personality than what we see with Island Island. But I am not done complaining about this paragraph. Something else here that caught my attention that has to be complained about. How could something that large not have been developed in all the years since the curses? First off, what the hell are you talking about as far as years? It has not been years. The most I will accept is that it's been a year, because earlier Isla confirmed that she had been with Oro for months. So, which is it? Has it been years or has it been months? Second, considering the state that the Nightshades would have been attempting to readjust to the world after 500 years of living under the curses, considering how bad their infrastructure must have been, you'd think there'd be a degree of adjustment that they would need to undergo. First off, they would have to build fucking boats in order to go explore this landmass that they had no reason to believe was there in the first place. And second, building those boats, even with magic, would take a considerable amount of time. The only exception to that being if Grimm teleported people to the island in order to colonize it, but he would have to know that it was there in the first place, otherwise he would just be teleporting to a random spot in the ocean. And when you consider that the first thing that Grimm put any effort towards after the curses were lifted was starting a goddamn war, I don't think colonization or creating resources and expanding his territory was really what was on his mind. You also have to consider that Isla's father must have made this map and named this island before he met Isla's mother. And the timeline gets further muddled when Isla states that her father had escaped with a sword using the portaling device he had stolen from Grimm. So at some point, even though there's no room for it anywhere in the timeline, Isla's nameless father had the sword in hand. How and when? And how then did it get returned to the thief? These are questions that Aster does not have answers for. They don't exist in the book, and I can assure you, she cannot answer these questions herself. Isla decides she needs to find Island to understand her father better, so she uses her star stick, but doesn't really know where the island is, so she just ends up in the ocean multiple times. And I kind of like this moment because it shows a bit of failure on Isla's part, even though some of the problem is that she's not using the star stick right, since apparently she can use it as a portal, so why doesn't she scout around first before jumping into the puddle of stars? But whatever for now. She does have another solution at hand, and yes, it's stupid. Breathe. It was almost as if she could hear Oro in her head. She slowly filled her lungs, wincing, her airways still dry with salt. She carefully focused her mind like an arrow. Then, without daring open her eyes, she shot into the sky. Without daring open her eyes. That's terrible. It was a risk. She could fall. She could propel herself too high. But for a moment, she let go of her fear and of gravity, and her stomach dropped. Then, there was just peace, silence, weightlessness.
You're flying! This isn't flying. This is falling.
Isla has learned how to fly by siphoning the ability away from Oro, who has not broken the romantic bond that he shares with her for some reason. So that means Isla's idiotic plot to get Oro to hate her didn't work. And yes, I know that this is romantasy and this is a trope-laden bullshit pile, so of course he still loves her, but I've listened to enough Reddit stories of similar situations to understand this shit defies so much reasoning. It just bothers me when the characters never act in accordance to what they should be acting like. They just act in accordance to what the plot needs them to act like. Again, Aster puts plot before character every goddamn time. It takes some time, but she is able to more or less follow the map and eventually finds Island. And it's not some barren rock in the middle of a bunch of water. It's actually kind of a paradise. Isla went still. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Fruit everywhere, hanging plump from trees. The forest was heavy with it. The ground smelled sweet from the fruit that had fallen and broken open. She reached up and grabbed one, smelling it, recognizing it. This was a variety Poppy had fed her as a child once, and never again. Isla asked, and Terrace said the tree had died because of her powerlessness.
Why did all the dinosaurs die out? Because you touch yourself at night.
But of course that whole thing from Terra and Poppy was a lie and should be discounted. Anyway, Isla decides to sample the nameless, descriptionless fruit, whatever it is, and we get a strange question from Isla regarding the island. Isla bit into the fruit and groaned. Its yellow juice dripped down her face as she ate ravenously. It was the sweetest variety she had ever eaten, and there were dozens of them, hundreds, hanging right there. It was impossible. Nightshade didn't have many varieties of fresh fruit. In the aftermath of the storms, it was barely getting by, yet there was this island with endless food, endless resources. How did Grimm not know about it? So we do get an explanation for why this particular island has this kind of variety. It's not a big deal, it's an easy explanation, and it works fine. But the question, how did Grimm not know about it? Because why would he? And Grimm is provably not all-knowing, so why would he know about some random island in the middle of the ocean, who knows how far away from the Nightshade Newlands? Because during the curses, Nightshade couldn't have maintained a navy. It's not like he has a whole bunch of boats on standby and can send sailors out into all directions to say, hey, look for more land masses so we can expand our territory, or something. Besides, given the way that islands are created in this world with, like the Wildlings created their Newlands by sacrificing a few people, and from their bones and bodies, the Newlands were crafted. Is that just how landmass creation works in this world? But Isla decides to spend a considerable amount of time, several hours as night approaches, exploring the island and sampling fruits all along her way. But then we get a confusing moment, as it seems that Isla traveled to this island not just to uncover more information about her father and explore around a little bit, but she has something else in mind. By the time Isla found a pool where she could scrub the salt and sand from her skin, she wondered if her father's biggest secret wasn't his own death, his wife, his child, but the island. She hadn't traveled here only to see a piece of her parent. No, this island would serve a purpose. Still in the center of the water, Isla reached into the deepest crevices of her power, into all the places she had buried her ability, and emotions, and sanity, and let it all come rushing out. The water around her exploded upward before turning into steam. Waves of petals and trees broke through the land around her. The air itself seemed to shatter, wind howling, shadows corded her arms wrapped in sparks. The beast within her, the one that made her powers deadly, uncurled. She gave into it, only here, only in a land where she couldn't hurt anyone. As her power unleashed across the island, the monster within felt relief.
Do not go in there. Woo!
So she releases a nondescript rush of power, destroying who knows what beyond the little pool that she found, and damaging the ecosystem around her, possibly because her magic just does whatever the fuck the plot needs it to, so God only knows what impact it would have around her. All for the sake of this nondescript beast within. Oh, the evil darkness, oh no.
It's fucking evil out there.
That may be, but there's evil within, too.
And this is not the start of Isla's excuse, but it is a major contributing factor. You see, it's not that Isla really was the villain in all those chapters, where she was definitively murdering people and became a serial killer. There are at least 12 dead bodies to her name. No, that wasn't her. That was the evil, dark entity within her. She's blameless. This is such laziness. This is a scapegoat. Aster didn't want little good girl Isla to actually be a villain the whole time. She had this lazy out. Whatever villainous acts, whatever evil Isla is guilty of, it is now something else's fault. Isla, the good girl protagonist, is as impeccable and clean as ever before. And that is largely going to be the way that this shifts later on. She's going to claim to take some degree of responsibility, but of course the plot is never going to have her answer for her actions ever. And because of that, because she never suffers consequences for the multiple murders that she committed, justifiable or not, everything is just going to be shifted onto this nondescript beast within her. And I'm sorry, that doesn't work that way. By trying to give this hand-wave explanation, you're minimizing the impact of the events in the first place. By giving an easy out, you minimize the importance of the moment. All of a sudden, all of the deaths that happened at Isla's hands, they don't mean anything. They will never mean anything because it'll never come back to her in an impactful way. Protagonists should be allowed to make mistakes and fuck up, and then suffer the consequences of those fuck-ups, because it shows us the importance of those decisions leading up to them. Mass Effect did this wonderfully numerous times.
I know what you did, Shepard.
Let your protagonists suffer the consequences of their actions because it drills home the importance, the weight of their decisions. Their decisions are what define them as characters. So by removing the weight of those decisions, the impact of their actions, you are minimizing the characterization. Isla is no longer a protagonist who is pushed to dark actions as a result of the plot and the surrounding consequences of prior decisions. She is now an innocent little good girl who was just taken over by some sort of an evil darkness inside of her. She didn't really enjoy killing all of those bad people, whoever they were, of minimal importance, and who knows what impact or societal effects that it actually had surrounding their deaths. And going forward through the rest of the book, Isla is back to little good girl Trollop that she's been the entire course of the series up before her villain arc, as brief as that was. And the monster is just something that she has to placate every once in a while by going to the island and having herself a little tantrum explosion, whatever the hell this was.
Don't you take away my ability to have tantrums, all right? That you cannot have, all right, you robot!
So it's, I guess, later that night or sometime later, where Isla wakes in the middle of the night. She's back at the Nightshade Newland's castle, and she sees a snake at the foot of her bed. And she, it slithers away, so she decides to follow it, as she was advised to do. And she runs into a mirror where she sees herself reflected, and in the mirror, she's covered in snakes. They're wrapped all around her, and then she blinks, and they're gone. It was some sort of a weird hallucination, and it's a weird moment that has minimal impact. It's just Aster reminding the audience of the follow the snakes bit. But while she's there admiring herself in the mirror, she runs into Grimm, who's wearing armor. And it turns out that he's armored up because the Stormfinch is singing again, so there's another storm somewhere. The two of them portal out to a village where the storms are hitting, and there's a lot of destruction, and destruction, death, bodies. It's just the beginning. And for about a week, there was a new storm every day, and all of this routine death and destruction, nondescript as it is, it convinces Isla that she needs to make a drastic decision here. And considering that apparently there is less than a month left of winter, where I guess she'll die, she decides to go back to the Newlands, and she finds Aurora's feather and just writes, "Teach me." So now she needs to learn how to use Skyers. And oh boy, that's a whole new headache. Hello, Umbra. It's still too early for food. Are you going to be nicer this time? He's purring right now. He's a very quiet, purring puddle. Let's see if we can... See? It's not that bad. Oh, hey, shush. You're alright, you're alright. Really is a panther. So Aurora starts teaching Isla how to use Skyers, and there are a few fundamental rules that should be the foundation of how this new magic system works. Keep these in mind for now. Skyers draw power from blood. That was what Aurora said. They can only be formed with a shade-made metal. She had been practicing the symbol for days, on parchment. Aurora knew one, she said. One to funnel power, to control it. So shade-made, the metal that somehow nullifies all magics, now has a style of magic that it is necessary in the creation of. I'm not saying that can't work, but at this point we're starting to get this really convoluted set of rules around Shade-Made. But yeah, keep that in mind. Shade-Made is vital for crafting Skyers. This rule will get violated before the end of the book. Now, being the very smart protagonist that she is, Isla decides to listen to the feather belonging to a woman who is best defined by treason and creating the curses in the first place, and she is digging the feather into her forearm to draw a Skyer at the behest of Aurora, who again is best defined by how evil she was. This is like trusting Judas Iscariot and being surprised that he sells you out for a bag of coins. Isla's a very smart protagonist. This makes a lot of sense. Every single line has to be right, or your skin will flay from your bones. The Skyer becomes a curse that will consume you.
Professor Snape, what happened?
Used too much wolfsbane extract, looks like.
He used one extra drop. That margin for error is pretty bloody slim.
The spell was supposed to change our eye color. Why would we risk exploding skulls just to change our eye color?
Now, it does hurt to carve the Skyer into her arm. Understandably. Fire erupted through her veins as if her blood had been set aflame, but the Skyer does work. A nondescript type of energy spirals out of Isla's palm, and the singe that she makes against the metal she was aiming at was perfectly circular, perfectly controlled. And while Aurora doesn't actually know any other Skyers, she does know where Isla can find out, which is odd. If she knows where they can be discovered, then why doesn't she know them herself? It is a plot hole that is never answered or considered by the author. Add it to the pile. Also, Isla's doing this on the wildling Newland where no one would hear her, which raises an interesting question. Why haven't the wildlings returned to their homes? I mean, yes, they have resettled in the Nightshade Newlands in the one village surrounding the castle that Isla's nameless father owned, but why hasn't a single one of them decided to go back to the lands that they were possibly born and raised in? You know, the places that they have lived for untold decades. What is character agency anyway? Now, even though time is of the essence, and Isla needs to figure out how to use more Skyrs in order to advance the plot, I guess, she goes and she meets with Grimm in a greenhouse, and they have a wee bit of wovey-dovey talk. They apologize to each other, and Grimm explains that when he was young, he was trained to be ruthless and to have the heart trained out of him. And he goes on to explain that to have the heart trained out of you, you ensure that a child is never loved. And he did have a guardian who he grew attached to at some point. And when his father found out that he was growing attached to the guardian was executed. And Grimm was forced to watch. He glanced at her. "Love is a disease, my father used to say. Love kills kingdoms, so he tried to rid me of it." So Grimm was horribly abused and raised under the notion that love is too risky to bother with. And he lived like this for about 500 years until he ran into Isla, and the two of them were married within, I think, 6 months. How was Isla able to undo literally centuries worth of trauma in the span of a few months? And yes, we had a list of events in Nightbane to help explain what happened, but that doesn't explain what happens. That's not how trauma or psychology works. Look, like so many other times that Aster tries to use trauma, it comes off as extremely surface level. There is not an ounce of actual weight or psychological consideration into the characters, what they would actually have to go through, or how difficult it would be for them to get pulled out of that. Grimm got over centuries of mistreatment and bad mindsets and habits in a matter of months. Now, to understand the amount of work it would take to undo the kind of abuse that Grimm has undergone, I suggest that you look up the case of Jeannie Wiley. Look, there are psychological cases I could bring up that demonstrate how much effort it actually takes to try to rehabilitate somebody who undergoes this kind of trauma. Gaara from Naruto is a relatively similar case and handled much better than Grimm's magic "I feel better now" solution. And Grimm goes on because it turns out that his father had put his other children, apparently had dozens upon dozens of children, and he forced his kids to fight to the death. And it wasn't until Grimm revealed that he actually had a flare, you know, his portaling ability, that his father decided to spare him and slaughter the other kids. You know, he's fine, this is stable. And despite all of this horrible upbringing and the fact that those foundational years were spent learning how to fight to the death and just desperately survive in a really cruel world, Grimm still fell in love with Isla in a relatively short period of time, undoing untold decades upon decades of trauma and abuse, and he still betrayed her for Aurora's bullshit plan. Oh, these two were absolutely meant to be together. It makes so much sense. Theirs was not a gentle love. It was a bleeding love.
Bleeding hearts of the world unite!
Now, just to remind you, we've got about a month until the storm season ends and Isla probably dies. So there's a lot on the line. Time is of the essence. They've got to get moving and they've got to find a solution. So naturally, Grimm suggests that they go on vacation for a couple of days. They didn't have much time. They were well into winter now. The augur had been clear. Her fate and lifespan were somehow tied to the portal. They needed to find it. All their lives depended on it. She watched Grim hesitate. "There's another palace," he said, his large hand sweeping down her spine, gathering her closer to her chest. "We can go there for a few days. I think you'll like it." She nodded at him. "Perfect."
Okay, now do something!
I'm on vacation with my beautiful wife.
So this is an element that I cannot stand that Aster does with increasing prevalence throughout the rest of the book. She will set up a situation. It all happens off page, and now we're supposed to accept it here as if this is the culmination of some sort of series of clues. Aurora detailed what is just going to be called the Winter Palace. Apparently that is the location of some nondescript bullshit that will teach Isla how to do skyers. And it just so happens that that's exactly where she needs to go. And considering that she's got the Star Stick and several maps in her father's palace, presumably including more information about the rest of the Nightshade Newlands, you'd think she'd be able to go and check it out herself. But no, she needs Grim to give this stupid idea of, hey, I know you're going to be dead in a few weeks, but you want to go hang out in a frozen wasteland somewhere? This is so stupid. And all the while, Isla is just trying to fight her love for Grim, how she needs to remind herself that he's a demon, he's evil, and that love might have made her a villain. It's not the love that makes her a villain, it's, the nondescript murders of randos in alleyways. And we get this drawn out, nondescript, not very enticing sex scene, and I'm not just saying that because I don't like the characters. I mean, genuinely, this is garbage writing. And it goes on for like 3 pages.
Almost. There we are.
Well done.
Eventually, Grim does take her to the Winter Palace. It is a place called Algid. It is on the northernmost part of the Nightshade Newlands, somewhere with mountains around it. Would have been neat if we got a little map of that, but oh well. But up here, it's a frozen mountainous landscape, and the cold was voracious, striking in 1,000 swift bites. So the wind was hungry. Look, I think what Aster's going for is she's playing with the concept of biting wind, but you still need to be more careful in your word choice there. Calling the cold voracious is suggesting that the cold was hungry. I can see you calling an avalanche voracious or ravenous, but just the cold itself, no, that doesn't work. Now, even though this is pretty much the middle of nowhere and largely away from any real civilization, the grounds are still maintained in the event of a visit. She turned to him. "I don't remember coming here. Why didn't you take me?" He frowned. "It's cold. You hate the cold." And that's fair. It's a reason to never show up beforehand, but that begs the question, why take her here now? Now, the obvious reason is because the plot needs them to be here, which is, again, Aster putting plot before the characters. You should not be able to make a drinking game out of that observation, but oh my god, can you? So shortly after arriving at the Winter Palace, Grim shows Isla around, and one of the more distinct things in the area is the maze just outside. It's a tall hedge maze, and that sounds implausible in a wintry area that's somewhere in the mountains, so probably a lot of rocky terrain, but whatever, it's fantasy, and this is an area that Aster can actually get away with because now it's just magic plant. That's really all she needs. What she can't get away with is this. The maze. She frowned. Maze? He nodded. It's ancient, older than the castle itself. Do you want to see it? Normally you'd see a maze outside of a castle as a fun little bit of entertainment, possibly for guests, or, just nice to look at. But are you telling me that somebody constructed this maze and then thought, it would look really good right next to it, this big-ass castle? Ancient maze, I can accept. Ancient maze, that was the precursor for building a castle immediately adjacent to it? Like, that one feels like it requires an explanation. Now, Grim explains that he grew up in this particular palace as a child, and the maze was one of his favorite places because he would be able to sneak away inside of it. His guardians were replaced annually, so they never got to really map the whole thing out, and evidently there's no map of the maze, so no one else can really navigate it. But there is one thing that is very distinct about the maze. The maze is dangerous. No power can be used within it, not even Nightshade. So, okay, very much like the mountain beforehand and the storms, there is a degree of nullification within it. Go ahead and guess why. Grim leads Isla through the maze. There is an area at the center that he's leading her towards, and she memorizes her way there. But that's not the ridiculous part. The maze was enormous. Her feet seemed frozen solid when they finally reached the middle of it. At the center sat a coffin. Cronin, he said before she could ask. The Nightshade ruler was buried there. The maze had been built around his grave. She studied the coffin, knowing now why power was drained here. It was completely made of sparkling black metal. Shade made. Shade made is rare, but it's somehow so plentiful that you can create a coffin enough to fit a person inside of it, and it radiates power that nullifies all magic within the maze. And again, we don't get a sense of scale for how big the maze is. It could be 1 acre, it could be 20 acres. There's no confirmation one way or the other. So they took Cronin's corpse, they put it inside of this magic nullifying metal coffin, left it out in the open air, and then built a maze around, rather they grew a maze around that. And then someone decided this would be a great spot for a winter cottage. What is the logic on display here? What the fuck is going on? Now, it could be that Cronin's corpse emanated some degree of magic poison that was seeping into the air around it, and that's why they needed to make a coffin out of Shade Made. That's possible. It's not what's going on. It's not what ends up getting revealed later on. It's much dumber than that. But you're going through the book and you finally get to this part and it's like, oh, this incredibly rare metal. We've got enough of that in store to just imprison a body inside of it. Oh my god, this book is so dumb. And yeah, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but you know that bit about nullifying magic? It doesn't work. True, Grim cannot teleport in and out of it, and the Star Stick can't teleport in and out of it. That kind of magic is nullified. But not all magic is nullified, as we will get to later. So yeah, we've got this dead guy in a coffin at the middle of a maze for some reason, and all the magic in the maze is nullified. Keep that in mind for later. So Grim leads them out of the maze, and they go wait in the library because it has a fireplace, and it's time for sexy fun time. So Grim grabs Isla, shoves her against a bookshelf, and Grim is being so intense that he's somehow able to knock all of the books off of these shelves, and Isla has to form a Starling shield to stop the books from landing on them. And yeah, that sounds like an entirely needless detail, but it's not. So Isla wants some time alone in the library so that she can explore and look for answers. Grim grants it to her, and then we get this. The room suddenly felt too empty, but she had a job to do. She found her discarded dress and pulled something from the interior pocket. The feather. She struck its point against her palm, watched the blood burble, and wrote on a fresh piece of parchment, "What am I looking for?" The fact that she didn't even look for an inkwell pisses me off, which is why go to the blood? Now, the particular thing that she's looking for, as the feather describes it, is a book cursed closed. And that's very nondescript. There are so many ways that you can interpret a book that has been cursed closed. Maybe it's cursed so it can't be opened, or maybe it's cursed so that if you do open it, you are cursed. And hey, wouldn't you know it, but Isla looks around, and you remember all those books that got knocked off the shelves during super happy fun times? Well, it turns out that there is a singular book still wedged in place as if enchanted. It's not moving from the shelf. It's the single book that's not moving from the shelf. The sex was plot relevant so they could knock the books off the shelf so that Isla wouldn't have to spend any time looking for a book cursed closed. This is just like the old lady who had the instant answers when she was questioning the Wildlings. Aster doesn't want to spend any time actually exploring this or having Isla struggle in this moment. She wants to cut through any extraneous detail as quickly as possible, even if that detail will help bring life to the story. Again, this book is just plot, 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 plot. And anytime it's not just plot, it's tawdry romance between limp sacks of meat. Anyway, Isla reaches up and pulls the book down, noticing some stains on the pages. Blood. Now, you've already figured this out. Thanks to her father's flare, she's able to nullify the curse so that she can open it without any actual threat. But the book does not function like a book. It has an extra layer of security in it for reasons I can only speculate on. If she had been expecting page after page of Skyers, she was wrong. Every page was blank. She grew more frustrated as she flipped through them. "Help me find the portal," she begged in a whisper. She needed to close it, stop the storms, stop the death. She needed to use it to extend the time she had. She needed a hope it would be enough to change her fate. The pages remained empty until the very end. Undeterred and without any other options, she flipped from the beginning and tried again to see if she had missed something. This time, ink began to form. It was as if the book changed every time it was read. A few sentences were revealed, far away from each other. Most didn't make sense out of context. Then, on the last page, there was a skyer, an ornate marking that looked almost like a rose encased in an orb. It had no description. Part of her itched to simply paint it upon her skin to test it out, but it would be a risk. It could do anything. She remembered the blacksmith's warning. She flipped back to the first page and started again. So I can understand there being a secondary level of security here because sometimes the first layer is breached for whatever reason and you need a backup plan. Totally logical there. But the question comes down to why is this secondary layer defeated so easily? Because the only thing you need to do in order to stop it is this. Just a couple of times, and that's all it really takes. If anyone's curious, the book I was flipping was The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy. Funny little book, kind of a parody on the concept of autobiographies.
Good Lord, what is this story all about?
Cock and the bull story.
Now, the question is, how did Aurora know about this book? Apparently, she never was able to read it, possibly because of the curse stopping her, but how would she ever have been able to confirm the existence of the Book of Skyers? Because unless she was friends with Isla's nameless father, and we have no indication to assume that she did, then she had no way to get through the curse, and no way to actually read any of the pages to confirm whether or not anything was inside of it, much less commit it to memory. And yes, there is a bit of a twist later on that could be used to try to explain this, but once you actually understand what that twist is, it doesn't actually solve anything. Now, despite going through the book later on, we never actually get any context for what anything inside of the book is, and Isla does hang on to it and study it, and I guess she needs to flip through it a number of times for all the information to be made apparent, but there is never an indication that suggests that she actually gets any real information out of it. It is just this weird red herring in the plot. You'll see what I mean in time. I guess the next day happens and we get a bit of timeline confirmation. Apparently, the storms have been wreaking destruction for a few months now. And it really doesn't feel like that. The way time moves in this world, you don't really get a sense of ongoing progression. Like, there's no sense of momentum in the timeline. It's really jarring when we get, by the way, it's been a couple of months or maybe years since this thing happened.
Space is warped and time is bendable.
Now, you remember the skyer that Isla carved into her arm? Well, she's using Nightshade power to mask it. Remember, Grimm was able to conjure illusions in the first book, so I guess Isla can do that too now. And the two of them have a little play fight using swords, but Isla summons Oro's powers and makes a sword out of ice, which sounds really stupid. It's actually a little worse than that if you try to examine it on a deeper level, because in this way, she is using Oro's love as a plaything with Grimm. And goddamn if that does not perfectly sum up Isla's relationship with Other One. So in the next scene, Isla continues to flip through the Skyer book, and she has some pieces of Skyers. Some were even finished, but none of them had descriptions. So she's going through and she's reading what she can, and she comes across a line that states, "Bones hold more power than blood. The most powerful Skyers must be formed with them." And despite bones being so powerful, the blacksmith in the last book used them to build a fucking fence. Also, I don't like the imprecise language that Aster's just breezing through with this. The most powerful Skyers must be formed with them. Does that mean that you've got to use bones to carve the Skyers? Or do you have to carve the Skyers into the bones? I mean, practically speaking, does a Skyer need to be attached to you in order to use it? We don't really know, and every single time we see Skyers used, they are carved into a person, with one exception, but we'll get to that later. But if she's going to close the portal, she thinks she's going to need very powerful bones. And Isla believes she knows where to get some.
Would you like to ride the bone train, miss?
So Isla goes to the maze, bringing the Skyer book with her in case she needed a different Skyer, despite the fact that none of them are listed or described. She could carve something into herself and turn herself into a mushroom for all she knows. And while I hate that Isla, despite not really being that studious, somehow memorized the path to the center of the maze, but I do appreciate this pun. She had memorized the turns Grimm had taken as a precaution. Still, Isla wondered if she was making a grave mistake.
You ask for me tomorrow, and you shall find me a grave man.
So she steps into the labyrinth. She senses that her power is being smothered by the magic dampening power of the coffin. And, pay attention to this. The book seemed to hum in her hands. She opened it as she walked, flipping through the pages, seeing what might be revealed to her. Nothing. Now, you remember how she's inside the maze and the maze stops power? Well, she shouldn't be able to use her flare. What happened to the curse binding the book? And you might be thinking, oh, well, that's not a big deal. It's suppressing the curse of the book as well. Bullshit. 2 pages later. A bunch of ill-defined creatures jump out. They're all blind, and they sense Isla, so they start chasing her down. She has no way to really defend herself because these things are covered with armor plates, so she relies on the one tool that she does have, the book. Just as they leapt to finish their meal, Isla pulled the book out of her dress, hoped Aurora was right about it being cursed, and flung it open. At first, nothing happened. Then, an otherworldly scream cleaved through the air like a clap of thunder. Isla watched as nothing short of a demon crawled through the pages. It was winged and sinewy and didn't have a face, other than a mouth with more teeth than she had ever seen in any type of beast, rows of them sharp as stacked blades. It hit the ground in front of her, resting on the talons of its wings, and even the 4-legged creatures backed away. She just opened the book inside the maze and nothing happened. And now she opened the book inside the maze and something happened. Why is this now happening, Aster? Why is there a difference between these two events? The Shade Maid should have been nullifying her flare both times. Why did it only have the one effect? Oh, is that because the plot didn't need the demon to be summoned the first time she opened the book? Look, here's my ultimate conclusion about how Shade Maid works. We are led every time we see it. Almost every time we see it. Like, the feather is a main exception to this. But Shade Maid is supposed to nullify magic. Nightshade magic, it uses curses. That is an ability that the Nightshade people have. The book is cursed, therefore it's logical to assume it's somehow linked to Nightshade magic. Why then does the book curse have any effect inside this magic nullification field? Why is this curse allowed to exist when almost any other type of magic is not? Is the book not cursed by Nightshade magic? If so, where did it come from? Why is it on this book? Why does the book exist in the first place when, if you wanted to really hide the information, you could have set it on fire? And it's about this time, I think it's pretty obvious what Nightshade metal really is. Every time, with the exception of the feather with this Shade Maid tip, every time Shade Maid makes an appearance, it nullifies magic, except for this scene. So, I think we can safely conclude that Shademaid's ability is not nullifying magic. Shademaid Metal's ability is doing what the plot needs it to. Look, there's some stuff that you can do with it, like maybe it doesn't radiate outwards, or maybe small concentrations of it don't really nullify magic. It could be why the feather can exist at all and still write, which must be magically charged. How else do you explain that? And it could explain Isla's bracelets, why it didn't have an effect on Grim or anybody else around her, but sealed her magic away. And yet, now that Aster has written herself into a corner and needs magic to get Isla out of danger that she wrote Isla into, now the nullification doesn't really matter. See, this is what I meant when I started the video by saying that the rules of magic get thrown out the window when they become inconvenient to Aster and her machinations. And again, how could Aurora know what was inside of the book? How could anyone know what was inside of the book? Anyway, the demon starts hunting down the creatures that were attacking Isla, and she's able to find her wits and make her way to the center of the maze. She actually cheats to get there, climbing on top of the hedgerows, which, I mean, fine, that's actually a decent solution. But she eventually finds herself in front of the coffin, and then this happens. Her breathing labored. She inched towards the coffin, curled her hands around the side, pushed. Nothing happened. She tried again, heaved against it with all her might, but it didn't budge, almost like it was enchanted or cursed. She remembered what the blacksmith said. Her blood was power. She didn't spare a moment before smearing the blood from her ankle across its opening. Immediately, the blood began to spread, melting across the coffin. This time, she pushed, and it opened. I already find it hard enough to believe that the magic nullifying metal can be cursed or enchanted at all, but for Isla's blood to be the solution, maybe it has something to do with her flair, where she can just nullify the curse around this thing. That is very much a stretch, but I'm tired, and at this point, whatever. It's too easy a solution. She runs into a problem, and she's able to fix the problem a paragraph later. It's not that she figures anything out, it's that the power was within her all along. It's such an easy explanation, and again, we've got no setup for the solution, no reason to believe that blood could somehow cancel out the magic on a magic nullifying chunk of metal, which, I mean, already that doesn't make sense. But when you get these easy solutions, when it feels like the protagonist doesn't actually earn the solution, it limits the stakes, it limits the investment the reader could possibly have. Why should we care when the protagonist comes across a stumbling block when the solution is going to be pulled out of her ass maybe a page later? But the moment is not at least entirely without merit because of what's inside the coffin. She looked inside, expecting to see a corpse, waiting to steal a bone to use for her skyers, but the coffin was empty. And okay, this is fine. Something's going on. The coffin was a ruse the whole time. I can appreciate that. It doesn't cancel out all of the problems we encountered getting to this point, but this one moment taken in isolation is not a bad thing. But the situation worsens for her because not only is the coffin empty, but the demon, which probably should have attacked her initially because she's the one who opened the book, is still loose in the labyrinth. Aster makes a daring escape, flinging herself out of the hedgerow at the last moment into Grimm's arms, and we get a scene break that stops us from really seeing what happened, but Grimm, in the next scene, holds up the faceless demon's head. So not only did he kill it, he decapitated it. So does that mean that the curse on the book is dealt with? Is that all that it really took? It's kind of a letdown. Now, look, I think that Aster is heavily reliant on the quote from Joe Quesada, a comic book writer, who famously quipped at one point, "It's magic, I don't have to explain it." Now, to a point, he's right. To a point, you don't really need to explain why Superman is able to fly just because of the radiation from a yellow sun. But that doesn't mean that you can just write magic to do whatever the fuck the plot needs it to in any given moment, especially when you go and defy those rules later on. There is a degree of science that has to go into the construction of any magic system that you come up with. You can get away with a lot of bullshit, trust me. But if the magic just does whatever you need it to, then it lacks a certain kind of depth or environment to it. And that is unfortunately almost exclusively what Aster ever does with her magic. The magic exists only as far as what she needs it to do in order to advance the plot a certain way. Until it becomes a problem, in which case she throws the rulebook out the window.
Rules are rules, jargon! Yeah, and in this case, rules are no rules!
Ugh, I hate this.
Which is made even worse because this little visit to the coffin somehow leads Aster to a very mind-numbing conclusion. Grimm asks what she was doing and she responds, "She told part of the truth. I thought it might help me find the portal." He blinked. "Did it?" She nodded. "It did." It had all come together on her way out of the maze. He looked at her expectantly. "The portal is the coffin." Grimm's eyes narrowed, considering. "It's empty. His flare was portaling. Bones hold more power than blood. I think his bones created it, became the portal." Grimm bit the inside of his cheek in concentration. The maze. It hid its power. She nodded. And bullshit! His bones formed the portal. Then what happened to the bones? Were they absorbed by the portal? Are there physical signs of the portal? Does it generate storms or drip magic out? Do the storms teleport, or can they be seen collating above the Winter Palace? How has no one noticed massive destructive storms gathering around here? The portal being anywhere in Nightshade territory was a mistake. It should have been on Island to Island. That way the storms would have some distance to travel, no obvious source since Nightshade might not have picked up on exploration yet, since they would still be recovering from the curses, and would require more effort in order to find and close, which raises the stakes. But no, we just get another hand-wave answer. And this gets even worse because not only does Isla pull this answer out of nowhere, but she's not even right. I'm not going to give the answer now just because actually seeing it later on is so much worse, but understand that we do not actually get an explanation for the portal in this book. At least I'm pretty sure we don't get an explanation for the portal. Look, I'm going to save the explanation for later so that I don't overload this video, but this answer out of nowhere is such a frustrating writing style that Aster just keeps using. So Isla tells Grimm everything about the Skyers, the augur's warnings, about how she might have about a month left, even about the feather. And Isla just talks to Grimm about her regrets, about the blood on her hands, about how a solution that she thought about was maybe having a child, because then if she dies, at least the wildlings can keep living. Because ultimately what she wants is a life with nothing binding her. It's what she's always wanted. He almost smiled. He brushed away a tear that had slipped down her cheek. "We aren't supposed to want anything," he said gently. It was true. She had learned that from the times she could learn it all. Rulers were born simply to serve their people. Her life was not her own. To which I must respond with the most verbose proclamation of bullshit. Isla is meant to serve her people. She's been one of the most self-serving protagonists out of any series I can name. Look, she's beaten out by characters like Artemis Fowl, but he's meant to be a villain. Just think about this. Like, honestly, honest question here. What has she done in regards to serving her people, to watching out over the wildlings? The only time she actually does anything in regards to the wildlings, with the wildlings in mind, is when she's thinking about, if I die, the wildlings die. And so, thanks to how stupid the magic in this world is, it does make sense for her to consider herself, just because if she falls down the stairs, then the whole realm goes out. But this is a woman who effectively forgot that her people had been abducted by Nightshade in the first place. She didn't even think to ask about them until it was just made convenient for her by Grimm. Not once have we seen her actually lead her people or offer any governing advice or give some sort of a helpful proclamation. Her pursuits throughout this book have always been about solving her own problems first and foremost. If the Wildlings benefit as a result, great! But that's not her focus. And in that way, she's a great representation of a modern politician. Well done, Aster. Now, in the next scene, we get a lot of combated information, and it's very stupid, and I'm going to do what I can to simplify it and make it easy for everyone to understand. But Isla goes and visits the augur again. She needs to find the missing pages from the prophet's book and assumes that the augur has some of the prophet's information that she might be able to use. He admits that he has the prophet's skull and blood, because of course he does.
Pulls out 7 pristine human skulls from their bag. Take your pick. Wizard, this one's 5.
And because Aster is directly whispering in Isla's ear, Isla figures out that the missing pages from the prophet's book detail how to open and close portals. And because the prophet's book was, for some reason, written in blood, and skin, if I recall correctly, she comes to another conclusion. If I put a tracking skyre on his bone, would it lead me to it? He seemed surprised. You learned how to form it? No, she hadn't. But the book from the Winter Castle had given her several original markings. It was dangerous and painful, but she would try each one until she got it right. Not yet, but I will. And so he does not give her the skull, but instead removes a tooth from it and hands her the tooth, and says, write the skyre on this with your blood and follow it closely. The skyre needs to be written in very exacting detail, and she's somehow supposed to be able to do that on a tooth. I'm not saying it can't be done, but given how ornately these seem to be described, that doesn't seem possible. Okay, this is stupid. Before she leaves, the augur decides to impart some wisdom for her, but not before making himself look like a freak. He reached out, just as something dripped from her face. Crimson stained his finger, and he licked it away. Her own hand rushed up to her lips, only to find them coated in blood. She was bleeding from her nose, from the corner of her mouth. The augur tutted. The price of the skyres, he said. I can already taste them in your blood. Souring it, he frowned. It will get worse the more you make.
I'm a doctor. We've got to get this man to an emergency room.
I don't need an emergency room. That's ridiculous. Can I get this there?
And then the augur, in very unhelpful detail, explains that the traitor is closer than she expects because she is rising. And Isla's like, oh yeah, we've already imprisoned my guardians. And he's like, no, you don't know. The traitor's closer than you realize, which is just maddeningly unhelpful. I can't stand how pointlessly vague everyone in this world is. Like, again, it's the argument about free will. Does it exist in this world or not? I don't think Aster knows. If they can help her and just give her the answers, why don't they? If they can't, why do they have this information in the first place? But speaking of bones, another graveyard has been desecrated, and an untold number of bones had been stolen. But this doesn't make sense. Tara and Poppy are still in prison. How can they have desecrated a graveyard if they're locked in a cell? Isla goes to visit Tara and Poppy in the Nightshade prison, and oh my god, get a load of this. They were led in front of her, still restrained. The prison itself had been built thousands of years before from glimmering shade-made metal. Oh my god, fuck you. The rare and coveted metal. They built an entire prison out of it. Oh my god. What the... Who allowed her to publish this? Look, this isn't my style, but I kind of want to go to Aster's literary agent and point out this very obvious contradiction and shame her for it. Oh yeah, Shade Maid. It's this rare and coveted metal that we just went and built a house with. Why even build an entire prison out of Shade Maid when it would be just as effective to make handcuffs out of them? Bracelets are all it took to depower Isla. Why build an entire prison out of this stuff? Hell, they do the same concept in One Piece. And you know, while I'm on that thought, hey, you remember how they couldn't use any magic inside of the mountain? You think maybe that was because the entire thing was somehow riddled with Shade Maid itself? Is that where it came from originally? We're told that this stuff is rare and hard to find. In fact, in order to construct the original bracelets, the blacksmith had to melt down a pair of daggers that he just happened to have lying around. I don't know why he had to go to that effort when he could have just walked outside. It was probably in a hole in the dirt outside of his hut. How are we supposed to understand this? How are we supposed to consider this stuff to be rare and coveted when it's all over the fucking place? Like, Shadebait is so commonplace. It should be like, you should have an entire division of the army who is equipped with this stuff. Just swords made out of Shademaid that are used to counter casters. Because apparently not everyone can use magic, so this is perfect. You could have had assassins wielding specialized armor and weaponry, arrows, daggers, things like that, with Shademaid, and just have them slip in. Oh my god, there was so much you could do with this stuff, and Aster doesn't do anything with it. She builds a goddamn prison out of it. This is so stupid. It's like if somebody in real life created a porta potty out of uncut diamonds. That's not even the worst part of this chapter. So Isla talks to Terra, and Terra repeats that they did not destroy the Nightbane, they did not desecrate any graves, and they didn't kill her parents. And Isla taps into Oro's flare and can tell that they are telling the truth. So Isla goes back to Island, where she starts practicing with some of the Skyers. The book had uncovered apparently 4 Skyers for her and half of the tracking Skyer. How does she know for a fact that it's half? Because we don't really get any details about what these are supposed to look like specifically. Like, a rose inside of a circle is the best that we've gotten so far, but a degree of precision is required for this. So what if there are any details that are missing from it? What would half a tracking Skyer do anyway? Find something with approximate knowledge?
Greetings, Frank the human boy.
How did you almost know my name?
I have approximate knowledge of many things.
And even though this is... it's not even good enough to call it reckless, this is just stupid. Isla starts experimenting with her blood and forming Skyers. It doesn't work. In fact, the pain that she experiences is so bad that it makes her pass out. And she wakes up the next day around noon. Now, she's covered in dirt and she looks like a mess. Apparently, she was thrashing around a lot on the dirt, so there's that explanation. She explains to Grimm that she was on the Wildling Newland and that she was experimenting with Skyers. But apparently, there's a degree of panic in the Nightshade Court. You see, there had been another attack. A lot of people are dead. Not from a storm, an actual attack. And there was a town to the northwest, one of the military bases, but a lot of civilians are dead as well. And Grimm tries to leave Isla behind, but she follows him to the courtrooms, like kind of hiding in the shadows. And Astrius says that they saw Isla attacking the civilians. And considering that she was out for who knows how many hours, and she has the Star Stick, that doesn't seem impossible. Maybe she did do something to attack people. Maybe she's been the traitor all along. Oh my god, what a twist. Especially when Astria confirms that Isla has done this before. So Isla tries to plead her case with Grimm, claiming that, she couldn't have been the one to slaughter those villages or anything. Although she keeps thinking about, following the snakes. Well, the snakes always lead back to her. And this leads Isla to wonder, what if it actually was her? Maybe the beast inside of her is doing something horrible, because it reacted a little bit the last time she was practicing Skyers, so maybe it came out to feast on innocent villagers or whatever. And she's pleading her case to Grimm in the throne room when all of a sudden the walls start to shake. Isla was flung back as the castle's foundation lurched. Only Grimm's shadows kept her from crashing against the wall. There was a moment of stillness, of silence. Then the castle began to shake in earnest, as if it was being slowly pushed off its cliff. And then Astria runs in and gives a brief, though seemingly incomplete, answer to what's going on. "There's an army at our steps," she said, out of breath, her eyes narrowing at Isla. They look like ours." "What do you mean they look like ours?" Grimm bellowed. "They are ours," she said. That didn't make any sense. Was this a coup? But Grimm's entire army wouldn't dare rise against him. His death would mean death to them all. Yeah, except for that magical metal thing that you apparently have in abundance that could stop his powers. They could just throw him in the prison, and then all of a sudden, democracy's possible. All they gotta do is make sure that he eats and stays alive. My stupid idea from the first book actually would work. And then something happens. The floor of the castle splits open and Isla is swallowed up and she's dragged through the ground like there's a tunnel forming below her feet and she's just kind of sliding down. She's got the Sterling shield around her, so, you know, she's not wounded or anything, but she lands in a cavern with a single solitary woman in front of her. In front of her stood a woman. She had long, dark hair, large eyes, and tan skin. There were vines wrapped around her arms and legs. Her clothes were nothing more than a tapestry of woven branches, flowers, grass, and leaves. "You're Wildling," Isla said, thinking back to the vines and branches that had crashed through the castle. "You're the Wildling that attacked the village." Her resemblance to Isla was uncanny. She now understood why, from a distance, the witnesses had believed it to be her. Now, I'll be honest, the first time I read this, I thought what was going on was that the beast inside Isla had somehow escaped because she had fucked up a Skyer bad enough that it created effectively a doppelganger, and the doppelganger was going out there and causing all this trouble. That's not what's going on. What's actually going on is far, far dumber than that. "What do you want?" Isla demanded. The woman smiled. "To make this world anew." Whatever she had been expecting to come out of the woman's mouth wasn't this. "What do you mean? What do you want with the Nightshades?" "Simple," she replied. "I want to kill every last one of them."
Good call!
Isla's vision narrowed to a tunnel. Whoever this was, she was done listening to her. Fast as lightning, Isla's fingers curled around a blade at her thigh, and she threw it right at the woman's chest before she could blink. Isla watched the metal pierce her heart. The wildling looked down. She didn't collapse, didn't bleed, didn't die. All she did was frown, and Isla watched in terror as her knife slowly inched out of the woman's chest and dropped to the floor. Clean. Impossible. Isla gathered all her power, energy, fire, ice, vines, shadows, and unleashed it onto the woman. The wildling was punctured in 100 different places at once. One arm was sliced clean off. Isla was panting, waiting for the woman to drop dead, waiting to feel the curl in her bones at yet another kill. But it never came. And the woman explains that she wants to kill every person on the planet. She wants to use them to build something better, a new world. And she explains that she's done it before. And I forgot to mention that Isla came into this scene covered in snakes. She had visited Ren before and the snakes wrapped around her. Well, now the snakes drop off of Isla and they all slither towards this new wildling woman. And oh boy, you are not ready for how stupid this twist is. The snakes around her began to hiss. They started to uncurl. Isla watched as every serpent slowly slithered down her body one by one and went to her. They wrapped around the woman's arms and chest, just like the etching in the cave. The future the augur had promised. That was when Isla realized the woman looked like her more than just from a distance. They shared features. They had the same lips, the same cheekbones, the exact same shade of green eyes. The wildling's smile was wicked. "Now you're getting it. It's nice to meet you, Isla. I'm Lark Crown." Lark Crown, in case you need the reminder, was one of 3 people who helped create the island of Lightlark in the first place. And supposedly, she has been dead for millennia. Now, look, I think we all expected the who's the traitor mystery to wind up in some sort of a disappointment with some bullshit twist with no setup, but even I thought Aster was better than this. The mystery of who the traitor was always a card that was never actually in play. This is so stupid. This is akin to the poker game at the end of Casino Royale, ending with James Bond using a draw 4 cards card from an Uno deck and somehow winning with that. Aster is so bad at setting up twists, I should have assumed she was going to do something stupid, but this is much dumber than I would have thought. First, this isn't even a real twist. This is an element that wasn't at play at all, and by the logic Aster has built, couldn't have been in play. Aster is thousands of years old by this point, but looks just like Isla. According to Nightbane, having kids ages you, same with grandkids. Lark is at least 2 generations removed from Isla, so what would great-grandkids do to her looks? Is there an answer for this? There isn't. More importantly, where the hell has she been? Did she just vanish into legend only to come back and fuck with people?
After that, I'll disappear for a millennia and make them wonder if I ever existed to begin with, just to come back and kill them all.
We're gonna need answers for where she's been and why she came back now. We get them eventually, they're not satisfying. What has been her plan all this while? Is she responsible for the storms? If so, that's pathetic. She could have just as easily been manipulating people like an evil counselor or something, spurring on war. Hell, unleashing monsters en masse like Dracula from Castlevania would have been a lazy plan, but it's better than what she's doing now. And why reveal herself like this to Isla now? Why this pointless misdirection with the augur's prediction? There has to be an in-universe explanation, because writing something like this just to fuck with the audience and gloat that no one could see your twist coming is a terrible writing style. And this isn't just bad in the moment. This isn't just a bad twist because there was no setup and no way to predict something like this, but it retroactively ruins the events in Lark. A lot of the stakes in Lark came down to the idea that if Isla dies, the Wildlings die. Well, now, it turns out that since Lark has always been alive, if Isla dies, nothing would have happened. In fact, the Wildlings would have, outside of the curses, been in a pretty comfortable place to set up a democracy. At this point, going back and rereading Lark, knowing that Lark is alive somehow, would instantly minimize almost all of the stakes. Outside of whatever concern you've got for Isla on a personal level, her death now means nothing. In fact, it might have been more interesting if Isla had died, because now the Wildlings would have assumed they were free of the Nexus curse. And that could have led to possible uprisings in other realms with dire consequences, it turns out. See, that would have been a twist to play with. And Lark is just impossibly powerful at this point. Her arm was severed and then she just reattached it like she was made out of putty. And oh my god, we are just getting to the stupid. Because when you actually get a full scope of how all of this must have worked, because we get retroactive explanations later on, when you understand everything at large, nothing works. But this convoluted revelation of Lark being alive is only the start of how confusing this gets, because there's an entire backstory that Aster tries to play around with, and oh my god, does it not work. Isla asks the obvious question, where were you? And Lark just responds that she was buried by someone she trusted. More on that later.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years.
But then, and as is so very common with the characters in these books, Lark just goes on a tangent that has nothing to do with what was being discussed and reveals some backstory. Worlds are built on bones, you see. So many needed to die to feed the lands when we made Lark. So much power had to be given, including our own. So we had a similar reveal like this in Lark when it turns out that when the Wildlings left Lark, they had to go and make their own island in the Newlands, and that was done using the bodies of other Wildlings. So this serves as confirmation that that was not really metaphorical, it was in fact literal. Okay, fine, but here's my question. If Lark and the others, Horus and Cronin, came from the other world, and they made the island of Lark, what did they use for the foundation of the planet? Because, okay, they just have the ability to make islands, fine, whatever. Do they have the ability to make the core of the planet? Do they have the ability to make the ocean as large as that is? Do they have the ability to make the atmosphere? Was there a planet in place for them to build these islands on top of? Or did they have to construct the entire planet using otherworldly bullshit magic? Naturally, there is no answer to this question. And like so many other instances, I'm pretty sure that Aster herself doesn't know. You know, there's a bit of a trap that a lot of fantasy writers find themselves in. It's the world building trap where they keep coming up with these new concepts, new ideas, different cultures that they could employ in their world somehow. And it's a trap because building those worlds, those cultures, those peoples, the vegetation, the animals, the magic systems, the different governing bodies, it's so much fun that it can hinder the process, and all of a sudden you've stopped writing and you're just world building and world building and world building. Aster has somehow gone and done the opposite and has done no world building for any of this, and so everything reads at a surface level, even though we're all dealing with this quagmire of so many questions that cannot have answers to them. And that's not the only nugget of exposition that Lark has. Lark nodded. The heart had more than that. It was stolen from the world from which we came, a seed of endless ability. She could feel a whisper of that power in her heart where it had marked her. So the heart egg is a seed of endless ability, and it's what channels all of the magic that seeds from Lark. And yet, due to the curses, it was weakening so that the island was crumbling? Somehow? I'm not saying that this concept can't work, but it's presented so clumsily that it doesn't make sense at first glance. But it turns out that the original rulers were, I guess, greedy in regards to the heart egg because not everyone shared it. It seems that Nightshade, for some reason, was not granted access to it, so they had to use an alternate magic in order to, I don't know, grow their own island or something. Nightshade didn't have that. Cronin used his children for power, burying them, but one line could give only so much. She curled her lip in disgust. He was supposed to die to give the ground what it wanted, some of the original power born of the other world. Instead, he used me to anchor it. Vines exploded out of Lark's hands, coating the ground, brambles with thorns everywhere. He buried me in metal that leached my power, so I could not use it to escape. My strength fed the land for millennia until I was set free.
After 10,000 years, I'm free!
And there's an entire backstory involving these two that we're going to get into later on, but we'll save that for later. For now, let's talk about the fact that Grimm's ancestor used people fertilizer. So it's monstrous that Cronin would murder his own children to throw them into the ground so that any magic within them would seep into the planet, which, now that I think about it, is kind of similar to the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy 2.
I wanted to do this together. But I suppose you'll have to learn by spending the next 1,000 years as a battery.
Is there a single original idea in this book series? So I guess Lark was just buried in a box on the Nightshade Newlands. That is unconfirmed. I'm actually not sure where she was buried. I think it might get answered later on. I think it is the Nightshade Newlands, but that doesn't really make... I don't think that works within a timeline, because I'm not sure when precisely Nightshade was kicked off. So I guess Cronin just couldn't keep up with the infanticide after a little while and just buried Lark instead. And we do get confirmation later on the box she was buried in was shade-made, which is supposed to restrict magical power, except now it can drain and expel it. Because if she is supposed to be an otherwise infinite source of magic for the Nightshade Newlands, then her power has to seep out of the box and into the ground around it. Otherwise, it's just getting stuck in the box and not going anywhere. Which means that Shade-Made can now not only dampen magic, but extract it, which is an entirely different process. And again, Shade-Made just does whatever the plot needs it to. But of course, if she is in fact in a box and then buried who knows how deep underground for apparently millennia, what the hell is she doing to stay alive? Because if she doesn't actually need to gather energy from anything, she doesn't need to eat or gain nutrients from the sun or whatever the hell she's supposed to do, then that must mean that she herself is a source of infinite magic, which raises so many questions about her origins. Not questions that cannot be answered, but questions that probably will never get answered. You would almost wonder why they would need the heart egg in the first place, because assuming that Cronin and Horus are of similar magical prowess and they are themselves basically infinite in magical prowess, then why would they need the heart egg in the first place? See, the real problem that Aster is setting for herself now is that Lark is being set on a very high pedestal. She is going to be, obviously an antagonist. She's very predatory and very antagonistic in her approach and her dialogue here. Totally fine, except the stakes are now so impossibly high that it doesn't seem feasible that anyone could actually beat her. And oh my god, when you see what that all leads to, it's the worst climax of the series thus far. It is impressively convoluted. I cannot stress enough how bad a job Aster did in writing the final battle of this book. But the conversation between Isla and Lark continues. Lark declares that Cronin must be back in the world from which the two of them came, because he used the Nightshade portal in order to get there. And he was able to survive the apparently deadly trip because he drained so much of Lark's power that he was able to use his flare to rip a hole in the world to the next. Now, how Lark knew that when she was supposedly imprisoned in a shade-made coffin and buried who knows how deep underground, maybe she's had spies on the surface, or maybe she's been poking around for a little bit. That's speculation, but whatever for now. And Lark is certain that Cronin is, in some way or form, still alive. How do you know he wasn't killed? Lark tilted her head at her. His curses have survived. They were each bound to his blood. They would have died with him. His curses. And this is indirect. I'm assuming that she means the Nexus curse, which binds all of the citizens of the realms to their rulers. And this sort of falls in line with what's revealed about the Nexus curse in Nightbane, because it just says that one of Oro's ancestors had a Nightshade create a series of curses called Nexus, designed to keep the people weak, and it at the same time established the origin line so that only Oro's line would be born with more than one ability. Why Cronin would create a curse that specific and that beneficial to the Sunlings, I don't know, because Cronin's not presented as a good person. Kinda selfish with the whole murdering his own children thing. But there is the question, why would Lark bother telling Isla about any of this when apparently she doesn't need Isla? Well, her voice was emotionless. I planned to kill you too, but you might be more useful to me alive. You have access to all the realm's power. She looked as if she could see through her. The heart of Lightlark has marked you. I can feel its energy. I need its power to create a new world. You will help me find it.
Did anybody see my St. Anthony's medal?
Isn't he the patron saint of missing things?
Yeah, I can't find him.
And I'm a little confused about the way that this is framed, because she has access to all the realm's power, even though it's never been shown that she actually has access. The only reason she has any sort of assumed access is because Oro's in love with her for some reason, and that feeds a power bridge with all of the other magic sets that, well, Isla should have access to because of the bond maker, but whatever. All of the small details in this series are so minute, and the fact that Aster doesn't spend any decent amount of time detailing what's going on, it's very easy to forget small things, or oftentimes even big things when they happen. When I first got to this part, I was like, I thought Isla absorbed the heart egg thing. What do you mean you need her to help you find it? Just pluck out her heart or whatever. Well, it turns out in a blink and you miss it sentence at the very end of Lightlark, the heart egg gets dropped somehow when Isla stabs Aurora in the chest. So it's somewhere in a chasm under the Wild Isle, I suppose, assuming it doesn't teleport anywhere. And given its history of moving around, apparently it can do that. The question now is, do we have to wait another 100 years for it to show up? Because that seemed to be one of the rules about how the heart egg would manifest. But the only consistency about this series and its magic systems is the inconsistencies, so Isla's probably going to order breakfast one day and discover it's right there on her plate. Now, Isla takes this offer and says that she'll never help Lark. I don't care if you're my blood. And Lark responds with, You're so lonely, I can see it all over your face. You're alone in this world. You're a traitor everywhere. And my question is, how the hell do you know that? Because we're never given a direct answer about this. There's an implied answer that we get later on, possibly two, but that is murky at best. The problem with a lot of this is Aster didn't think in terms of linear build. When you're doing a big, chunky reveal like this, you've got to think about not just the immediate moment you're thinking of, you've got to establish a full-on timeline for everything, for when Lark was initially imprisoned, to how she somehow escaped, and everything that she's been doing ever since. Aster did not do that, and I can prove it, but I'm going to have to save that for later. And building that sort of a timeline is vital because it breathes that much more life into your story and it makes it feel that much more lived in. If it feels like everything just happened off page and a month's worth of work, or what should be a month's worth of work, is done in a couple of hours, it doesn't really feel that believable. So you need that realism in order to make the experience more immersive for the reader. And the fact that there isn't even a clear timeline of how Lark has been operating, and again, I can prove that, just makes this whole thing feel that much more muddled. Now, Lark makes Isla an offer and states that she can give her life, and seems to understand that Isla is dealing with an ambiguously limited timeline. But because the exposition dump is done, Isla doesn't really give Lark an answer, and uses her Skyer somehow, and leaves. Really just drilling a tunnel in the ground and racing up. It's very vaguely described, and I don't know precisely what she's meant to be doing here, flying or running or whatever. But as soon as she surfaces, she realizes she's surrounded by the Nightshade army. Lots of armored soldiers all around her, and then she looks at them again. Turns out it's not Grimm's army, it's something worse. One of the warriors goes to skewer her, so she uses her starling abilities to form a sword and cuts the soldier's hand off, and there's no blood or anything. It just falls dry and bloodless to the ground. It turns out that Lark's entire army is made up of zombies. Now, the term zombie is never actually used in the book. In fact, they're never even called undead. They're all just bloodless.
Zombies, who say that?
Not really that engaging of a name, but whatever. It could certainly do worse. It's kind of weird that Lark made that offer to Isla about maybe being able to use her to find the heart egg, and then as soon as Isla surfaced, Lark's undead army attempts to murder her. Now, even though this is an undead army, they don't feel pain, they don't suffer a lot of the normal restraints of logistics like food and supplies, and they don't suffer any loss of stamina, Isla's able to conquer a significant portion of them very, very easily. And Grimm's army shows up as backup, but they're superfluous. Her arms flung out, and from her fingers, silver sparks exploded, smothering the world, rippling, targeting only the bloodless soldiers. They fell into shards, breaking until they were nothing but indistinguishable pieces. Grimm's army stopped, looked up at her, and they started to run, fleeing as if she was the enemy about to strike them down. She found herself smiling. That was what they expected. They hated her. She found herself wondering if she should do it, wondering if she should give in to that rage, that revenge, especially the cowards who ran when there was a battle right in front of them. In the end, she let them flee, let them fear her. Some remained. They stood firm in their places. She nodded down to them. Then she threw her arm out, and shadows formed a tidal wave, washing over the entire army, swallowing only the ones who didn't bleed.
Why don't you just take my blood?
So this not only makes Isla look entirely too powerful, but it makes Grimm's army look like it's almost entirely made out of cowards. I mean, these guys saw Isla engaging the undead and ran away from her? Rumor and speculation can hurt troop morale, but she's basically a one-woman super weapon against the undead. Why are they running away from her? Like, in the moment, it doesn't send a good image of this army. Now, the only advantage that Lark's undead army has is their numbers. There are, according to the prose here, thousands of them. Mile after mile of warriors marching as one. And there are millennia worth of dead risen, which raises the question, how does death work in this world again? This is not the first time I've wondered, how are we supposed to interpret the standard length of a life here? Rulers have been confirmed to have extended lives. Multiple of them are more than 5 centuries old. But what about the average citizens? Because the way that everything was set up, I thought everyone had an extended life. If that's the case, why are there so many graveyards full of dead people to be harvested for this undead army? And we'll ignore for now that most of these people should just be little more than skeletons, and even to an extent, they shouldn't even be skeletons. But how often do people actually die? How plentiful are the populations? These are questions that Aster never really considered, and we don't have any world building to back up or really understand when you start asking questions yourself. So this doesn't feel like an inevitable consequence of just the way the world works. This feels more like a, well, I guess that's how it works sort of a thing that's supposed to act as more of a, not an explanation, but an amendment to our understanding of the world. See, something like this should have been a big moment. Like, she can raise these undead minions, and someone has been raiding graveyards. Obviously, it's been Lark or agents working on her behalf. So it should come at no surprise of, oh, she's been buried for millennia. She's got millennia's worth of graveyards to go through and find bodies to pillage. But again, because Aster is only invested in the spectacle of the moment, she doesn't consider the weight of the moment. The weight is what gives it lasting power. It's like putting a really impressive paint job on a Model T with all of its original parts. Yeah, it might look pretty cool. You're not gonna break any land speed records. Hell, you're gonna be outpaced by some people on bikes. Anyway, Isla kills a few more undead when she runs into Grimm, and she tells him everything about Lark, about how she's apparently literally immortal. And I've got a bit of a question with how this is supposed to work, because the two of them start fighting alongside each other, and they've already been assessing the situation. Grimm had been right. The recent deaths, it hadn't been her. It had been something far worse. This army, it falls only to rise again. Even with limbs missing, even with their heads missing. I know, hundreds of people are dead. Then her army will only grow. Yeah, except like 2 pages ago, Isla was splintering them into dust. Like, is this to say that even when they've been dusted, these soldiers come back from the dead? Like, just get some malformed lump of soot just marching along the plains? Because I don't know, in terms of like defeating an undead army, disintegration seems like the way to go. But like everything else in this book, that's inconclusive and unknowable, so they just start fighting. They landed in another village, and she started to fight with a shimmering star blade formed from energy. Everything in her path died. Over and over and over she fought, blinded by purpose and rage. She used every ability in her arsenal, and when one was snuffed out, sapped to the dregs, she reached for another and another. She fought and depleted her power until it was just a whisper, and then she used her swords. Okay, so the way that I interpret this is not that Isla pulls from like one core mana pool within herself. She seems to have multiple pools. Like, she's got a mana pool for the Starling abilities and the Wildling and the Sunling and all that stuff. Is that how it's supposed to work? Like, she runs out of a caliber of ammunition, so she just switches to another gun that uses a different caliber? I'm not saying that that's a bad way to set it up, but I am curious, why are we only getting this explanation in the 3rd book? Because from everything that we've seen, it sounds like it would make more sense if everything was just pooled inside of one giant mana pool that she had to siphon from, which was tied in with her stamina. You'd think she'd be able to recover everything with just like one long rest. So Isla and Grimm conclude that Lark has an endless army, one that cannot really be stopped, even though it seems ridiculously easy that they should be able to stop it, but whatever. So they abandon the Nightshade army. Grimm portals Isla to her room so she can get her star stick, and she wants to go to the Wildling Keep, but again, there's another confusing way how the star stick works, and she instead portals to the blacksmith, who says that he's calling in his favor early, which indicates that he can somehow intercept the puddle of stars? I didn't think the star stick could work that way, but whatever. Anyway, he's calling in his favor early because he knows about Lark, and he's confident that she is on her way to see him soon. No idea why she hasn't visited him up to this point, but I can only conclude that the reason she didn't is because if she did, the story wouldn't play out the way that Aster wants it to. Which, of course, leads to so many questions about the blacksmith's motivation. See, the big question being, if he knew that Lark was on the way or was any sort of a threat, why didn't he take any action to try to help to warn the world? Yes, I'm sure that the immediate defense is going to be, oh, well, what could he possibly do? Literally anything. If he had lifted a goddamn finger to say, hey, by the way, this is a thing we should be worried about, maybe we should take some sort of steps, or reach out to someone who could do something to stop her. Any sort of preparation, any sort of reaction to the signs that she was returning, like the raiding of the graveyards, the death of the Nightbanes. He could have said, that's Lark doing her thing, you might want to prep for it. If Mecha Genghis Khan came back and raised an army with the expressed intent of taking over the world and killing everyone who opposed him, and someone knew about it and didn't tell anybody, I think we deserve to be pissed off at that guy. But again, all of this comes down to the fact that the plot is more important in Aster's eyes than the characters. She values her dumbass twists far more than the character agency of anyone in this book, and it is, I hope at this point, painfully obvious to even her fans. Because seriously, someone give me a defense for why the blacksmith made this dumbass move. There's some sort of a hint that he was following prophecy as indicated on the next page. That is the way that it's presented, it is a very loose interpretation of things, to which I call bullshit. Just take some sort of steps. Even if he cannot reinforce her bindings or something, he can do something to warn people, because several villages have been wiped out by this point. Hundreds of people are dead because he didn't want to give a heads up. And this whole following prophecy nonsense, because even the augur is guilty of this as well, this has led to the unnecessary deaths of so many people in this series so far. Look, it's maddening, and the in-universe explanations, whenever we get one, is always, oh, I couldn't do that, as the prophecy said no, and I'd get my hand swatted. Even though, by supposedly following the prophecy, in other words, following the plot line that Aster lined out, it always leads to disaster and a lot of death. The blacksmith is not a good person. Look, anyone who wanted to use the blacksmith as an example of a good person in this series, no, this is evidence that he is an asshole. People are dead because he kept his mouth shut.
Twitch live, people died.
No, stop that.
Oh, but it's okay because he has been working on a special surprise for Isla. And I've made you something else. He unveiled what he had been working on for months. A suit of armor. A breastplate fitted exactly to her measurements by the look of it, and crafted from the thinnest metal imaginable. Sleeves of tightly woven chainmail and boots of leather and metal. Pants of the same material. The metal was a sparkling silver with roses painted into the wrist plates. It glimmered beneath the light. Shade made. This was what had been keeping him busy. Why? She asked, in awe of the beauty of his craft. You will need it. To fight Lark? He nodded. For that, and so much more. And again, he's claiming that he's following prophecy and understanding what's happening here, which, whatever for now. Can we talk about the fact that he just made her armor made out of Shade Maid, which would be great for anyone who couldn't use powers, but Isla can use all 6 flavors of magic, except now she's wearing armor that should necessarily cancel that. And yet, as we will see later on, it won't, because Shade Maid does whatever the plot needs it to. But no, Crimson, it's okay, because the blacksmith must have enchanted the Shade Maid so that it could actually allow her to still use her magic. Then what good would it do against Lark? I don't know. If this worked out the way that it should, then Isla should be able to bear hug Lark into submission and then just, like, when her powers are deactivated, stab her in the neck. It would be so goddamn funny if that was the actual solution. It's not. The actual fight is infinitely dumber. But with this gift comes Isla's promise to finally kill the blacksmith, and we get this heartfelt moment. You see, the blacksmith says that he can't really be killed, but not by anyone other than Isla, but he can be compelled, and his skills might be abused by someone else like they have been for millennia, and he doesn't want to fall victim to Lark's machinations and help her destroy the world. Isla shook her head. "But I might need you," she said, tears sweeping down her cheeks. I might need you to help me save it." The blacksmith paused, then smiled. "You have always had everything you needed." He handed her one of the daggers from her armor. It was sharp and efficient, perfect for just this task. "Now make it quick, Wildling." She gripped the hilt, hesitated. "Your name," she said. "What is your name?" She had never asked before. He squinted, his eyes glazed over, as if seeing past her to another life, another world. I don't remember," he said softly. His gaze focused again as he looked to the door. "She's almost here. Now, Wildling." Isla struck. Just before the metal touched his skin, his hand curled around the blade. "I remember now," he said quickly. "Farrar. My name is Farrar." He let her go. And then Isla stabs him in the heart, and that's enough to kill him.
And Kyle, Happy Easter.
Happy Easter, Jesus.
And this is supposed to be a really heartfelt moment. Isla has just killed someone who, except for their introduction, was an ally who never did anything against her. Until you actually understand how little you as a reader understand about the blacksmith, and how little Isla must understand about the blacksmith, and how very shallow this relationship really was. You see, what Aster is going for here is trying to show the cost of this battle. This is such an important moment that Isla has to kill even an ally, a very useful one at that, because if he falls into enemy hands, who knows what Lark could manipulate him into doing.
Calm down. We'll be all right.
Except for one core problem. The blacksmith's not a character, not really. Dropping this moment of his actual name at the last minute is so ham-fisted, so saccharine, that it doesn't really resonate to us on a deeper level. It is, in my view, not even surface level. No, you want this moment done right, you gotta go to something like Scrubs. Now, ever since episode 1, you had the animosity between the protagonist character, JD, and the janitor.
Maybe there's a penny stuck in there.
Why a penny?
I don't know.
Did you stick a penny in there?
No, I was just making small talk.
If I find a penny in there, I'm taking you down.
And this lasted for multiple seasons. It was always great. It was, most of the jokes landed very effectively with the janitor just kind of being a dick for the sake of being a dick, and JD being naive enough to fall for a number of his ploys.
What are you doing? It's been 4 years. How do you not get how this works?
And so we have this very effectively built up relationship between the two of them over the 8 seasons of the show. There was no 9th season, what are you talking about? But after years of their confrontations going back and forth, this long relationship between the two of them, JD finally asks the janitor what his name is, and we get this scene.
And that'll do it. Nice knowing you, John Dorian.
It was nice knowing you too. What is your name?
Glenn Matthews.
Well, that was easy.
And see, that actually means something, and I think it works on 2 levels, because 1, the audience was in the same boat as JD, so we knew the janitor must have a name. So when JD finally asks the janitor what his name is, it is the conclusion of a years-long mystery, one that the audience was involved in. And at the same time, it works because we have this as a follow-up joke.
Well then, so long, Glenn Matthews.
So long. Hey, Tommy. What's up?
And I think that works because it shows how inconsequential the janitor is viewed within the hospital, thus proving the point that he did in fact have a name the whole time, and no one bothered to ask it. And if anyone's curious, apparently it's been confirmed by the series creator, the janitor's name canonically is Glenn Matthews. And so we've got multiple layers working here. We've got the culmination of the relationship between JD and the janitor. We have the years-long mystery wrapped up. We've got a core aspect of the janitor's identity of him just being a background character and not really important in the larger scheme at a hospital, or rather the perception of that. The blacksmith does not have that kind of layering. In fact, considering how bad the nomenclature of everything else in this book has been, forget that, the series has been, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Aster came up with the blacksmith's name on the spot. It was a hollow, unearned moment. We as readers didn't really think about the blacksmith having a name. He could have just been the blacksmith the entire run of the series. And that would have worked just fine because that's really all he was. He wasn't a character deeper than that. The janitor in Scrubs had all sorts of misadventures and personality tics attached to him. The man stuffs squirrels and then commands them like an army.
Fellas, I'd like you all to meet Kyle. Welcome him. Treat him as a brother. You'll enjoy it here. Any complaints? Go to Dwayne.
But outside of blacksmithing, can any of you name one aspect of his character? Hell, I just said it a few minutes ago. Can any of you remember his name? So no, this isn't the death of a longtime friend. This is barely even another character getting written out. This is just a loose end being tied up, at best. This is the worst kind of rush job because Aster is trying to make us care about a character who doesn't have a definable personality. It's possible to write a character in only a few pages and have people care about them, but they've got to be able to relate on some level. They got to be able to empathize with their plight. It's why you don't really feel that bad for the person running from the spy in the prologue of a book. It sucks. You don't feel good about it, but it's like, oh no, John Doe's dead. But you can relate to the beleaguered teacher who is finally able to take some time to watch a baseball game with his son, at long last, unknowing that he's walking into the path of a monster. Hell, Steve Alton does that all the time. He'll introduce a tertiary character for like a page or two, and you don't know if that character is going to die or not. You get the briefest of backstories, but it's just enough to make you think, I hope you don't die, which is made even better by the fact that he doesn't always kill those characters, so you don't actually know which direction things are going to go. Anyway, so Isla finally uses the star stick correctly, and she teleports to the Wildling stronghold. And for some reason, Isla wonders if Lark would spare her own people, even though she said she was going to murder everyone. The Wildlings are included in everyone. Even Tara and Poppy have been released, and they're helping the wounded. And Isla's worried about how the Wildlings are going to perceive her now that Lark is actually alive and is, by the wacky rules of this world, the rightful ruler of the Wildlings. And then we get this dumbass line. And Isla? Beyond breaking the curses, she hadn't given her people much reason to be loyal to her. In a way, she's right, because she has done nothing to actually rule her people. She's done some things to support them, like bargained with the Sunlings to get Enya to help oversee the development of agriculture and to make sure that people don't starve. She's gotten them to, well, she's offered safe haven on Lark. They all sided with the Nightshades for some reason, and we still don't actually know what that is. And she's gone to war for the safety of the Wildlings. But to say that she hasn't given her people much reason to be loyal to her, she saved the planet. She stopped a centuries-long curse that was affecting everyone and was forcing the Wildlings to eat hearts. It's like, beyond breaking the curses, like, how high is this bar? Oh, yeah, that's Jane. I mean, she just cured cancer, but outside of that, we don't really have much reason to respect her. I mean, Major Rackham in Ender's Game? Oh, all he did was blow up, like, one ship. Bruce Willis's character in Armageddon, all he did was blow up a rock. Tony Stark, the only thing he did was snap his fingers. Frodo tossed a piece of jewelry into a volcano. But yeah, you know, aside from all those little things, what have those characters ever done to earn any kind of respect from the people around them? Damn it, this is stupid. And yet, we've seen minimal effort on Isla actually doing any kind of governing. This feels more like the author's fault because the author forgot to have Isla rule her people. Now, Grimm joins Isla in talking with the Wildlings, and Grimm says that if they have any dead, they need to burn them. Dig up any other grave sites and burn the bones as well, suggesting that there is in fact a way to stop the zombies from either forming or reforming after death, like after zombified death. So Lark's army is in fact finite, stop talking like it's not. But then Isla starts to figure something out. She remembers some stuff that was mentioned in Lark, and this creates an impressively stupid plot hole. Like, I almost gave Aster credit for creating a little plot seed that, you know, started in this and came to fruition in this, but oh my god, does she screw it up. You see, Isla thinks back to a conversation that she had with Oro back in Lark. It was at that moment that she remembered something Oro had said back at the Centennial. He had said that Grimm was the only thing standing between them and a greater darkness. And Grimm confirms that he did in fact know that Lark was buried there the whole time, and he actually told Oro at the start of the Centennial. And so it turns out that both Grimm and Oro kept the secret about Lark being alive away from Isla the whole time. I told Oro at the Centennial before the trial started, so he wouldn't try to kill you. He knew your death wouldn't fulfill the Centennial prophecy. It wouldn't end your familial line. It was also a way to prevent him from trying to kill me. My line's power trapped her. Only my power can release her. Upon my death, she would have been freed. Which sounds fine, until you remember what happened in Lark. You see, in Chapter 52, Prophecy, Isla and Oro are talking about the conclusion of the prophecy because they found the heart egg, but that's not enough. They also need to end a ruling line. And Oro strongly pushes that she kill Nightshade because Oro originally told her that Grimm was the only thing standing between them and a greater danger. And I did like that little nugget of information, and we do get the conclusion that it was in fact Lark, which is cool. I like that Aster had the patience to plant something like this early in the series and then come to fruition 2 books later. That shows patience. That shows restraint. That's awesome. It's still a massive goddamn plot hole. Because Oro says that that was true until they found the heart egg. So now they can in fact kill Grimm, and he pushes for Grimm, for the Nightshades to be the realm that's wiped out, which would release Lark. And Oro's apparently aware of this. So my assumption, and this is me trying to steelman the situation, is that Oro, mistakenly, thought they'd be able to hold onto the heart egg and then use that to fight Lark. Whether or not he'd actually be able to do that is very speculative, and whether or not that was actually the intent is entirely speculative. The problem is, by killing Grimm, supposedly, that would have released Lark, and that was what Oro's understanding of the situation was. So, for him to then foolishly try to argue that they kill Grimm as part of the prophecy, that would have released Lark and created this horrible mess that they would have to contend with later on. So, the question then becomes, did he actually understand what he was talking about with Lark supposedly being the greater threat that they would have to contend with? Again, at best, it makes him look very foolish. And speaking of foolish, there's the reason why they couldn't tell Isla about this. Grim tried to take her hands, but she wrested them away. He frowned. Many of our histories have been buried, but Oro knew that Lark had been just as ruthless as Cronin. She killed thousands to form the land. She made it from their bones. Freeing her would mean the end of the world, and we both knew it. He studied her. That is why you couldn't know. She's your family. She's part of your realm. We thought you might one day be compelled to visit her. Free her. She can only be released with Myline's power, and she had access to it. So the reason why they didn't tell Isla is because she's too fucking stupid. And considering how Isla's bulletproof mentality through this whole series has been, oh yeah, I can scale this castle wall without any actual real effort or safety measurements on my end. Yeah, I can take on these impressively stupid tasks that should get me killed, even though my death means the supposed end of my bloodline and the death of my realm. Oh yeah, I can pee on the third rail and it won't kill me, that's fine. But there's another thing that Isla finally realizes from Lark being around. The way magic works in this world. Power in bloodlines was shared. It meant Isla's ability, as vast as it was now, was limited by Lark's existence. I don't like the way that this is written because it sounds like now that Lark is awake, Isla's power is limited, but given the way that magic should work, by basic properties of that's how everything works, Lark simply being alive would have been enough to limit Isla's powers. Like, do all Wildling rulers just draw from the same mana pool, or what? Because this is just another in a long list of questions that we've got about how magic is supposed to work, and none of it makes sense. So what this really means is that if Isla ever actually kills Lark, Isla's power level should shoot up immensely because now all of that shared magic is going to go straight to her. And you thought she was overpowered before.
Oh, it's like that? Okay, we're not friends.
So, whatever the story with Lark really is, she is immensely powerful, and Isla's multiple attempts to kill her ended in failure. So, she concludes that Lark cannot be killed, and her army is endless, even though, by evidence, no it's not, but whatever. And so, Isla comes up with the following conclusion. Nothing in this world can stop her, Isla said, so we need to send her to another one. Grim's eyes narrowed as the meaning of her words came clear. The portal. She nodded. We need to open the portal on Nightshade and send her through, then close it behind her. Grim shook his head. We don't know how to do that. He was right, but she knew where she could find that information. The Prophet's book had pages missing, containing information on how to open and close portals. If it exists, it's on Lightlark. Now, I have no idea how she came to that conclusion. I'm not saying there is no indication that this is true, but if it is, it's only a sentence long. So Isla takes the tooth from her pocket that now has a complete tracking skyre on it that I guess she figured out off page, and she's going to use that to try to find where the missing Prophet pages are, because I guess the blood, like the words being written in his blood, is enough for her to track it, even though that doesn't really make a lot of sense because teeth and blood are different, but whatever. Very poorly defined magic, and she's going to have to do this alone because Grim needs to stay behind to defend people. So she uses Grim's portaling ability and portals herself to Lightlark. Now, I forgot to mention this earlier because there's a lot going on here, but before all of the what do you mean you knew about Lark the whole time conversation, Isla gave her star stick to Ren so that she could use the portal to portal people away in the event that Lark shows up whilst Isla is off adventuring elsewhere, which will result in a very confusing scene later on, but whatever, you just need to know that's established for now. Isla does not have her star stick. So what's remarkable and something you really got to appreciate about how bad the pacing in this book is, everything that I just finished explaining, everything in this entire exposition-heavy chunk of the review has been one chapter. Everything I just revealed, starting from right after Lark's reveal, about this many pages, like 18 pages here, all a single chapter. And that gives you an idea of how incredibly rushed the pacing in this book is. There is no time for anything to sink in. There is no time to allow anything to percolate for the reader. You just got to keep going and going and going and going. And that is a terrible writing style because there's no permanence. There's no time to sit back and appreciate the moment. There's no time for characters to develop or have conversations or anything. It's so rushed. And because of that, nothing has staying power. A good portion of the reason why I can keep track of any of this as much as I can is because of all the notes that I took. But for the average reader, once you're done with this book, it is entirely forgettable. So, Isla fucks off back to Lark, where she's hunting for the pages. Specifically, she's on the Sun Isle, and she's following the indications of the skyre-marked tooth in her pocket by the way that it heats up as she moves. It's literally a game of hot and cold. The only problem is the degree to which it's heating up, because this sounds really haphazard. She walks to a massive, ornate gold gate. Apparently it's about a little over 100 feet tall, so, you know, ridiculously wasteful of resources, but considering what they did with a shade-made prison. And then we get this. She took a step forward, and the tooth in her pocket nearly seared into her flesh through the fabric. Its message was clear. The prophet's blood-inked pages were on the other side. So the tooth is heating up to the point where it almost sears flesh, and here's the weird part. She's still about a day's walk away from the actual pages. How hot is that tooth going to... Like, if heat is the measurement that it uses for proximity, how hot is it going to get when she is still hours away by foot? Now, she's at the front of this massive gate, and she does what she can to try to open it up, but nothing really works. She uses what little magic she still has, pulling at what meager threads she thinks she can feel, and nothing. The gate is sealed in such a way that even she can't break into it, and it looks like she's out of options until the other one shows up. And he doesn't approach her with any sort of loving gaze or affectionate smile. He brings a knife to her throat and says, "I should really kill you." And it's not in reaction to anything that she's actually done, because apparently there was an attack along a coastal guard. 20 warriors were murdered. Witnesses that somehow survived claimed that it was Isla who did it, and by now we know that it's actually Lark doing this. So Lark has somehow already made a presence on Lark, even though she doesn't have any access to portaling abilities and was landlocked on Nightshade Newlands. Now the big question asked here is, how did Lark get to the mainland so soon? Isla cannot have spent more than a couple of hours wandering the Sun Isle, at least that's what it feels like, and yet Lark has made enough of a presence that she's murdered several coastal guards, and word about the attack has spread to Oro at least. Well, I'm jumping ahead a little bit because this story is told so patchwork, but Ren is dead. We get a scene much later on where Ren attacks Isla, and we'll get to that later on. But obviously, Lark found and murdered Ren, and then stole the Star Stick, and is using that to portal around. Which, in and of itself, is a problem, because Lark was given strict orders to teleport everybody to the Wildling Newland. Why wasn't she there? We don't have any kind of a precise measurement for how far away the Nightshade Newlands are from the Wildling Newlands, so even if Lark was able to commandeer a boat somehow, it would take her days at the very least to go from point A to point B. The only answer that makes sense is that Ren somehow, for some reason, stayed back on the Nightshade Newlands in order to fight Lark, and in doing so, clearly lost, and that's how Lark was able to get the Star Stick and how she's able to teleport around and why she's on Lark, which is screamingly stupid. What gave Ren like the faintest idea that she could have faced Lark in combat. You see, this is, again, Aster putting the plot before the characters take a shot. Ren had no reason to stay behind and do anything with Lark. The only reason Ren did this is because Aster needed Lark to have the Star Stick so that later scenes can make sense and Lark can be more of a threat. Because if we're talking full-scale evacuation, everybody just uprooting and leaving, Lark would have been effectively stuck on the Nightshade Newlands. It would have sucked. You would have had a lot of people lose their homes and livelihoods, and a lot of problems with refugees in other locations, but Lark would have been so isolated on the Nightshade Newlands that the only possible escape would be if she somehow built a boat. Lark would have been so isolated on the Nightshade Newlands that the time it takes her to come up with an escape would have been time that the heroes could have used to try to come up with a plan to stop her permanently. You see, when you're plotting your story, you'll occasionally come to a moment where you need this to happen, but you don't have anything set up beforehand for it to make sense. You need character A to drop a MacGuffin, and the villain gets it. Aster disregards character agency, so the villain gets the MacGuffin in the dumbest way possible. And sometimes the best solution in that scenario is not to just carry through and hope nobody cares. It's to back up several more steps to see if you can somehow rewrite the plot line in a way that makes more sense. How can you really get from A to B to C to D in order for the plot to carry through the way that you need it to, so that this final MacGuffin step can really work? There are a few problems in writing that cannot be solved by going back several scenes and rethinking your approach to them. Anyway, Isla explains her side of things, explains that Lark is active again and that she is a major threat, and explains that there's a portal on Nightshade and there might be a way to stop Lark and seal the portal, but Isla needs to get through this gate. And this little area, this massive gate, is something that is on the map and was on the map in Nightbane. So, okay, this was something that Aster has planned for a little bit. That's good. The execution is sloppy as hell, but you expected that by now. And Oro agrees to help Isla get to the other side of the gate, but he's got to explain some of it first. You should know, there's a reason only my bloodline is allowed inside. Why? Apart from holding our greatest enchantments, it has some of our harshest temperatures. Even sunlings could die in the heat. And power can't be used on the other side? He looked over her as he approached the gates. It can, but the elements can be stronger than our abilities. They can weaken us, drain us. So why have it at all? Heat brings us strength, if you know how to use it. My ancestors used to come here to gorge on power. When I came of age and mastered my sunling abilities, I was locked here for a week to prove I was worthy of our line. And he opens it by running his hand down some of the metal on the gate, and there's a gold thorn which cuts open his palm. Blood starts to drain down onto the gate, and that's what opens it. Which, when you think about it, is a massive oversight and security, because all someone has to do is steal the blood of someone of his lineage, but whatever for now. Something that would be easily shed in combat, and Grimm may have actually been able to steal some of it. Had he the intent, he would have been able to steal some of it in the last bat, but whatever. The question then becomes, what are the logistics of the pages getting inside this area in the first place? Because the gates are protecting a massive desert, like one that takes, again, hours to cross on foot, which is something that would have been very easily traversed if Isla had actually maintained the Star Stick and looped Oro in how to use it so they could go to the temple that they're looking for at the end of this thing, but whatever for now. But you really got to question, how did anyone who had stolen the pages in the first place get them to the temple at all? Because if it requires the blood of someone from Oro's lineage to get in, then someone from Oro's lineage must have been able to get them inside, again, outside of portaling abilities, and we don't know how well that would actually be affected by the heat inside. But you know by now, Aster doesn't consider logistics when she writes these scenes. So, Oro leads the way into the desert, and it is just blank empty sand and incredible oppressive heat, which really seems like a waste of space considering how small the island must actually be, because if any of this is actually drawn to scale, Lark is ridiculously small. Now, even though Oro could fly the both of them and make this entire trial a pittance, they don't because of the following scene that Aster really wants to write. So instead, the two of them have to trudge along the desert sands, dealing with the intense heat the entire way, which leads Isla to a particular solution. Hours later, it felt like she was steaming in her clothes. She started peeling layers off, starting with her shirt. Oro didn't look at her as she took it off, tying it around her shoulders to protect them from the burn. Next was her tank top, which had stuck to her body like a second skin. Soon, she was only in her pants and the fabric she wore around her chest. Her daggers were heavy against her legs, weighing her down. She treasured each of them, but one by one, she began discarding them until only one dagger remained.
What's this? I said take only what you need to survive.
It's my industrial strength hairdryer, and I can't live without it!
You know, her daggers, like, all combined cannot weigh more than, like, 5 pounds. And even if that is how much it weighs, she's wearing a shit ton of daggers. So getting rid of all of them all at once just feels odd, but whatever. She's down to a single dagger, that's the important part. Now, they don't have just the heat and the distance to contend with in this desert. There's also a storm that's circling around, and eventually it catches up to them. So Isla takes the one diamond that she had from Azul, the one that she was going to imbue the portal storm into after she dropped the ring, but never got around to. So she takes that diamond, like, siphons some of the power of the storm, and captures that inside the diamond. Now, what good is that going to do? Is it just going to be some plot convenient nonsense that she just somehow knew she was going to need later on? Looking back, it really reads like that because I don't know why she would have captured this in the first place unless she knew she was going to have to use the desert magic later on. And even then, the way she uses it is just very much a disappointment. But that doesn't dissipate the storm. It's still present and still dangerous. So Oro leads her to a cave where it's still so hot that she strips the rest of her clothes off. And then Oro follows suit, and now the two of them are sitting naked in a cave together. What sort of wacky sitcom hijinks will this lead to? Well, if you were assuming tawdry sex appeal, then you are correct, because Oro starts using his moonling magic to cool himself and Isla down, and she gives the line, "It feels so good when you touch me." Now we get the two of them in this sensual moment. Isla keeps guiding Oro's hand around on her, and he says, "I think you inhaled too much sand in the storm. Its power can heighten senses and emotions."
Yes! Pure cocaine running through my veins.
See, that's not the storm you gotta worry about. You really gotta worry about the fentanyl hurricanes. And with everything settling down, Isla tries to get some sleep, and she dreams of the night before the battle. And this next chapter is just a flashback of her and Oro spending time together before Grimm's ill-fated, stupid, needless attack on Lark. And I like to consider this damage control, because up until this point, it's been so screamingly obvious that Aster is shipping Isla and Grimm, that Oro is not even a part of any sort of a love triangle. There is no love triangle, not really. So she's doing what she can in order to give Oro a bit of retroactive characterization. It doesn't work. Now, to understand where Isla's headspace was in the night before the battle, we actually have to go back to the night before the battle in Nightbane, specifically in the chapter Portal. And we can safely go to here because the following chapter says that it's the morning of the battle. So in the chapter Portal, Isla is beating herself up because she had been tricked into opening the portal on the Wild Isle. We even get the line, "He deserved so much better, Enya was right." So there's a lot of self-loathing in this moment. There's a lot of regret. And while you can still play with something romantically with that, that's not what Aster does. Isla had surprised Oro in his chambers. The following day, everything would change. She wanted a piece of happiness, a slice of summer, something to hold on to during the bloodshed. So she had put on a red dress that molded against her every inch. And now she waited. Isla felt his heat before she saw him, a radiance that nearly brought her to her knees. And then he was filling the door and staring at her, and she wasn't sure he was breathing. He had gone still, fingers still curled around the door's handle. She smiled, pleased. "I take it you like it." Her voice was a rasp she almost didn't recognize. His own was strained. "If by like you mean I want to tear it to shreds with my teeth, then yes, I like it very much." Edible clothing aside, I don't see Isla being in the same headspace as she was in Nightbane. Because even going before Portal in Nightbane, Isla is worried that Oro must hate her because prior to this, in this book, she had summoned Grimm. She keeps making all these haphazard decisions on her own that actually make Oro's life and decisions that much harder. Then she goes and she opens up the portal, she loses her fight against Terra, she gets another flashback, and this is the flashback of Grimm saying goodbye, so she's got that anguish going for her as well. I do not believe for a second that Isla would have been in the headspace where she says, "I want to put on this red little nothing and try to seduce the king." Now, can she do that so that she tries to feel a sense of control in the moment so that she can do something right for a change? Yes, absolutely. That's not what happens. In fact, what does happen is he melts it off of her, again, at her request.
And this? You broke a thermometer in my hands.
What we're seeing here isn't Isla attempting to make amends. She isn't trying to say, "You've had a hard day, let me take care of you," or anything like that. Not that kind of sensual thing. This is Oro doing things for Isla. And again, where her headspace should have been in this moment in Nightbane, that doesn't fit.
Rub it all in my hair. You just get stranger and stranger and stranger.
And this whole thing leads to an implied sex scene between her and Oro, and it's just entirely flaccid. Like, there's minimal characterization here. There is almost no visceral description here. There's some attempt at sexual energy, and it all just falls flat. A lot of that is because we don't understand where Oro's headspace is, and this scene largely feels like a patch job. This is a retroactive attempt at establishing some character and some romantic chemistry between Oro and Isla, which they desperately need for this thing to be a love triangle at all. But it doesn't work because at this point, it's already so well established that Oro was a non-entity in the series that this feels superfluous. Made worse by the fact that Oro opened the chapter by reacting to Isla's dress by saying, "I want to tear it to shreds with my teeth." And I don't like that because it sounds like something that Grimm would say. Now, I think it's safe to say that Aster is putting a bit of her own interests into her male characters here, which is totally fine as a writing style. In fact, if you're really into that as an author, you really know how to, you should know how to breathe life into it because you've got direct experience and interest in it. The problem is, Aster has taken that particular interest of feral male energy and imbued it in both Oro and Grimm. But because Grimm's particular sexual prowess has been better established with more examples and more time behind it, Oro using a line like this doesn't make him feel like his own character, it makes him sound like a palette swap of Grimm.
Every area has the same basic enemies with palette swaps. A few palette swaps is acceptable, but this is just ridiculous.
Which is shocking because this is even something that Sarah J. Maas got right in Throne of Glass, because the two male suitors in that had very distinct personalities, and I'm saying that as someone who didn't like Throne of Glass. So that little tryst that doesn't actually fit into the character's timeline lasted for all of 5 pages. And Isla wakes up, there's some small talk, apparently she was saying Oro's name in her sleep constantly.
Oh, how cute, he's having a little dream.
Hein. Like, I don't like him, but this is just unfair to Oro. Just let him go, man. They talk a little bit and nothing of note is made and nothing of interest is stated. There aren't even any stupid lines, so you can just skip the entire scene, really. Nothing happens until they start walking across the desert again, and they eventually come across what looks like a palace, but Oro explains is actually a tomb. It's even decorated with a burning flame up on top of it that Oro says is the forever flame. It hasn't gone out in thousands of years. Now, they're traveling at night right now, and it is just before sunrise, and apparently they needed to arrive at exactly this moment because fire doesn't work in here. Any flame is immediately extinguished, which means this room is visible only in the winter, at dawn, for just a few minutes. It was aligned with the sun. Which doesn't make any sense. Why build a tomb out here in the middle of an inhospitable desert, which is patrolled by an unstoppable sandstorm, and then build it in such a way that you can only see inside for a couple of minutes for a few days out of the year? Again, there's got to be some sort of rationale for the characters in universe. Why are they building things like this? Why does Aster need it like this in the first place? It seems entirely unnecessary. Why can't they just walk in there with a torch and there you go, you can see everything? And I say torch and not Oro just holding a fireball in his hand or something, because the sunlight was already fading, its rays sweeping across the tomb. Beneath them, the metal glistened. Shade made.
Again with this?
You know, at this point, this stuff is so common, I'm convinced that the plumbing and the toilets in this world are made out of shade made. Somebody prove me wrong! So, you remember how the tooth with the tracking Skyer was so hot that it almost scalded Isla's flesh? Well, she pulls it out of her pocket no problem, and it soars across the room. Because on the other side of the tomb is the missing page from the prophet book that she needs. This thing was scalding to the touch several hours away, and now that she's right up against the thing she's looking for, it doesn't melt her bones. This thing should have the heat of a solar flare. She shouldn't be able to get anywhere near it. But then there's the matter of the coffin in the middle of the room, and yes, it's made out of shade made as well. Oro's eyes locked with hers. It seemed they were having the same thought. He didn't even know about Cronin, but he knew about Lark. It can't be opened. Many have tried. Sensing her confusion, he added, "It's rumored Horus had a relic, a bone from the finger of a god. Many have searched for it." And naturally, because she is a walking deus ex machina, Isla just slaps her hand on the coffin, bleeds on it a little bit, and that's all it takes to unlock the damn thing. It's such a minuscule issue at this point in the book that even Aster just wrote the smallest of paragraphs describing this. And inside the coffin is actually a corpse, and it turns out that it's Horus Ray. But even though he has been supposedly dead for thousands of years, he looks like he went to sleep last night. And he's sitting with his arms crossed across his chest, and he's got something in his grip, a small bone, which seems to be the finger of a god that was introduced one page ago. You know, there's a degree of suspense to be had. If you introduce, like, some all-powerful artifact, it helps that if you actually have some sort of build-up for it, a little bit of suspense. Instead of, hey, there's an all-powerful MacGuffin that he's supposed to have buried with him. Oh, look, there it is! So they take the god bone, and Horus, his corpse, immediately, like, disintegrates, and so now he's just a skeleton. And nitpick here, but he's described as, like, it says that he became a corpse, but he was dead, so he was already a corpse. Again, first draft, no editor. But there's another storm outside, so they have to linger for a little bit, and this actually has them sitting for quite some time, long enough that Oro actually falls asleep. So, Isla, being the brave whatever heroine that she is, just takes the god bone and fucks off. Now, you would think if she's going to do this, if she's going to betray Oro again and leave, maybe it would be a good idea if she used her portaling ability now that she's connected to Grimm and she can just leave the desert. Well, she can't do that because it'd be too convenient. Now, the bone itself would actually be really beneficial because she reads the page from the prophet's book and it describes the multiple skyers she would need as well as a powerful object to draw from, and the bone fits the powerful object aspect, so she's got, supposedly, everything she needs once she figures out what the other Skyers are. Now all she has to do is get back to Nightshade so that she can enact this cockamamie plan. But she needs to get far away from Oro so that he can't stop her from this stupid plan, so naturally she taps into his power and flies, because that'd be so much faster and efficient. I'm making that up, of course. That'd be entirely too logical. You remember that sandstorm that she trapped in the little diamond ring thing from like a chapter ago? With all the strength she could muster, she broke the stone between her fingers, and the storm came tumbling out of it. Her storm. She kept her grip on it, as if it was still in an orb in her palm. Her teeth slid together as it fought against her hold. Slowly, she gained control of its winds with skyling power and hollowed it into a vortex, piercing the other storm to form a tunnel for her to safely travel through. Yeah, it's a warp whistle. That's all that she does with this. And again, I raise the question, why can't she tap into Grimm's Flare and portal out of here? And the excuse that a lot of defenders might use here is, oh, she's still too drained of magic, or the desert cuts off her ability. Bullshit. She broke a diamond ring in between her fingers. You're not doing that with bare strength. I don't care how strong you are. She used magic right now. So Isla rides the whirlwind for some distance, eventually dissipating the entire storm so that she has to make her way back to the front gates on foot. And she walks for a couple of hours until somebody lobs a dagger at her from behind. Well, she's reached a stretch of canyons that were not described before, and tries to hide in them, but another dagger flies her way. Obviously, Oro has caught up and is now flinging daggers, the ones that she dropped in the desert, at her. Now, is he trying to hit her, or is he just directing her down a certain set of paths down the canyon? I honestly don't know. Now, she could use Grimm's Flare to portal out of there, but she doesn't. She instead uses the Nightshade ability to disappear and creates an illusion around herself. Isla's very smart. She also puts up a Starling shield to protect herself. Again, why doesn't she portal away? I mean, she doesn't, because if she did, then we wouldn't have the following conversation with Oro walking through the canyon and eventually finding her, because as he explains, you can't hide from me. Even if I can't see you, I can feel you. You are a gravity I've tried to escape, but I can't. And we just get 2 pages of Oro simping over her. And again, I gotta ask, what draws these two together? Aside from some vague superficiality about they're both attractive and in the same general area, there's just nothing there between the two of them. And Oro keeps pushing, saying that he could feel the truth in her words when she said that she loved him, and then says, tell me you don't miss me, tell me you don't think about me, tell me you don't go back in time and change your mind. And that if she says all of that, then he'll leave her alone forever. He swears it. And then she says that almost verbatim, and he calls her a liar and leans in as if he's trying to kiss her. Oro's just turning into that weird needy guy who won't take no for an answer. It's not really a good image here. And then, because of where they are, I guess the gates are right there, and Oro looks up and he can see the zombie army right there on the other side of the gates. How they got there and how Lark was able to turn them, I couldn't really tell you. And now there are members of the Skylings, Starlings, and Sunlings. So Lark's been busy. And then Isla plays a card that has always been an option, and if she really wanted to get away from Oro, should have played several hours ago. She pulls on the family jewel necklace and Grimm shows up. That was always a card to play. If she really wanted to get away from him, why not do that? The degree to which the characters have to be stupid for this plot to make sense just really irritates me. This was always something that Isla could have done. I will excuse the Shade Maid in the temple. Maybe in the immediate vicinity, the necklace wouldn't have worked, but all Isla had to do was use the whirlwind, fly away, and then she had several hours in which to give Grimm a love tug and then make him come. So Grimm shows up. He locks eyes with Oro, and the two are just staring daggers at each other. And Isla says that they cannot defeat Lark if they're divided, but if they work together, they might stand a chance. Isla insists that Lark still needs her to find the Heart of Lightlark, which makes me wonder, why did that one soldier try to skewer her several chapters ago, but whatever. And so Oro summons his council, so we've got Enya and Calder. Zed's missing because he's been imprisoned for attempting to kill Isla, but they all start talking about what are the chances, what kind of options could they possibly have against Lark. Now, they start division of labor. Enya and Calder have to gather up everyone else on Lightlark and portal them somewhere safe on one of the Newlands. And Isla suggests that Grim go find the Drex Sword, because having the Drex on their side would be actually a pretty good advantage. The Drex would easily overtake the undead army, considering how slow and easily killed they've been. I mean, all you really got to do once the Drex get through them is set them on fire, which Oro could very easily do, especially if Isla's there helping him out. And Enya. And any number of Sunlings left in the army, because remember, that's largely a caster army. But Grim pops out for a moment and then comes back after several minutes and says that apparently the sword is missing from the cave that he returned it to. It would have been so much smarter if he had put it in some location that only he had access to, but whatever, these characters are stupid. Which means that the thief from Nightbane must have somehow undone all the enchantments, subdued the dragon, and moved everything by herself, which seems like a logistical nightmare, but whatever for now. But this means that she has to be tracked down again. And they don't trust Grim to do this by himself, so they go get Zed from the cells and have him tag along with Grim in order to keep him honest. And there's something to be said about the little moments. Now, small moments can be very concrete in how we perceive a character. And I don't like the reaction that we get from this moment. Isla and Oro go down into the cells to go talk to Zed and say, hey, we need you to tag along with Grim to go find a MacGuffin. Oro sighed. Have you ever heard of a thief better than you? That wiped the grin off of Zed's face. Only one. Why? Do you think you can find her? I can find anybody. Good, Isla said. Make it quick. None of us have much time. I don't need much time. He reached his hand out as if waiting to be portaled. Oh no, I'm not going with you, she said. Grim stepped from where he had been leaning against the wall, cloaked in shadows. He looked Zed up and down, unimpressed. Why is he in prison in the first place? Isla's own grin spread across her face. I'm sure he'll be happy to tell you about it during your time together. Then they disappeared. She was left with Oro next to her, radiating his undeniable tinge of fury. He's going to kill him once they find her, he said through his teeth. She shrugged, trying her best to be casual. So, it's so funny. Grim's gonna find out that Zed shot Isla with an arrow and then he's gonna kill him for it. So think about it this way. The idea that Grim is going to be pissed and may attempt to murder Zed brings a smile to Isla's face. And yes, it's meant as a joke, but it's still very revealing in the moment, especially when you consider everything that Isla has been through and has proclaimed herself to be a victim of up to this point. For her whole run of the book, Isla has been pitying herself, playing the victim and claiming that she was a monster, a traitor, a killer, etc. Yet, once someone actually acted against her and acted totally natural if she considers herself a traitor, she switches sides on the matter. She's amused by the idea of Zed getting hurt by Grim. Hell, Grim would probably kill Zed after all this is done. The moment Isla is met with consequences, she doesn't consider it a result of her choices or actions. She sees it as Zed being a villain and is amused by the prospect of him getting hurt. Isla is a brat whining for victim points. She says, oh, woe is me, I am so burdened by all of this, and the second someone naturally acts against her in a way that falls in line with what she's saying, she says, how dare you? I swear, this is indifferent from how Empress Teresa would react. And in fact, did act whenever she was challenged. And even though Isla is confident that Zed's fast, he'll be fine, she counters that one sentence later by saying, maybe. She opened the book by whining about the deaths of all these villagers that she really had nothing to do with. And yet now that she can actually do something to prevent somebody else's death, someone she's close to and fought alongside, she shrugs it off. But then there's the matter of how to actually incapacitate Lark in such a way to actually kill her. And the only person they can think of who might have an answer for that, now that the blacksmith is dead, is Remlar. And they go to the hive where Remlar and his people, whatever they're called, are supposed to be hanging out, it seems to be empty, so this is just an excuse for Oro to simp over Isla for a few more pages. Which eventually leads to them almost having a moment, only for Remlar to step in and say, look who it is, the traitor and the king who loves her.
No, no, no.
And I'm going to assume that this is Remlar being facetious for some reason, because in the last book he called her Hope. I wish I could say definitively that this was just sarcasm, but Remlar has so little character development that I don't want to give any definites. So we get another no real need for it scene break as Remlar starts to explain a bit more exposition about Lark's backstory, information that would have been great to have known about a while ago, but for some reason, no one likes to explain anything in this world. I trust you've had your family reunion, her old teacher said, sneering. He was aware of Lark's escape then. I have. You knew her, didn't you? Remlar grinned ruefully. Unfortunately. His expression turned solemn. I'm one of the few from the other world that wasn't killed to feed this land. I was useful to them back then. I don't understand. Lark created Light Lark. I thought she wouldn't be monstrous. She nodded. He smiled sadly. Those with godlike power usually turn out to be. There were gods in the other world. They ruled us all. They were worse than you can even imagine. He spoke of them with reverence and fear. She didn't think she had ever seen him afraid. So it sounds like Lark and the others harvested a whole swath of people and creatures to make Light Lark. Okay. I have to question a number of things logistically, like the actual amount of people that died for this. And you really have to question how bad the gods really were. And I say that not as a matter of perspective, but a matter of I don't think Aster's clever enough to come up with anything really meaningful. Although, if the gods really are that menacing, why wouldn't they follow Lark and everyone through the portal in the first place? Or is their malevolence the reason why the portals were built so stupidly to begin with?
It's not stupid. It's advanced.
So Remlar offers to help kill Lark and states that because Grimm, I guess, can't lay curses, that means Remlar is going to have to. Yes, Remlar, for some reason, has the ability to create curses. And he pulls out a shade-made dagger, and he says, I will curse this blade and bind it to myself. I don't know what binding it to him will do. Cursing, okay, fine, but how do you curse Shademaid when Shademaid apparently dampens magic? The fuck? I'm so done with the concept of Shademaid. I want to go to a Q&A to confront Aster and say, what the fuck are the rules with Shademaid? Not because I think she's going to give me anything conclusive or even mildly workable. I want her to flounder in public and admit, yeah, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing with this. But speaking of having no idea what the fuck Shademaid can actually do, Isla has a hunch and has to go to the place of mirrors. And I gotta tell you, this one pissed me off. The vault sat in front of her, its door still open. She stepped toward it. Oro was right behind her. She touched a palm to the metal. It glimmered in a way she hadn't truly noticed before. Shademaid, of course. But wildling power worked here. This metal had been infused with something that made their ability slip through. She pressed her hand against it, feeling its power, trying to sense the threads that it had been made with. Blood. Wildling blood must have been fused with it somehow. This pissed me off so much that my notes actually contained the words, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Now, this pissed me off because Shademaid has been described previously as it glimmered brightly under the light like 1,000 diamonds were trapped within. So, you know, something of a star-like pattern there, kind of glittery, perhaps. Even though, when she first unlocked the vault in the chapter Unlocked in Nightbane, the vault was a starless black. Now, whilst I want to believe that Aster had this plan from the beginning, because even going back to Light Lark, the vault might have actually been the source of all this. Like, if that's a giant chunk of Shade Maid, then okay, that explains why powers don't work nearby. I don't accept the whole wildling blood infused in the whole thing because that is such a weird-ass fault to have in it. And why even instill that in the portal in the first place? Why wildling blood specifically? Like, is that just some sort of a byproduct that they were able to create from the other world before they teleported? Is it necessary that it be imbued with wildling blood before it actually before anyone portals over? If that's the case, like, what are the logistics? When and how was this made, and then why? Nothing in the history of this world fucking works! And why start granting explanations for it now? Shade Maid has been bullshitting itself through the plot, doing whatever the hell it needs to, all the way up to this point. Now we get an explanation? Oh yeah, wildlings can use powers here because blah blah blah, something with blood. Bullshit! You might as well just say, oh, it works like this because the portal was constructed on a Friday. Now, of course, that raises the question, can you infuse Shade Maid with other bloods in order to nullify certain other magics, but not like Nightshade or Sunling or whatever? I have no idea because this question is never approached and we never see anything similar to it. Now, a consequence of actually stepping in here with Oro behind her is the Shade Maid limited her ability to use Nightshade powers, because I guess the magic system is actually catching up to her for a change. And that means that Oro is able to see the skyers that she has decorated along her arms. And he starts asking about those and states, you know what happens when you use shortcuts for power? And she responds, my soul is already gone.
Oh, please. I have no soul.
It would be great if we had gotten any hint of a crumb of something indicating that. We have seen no such display of Isla's soul rotting or of her suffering any consequences of using skyers. There's nothing. Again, there's declared a price at using skyers or power in general, and to which I say bullshit. I've already gone on that rant and we're almost done. Isla finally reveals one of the final predictions that the Oracle gave her, that being that she has to choose between killing Oro or Grim. And this is possibly even tied in with the whole she's supposed to save the world or doom it. And she claims that there's some sort of a beast within her that enjoyed killing people, again, pushing away her own agency and decisions just so that she can maintain her good girl image, but whatever. And Oro just tries being nice to her and simping some more, saying that he's already forgiven her for the horrible atrocities and murders she's committed. Because, you know, why have consequences for the protagonist? And they have a moment where she reaches out to him and they almost embrace, except there's a snap of a leaf behind them, which is like, leaves don't snap, they crunch. What are you doing, Aster? And it turns out it's Ren who has come to interrupt them. Kind of weird. How did Ren know that they were going to be there, and why would Ren even bother coming here in the first place? Oh well, doesn't really matter, Ren attacks them. And while defending herself, Isla's blade grazes down Ren's arm, and she didn't really intend to do that, but there's no blood. Ren is already dead and has been turned into a zombie. And if Ren's been turned into a zombie, that means that Lark has the Star Stick, which means the reason, metatextually, the reason Isla gave Ren the Star Stick in the first place was so that Lark could wind up with a Star Stick, which is what allows her to warp all over the world, and why she's now on Light Lark. So this means that their timetable is that much more urgent, and Isla needs to get back to Remlar so that they can just get everything together as quickly as possible. Hopefully he's done with the knife. So Isla attempts to reach for Grim's portaling power, but she can't feel anything. Now, she's worried that Grim might be dead, which doesn't really make sense because if Grim dies, supposedly Isla will die, so she's worrying for nothing. Oro assures her that he's probably just like secured somewhere, kind of like when she was wearing her bracelets. But oh, there's no time for them to sit around and worry because something roars and starts coming towards them. It's the giant snake lady from the last book, except she's also dead. So Oro and Isla can't portal away. They have to run. They run to the edge of the Wild Isle, and the snake lady tries lunging for them, so the two of them have to jump off the cliff. The snake lady follows and impales herself on some jagged rocks down below. That was ridiculously easy, except as soon as they land on the beach, Oro's able to hover them down safely. They're surrounded by multiple dead skylings who all have arrows drawn. This is all in the span of about 3 pages, so this all goes far too quickly. And between all of this building up, not being able to feel Grim, not knowing how she's going to get out of all of this, Isla's power just kind of Deus Ex Machina is the solution. She boiled the sea behind her, and she turned the cliffs into 1,000 daggers, and the daggers end up impaling all of the dead skylings. Oh, and one of the daggers ends up impaling Oro as well, so now he's hurt. Now, Oro is bleeding pretty badly, and it looks like it's going to be pretty dire, and it would appear that way if you completely ignore the fact that they are surrounded by water. They're on a beach. He has used water to heal people numerous times. All Isla needs to do is reach out for his powers and spit some water on his wound, and he'll be fine. Naturally, this very obvious solution is completely overshadowed, so we get like 2 pages of saccharine dialogue, 3 pages of saccharine dialogue between these two, until Isla finally realizes, oh yeah, she's got that rock around her neck thing, so she pulls on that, and Grim finally answers. Grim explains that they retrieved the Drex sword. They apparently found the thief in remarkably fast timing, considering the months it took them to find the sword in Nightbane. And this was without any kind of clues or anything to go by. There is some sort of an explanation that needs to happen there, and yet we don't get anything. Grim explains that he and Zed were imprisoned. My assumption is that they were imprisoned using Shademaid somehow. They had a quarrel with the thief, but the only degree of information that we get is that Zed looks haunted and he doesn't want to talk about it. And yes, this means we still don't know anything about the thief. Like, the most we get is that the thief is a woman, and that's the extent of it. We don't know what the fight was about, where she was hiding, where her stuff was, what happened with this particular fight, how Grim and Zed were apparently imprisoned, nothing. But even though we don't get any of that information, we do get something about Remlar. Wrong information. Grim portals everybody over to the Lark Castle for Oro, where they just happen to have some Wildling elixir left over. Why is it that the Nightbane is all gone, and yet there's always a Wildling elixir when they need it? And once Oro's taken care of, Grim portals himself and Isla over to Remlar, and he's referred to as a Skyling. And he's never been referred to as a Skyling before. If anything, he's been referred to as a Nightshade, and that's significant because Isla being both Wildling and Nightshade is supposed to be an anomaly, one that gives Remlar's people a degree of hope. But if they themselves are a combination of, I guess, Skyling and Nightshade, then it doesn't seem that anomalous and therefore should have less significance. Then again, Remlar and his people aren't even humans, so referring to them as Skylings in the first place already seems like a misnomer. Now we get an interesting mistake here because, and just to give you an idea of how fast this happens, here is the introduction of the mistake and here is the conclusion of the mistake, so only a few paragraphs in between. What happens is, Remlar asks, tell me what you want to know, and Isla says that she can wait until he's done preparing the curse. Several paragraphs after that, he offers to tell them a story, and Isla says, we don't have time for a story, people are dying as we speak. You were just willing to sit around and wait for an untold amount of time. Why are you denying a story all of a sudden? Rather, why are you telling him not to tell you a story because time is a factor? Again, first draft. Prove me wrong. So Remlar gives a backstory on the Otherworld, and it's so simplistic that it reads like a book report on Greek mythology that a third grader tried to bullshit on the spot. He continued as if she hadn't said anything. There was once a world with 3 gods. One that ruled the skies, one that ruled the dirt, yes, it says dirt, and one that ruled the great below. All three stuck to their dominions and lived in harmony, until the sky believed it was more important. I have stars, the sky said. I have clouds. I have the sun. I have lightning. It decided it needed to be more powerful, and so it grew and grew until it ruled over both the dirt and below. It had children, and those children decided they needed to rule. Other children were born from the sky, but also the dirt and the below. The sky's original children decided they didn't like sharing power, so they kept all their power to themselves. Anyone not in their family that had power was put to death. It wasn't until one day the children of the dirt and the below rose up and fought back for their power. It started a war. One of the princes of below and one of the princesses of the dirt dreamed of another world, where everyone would have power, not just the ruling line. They recruited a prince of the sky, and together they lured their people to a new future. Oro, you see, is the last remaining part of this original ruling line. His bloodline has all power trapped within it. If he dies, that power is released, given back. Nexus will exist no longer. And then we get a very too brief explanation about what the Nexus curse is, that being the curse that ties everyone to the kings in order to apparently quell possible rebellions. And yet we see in practice that Nexus is impractical because apparently you can imprison people inside of shade-made boxes and bury them underground. Now, a bit of a mistake here, but Remlar knows for a fact that Lark is still alive, and he speaks pretty conclusively that Cronin is in the other world. So saying that Oro is the last remaining part of the original ruling line is incorrect, and he should know that. I also don't really like the simplistic nomenclature. It's like the god of the dirt, the god of the great below. You really can't say something more original like underworld. I'm not saying call it Tartarus or anything, but just give me fucking something. So basically you've got three gods in this other world until the Sky Daddy decided to start the domain of self-importance and imposed his will on others. Until the Dirt Daddy and the Bottom Daddy decided to fight back against him.
Legoshi, do you know what a power bottom is?
And somewhere in there, some of their kids, and I guess it must have been a significant swath of their people, thousands of them, just decided to create a portal or go through a portal or do something that allowed them to fuck off to Lightlark, at which point the Princess of the Dirt slaughtered thousands so they could establish Lightlark. Which, even given the backstory of Lightlark with the surrounding isles having been part of the mainland at one point, I believe that's the lore, still really not that much territory. I mean, granted, we don't really have a good sense of scale for how big this is supposed to be, and Aster's done a terrible job as illustrating that, like population or size or any hint of industry or anything. We've got no sense for how many people live in this world, how big anything really is. But just to kill thousands of people for a spit of dirt this small is really not as impressive as it should be. And Rimler goes on to explain that somehow Isla is the only person living who is of the sky, the dirt, and the below, and because of that, she can bring the gods to their knees. I don't know what this means. I have no idea how she's really of the sky, because, yeah, she's like linked romantically to Oro, who would be the closest approximation to being of the sky, but that doesn't mean that she herself is of the sky. Of the dirt, sure. Of the below, I guess, but that doesn't really feel like it should be a big deal because it's just a haphazard result of when a mommy and a daddy love each other very much. It's like her being of two realms simultaneously is treated like it's this weird impossibility, and by all logic, it doesn't make sense for it to be an impossibility. Or if it is an impossibility, we need a better explanation than it just happened. Also, we get a line that because of Nexus, it made another form of rule nearly impossible, which is nonsense because the Starlings and the Skylings both, we're told, have functioning democracies. That's 1/3 of the governments on the planet. And we already have proof of concept. If they somehow shove Lark back inside of a shade-made box, maybe make it a little thicker or something to make it harder for her to escape, the Wildlings can have a functioning democracy and Isla can go retire to an island somewhere. Maybe Island. Now, Remlar also states that Isla has been marked by the Heart of Lightlark itself. Its power was stolen from the Otherworld and now at least partially lives in her. We don't really understand the scale at which her power is derived from the heart egg as opposed to the power that she was actually born with, and we get more explanation for how stupid that was later on. But somehow, indescribably, she is linked to the heart egg, and yet that doesn't really seem to matter. You know, I gotta be honest, as a reader, I really hate random Chosen One narratives where some rando just has some greatness foisted upon them. It's so much better when there's like a vague prophecy where a character just takes great strides to help people and through that earns power or earns respect or whatever. Having a protagonist walk in and be like, oh, I'm super special awesome because the plot made me so, is just underwhelming. It is so much more impressive when a character is able to earn strength through feats of sacrifice or selflessness. You see, if you want to do something like this, but better, you could do what Kung Fu Panda did. Because in the first Kung Fu Panda, Po didn't really have anything too terribly special about him in regards to Kung Fu. It was really just a deep fascination with Kung Fu and a great enthusiasm for it. But he didn't have like any untold ability. He wasn't born with a special strength or anything. It's something that he earned through trial and effort throughout the course of the movie. And because of that, he's able to understand Kung Fu in a way that is outside of the norm. Now, we get an interesting tell here. Isla wants to make sure that Lark does not find the Heart of Lightlark, so this next chapter opens with this. Lark wouldn't find the Heart of Lightlark. Isla would make sure of it. The slice of power was warm and bright in her palm as she surfaced on Sky Isle. Remlar's instructions sharpened her mind. So we're led to believe that the thing that she's holding is in fact the Heart of Lightlark. Turns out it's not. The reader was just lied to and deceived along with Lark. It's all a trap, and what the thing that Isla was actually holding was a glowing acorn. Now, here's why that's wrong. In chapter 23 of Lightlark, we're told the Heart of Lightlark blooms every 100 years attached to a living thing. Oro mistakenly believed that that would be a plant, but he does state, for the heart to blossom regularly, it needs to feed off life on the island. It needs a willing, nurturing host. And it was that connection to life that he wanted to use Isla in order to find her, or at least that was the cover story that he was using initially just to get closer to her. However, there still has to be a degree of logic in that statement for the cover story to make sense. Therefore, we should be able to ascertain that Wildlings can detect life in certain things, and considering how powerful the heart egg was, and that it is still, presumably, still attached to the egg yolk thing, I guess, from the bird's nest that Isla originally plucked it out of, there should still be some nugget of life associated with the heart egg, and because of how powerful she was, Lark should have been able to detect the life from the heart egg and known that this was bullshit to begin with. I'm sorry, I know that was probably a really complicated note. The ambush shouldn't work because Lark should have known better. And before the chapter lets out, Isla pulls the parchment and the god bone from her pocket and asks Remlar a couple of questions. He says that she'll need great power, and she says she knows he'll never forgive her. And this is set up for something later on. It's stupid, but we'll get to that later. So, with the distraction underway, Isla takes the cursed blade that she got from Remlar. We never find out what the curse is supposed to do. I guess it's supposed to stun Lark for a while, but that's a guess. And she stabs Lark in the heart, and it seems to work for a second, until the ice shards fly out of nowhere and stop the ambush. Cleo stepped out of the woods. Isla should have known. Of course the Moonling was working with Lark. And Cleo's not alone. She's also accompanied by Soren, who Isla calls a traitor. And at that point, that's like, who isn't a traitor here? Getting mad at someone in the world of Lightlark for being a traitor is like being mad at a vegetarian for not eating meat. Like, that's kind of definitional at this point. Lark had mentioned someone had helped her surface. Somehow, Cleo must have managed it. She wondered how that was possible when only Grimm's ability could free her. I'm not entirely sure how Lark got freed. I have a theory that I'll reveal later on. I think I know what Astra was going for, but everything is told so haphazardly and with so little detail that there are probably multiple interpretations on what happened. But anyway, the ambush didn't work. You see, that cursed blade thing somehow didn't really affect Lark. She was supposed to be immobile for apparently a few hours, and she's already starting to stand up again. How is she immune to this? No idea, but she did kill Remlar.
Oh my god, they killed Kenny. You bastards. Listen, we have to give a huge speech tomorrow about corporate takeovers.
So we've got Cleo and Soren, who are helping Lark. Lark has just killed, or has previously killed and now displayed Remlar's body, and she has everyone else on the ropes. You also have Oro, Zed, Calder, Enya, Grimm, and Isla, who outnumber but do not outpower Lark. Oh, and before I forget, I'm pretty sure that Isla is not wearing the armor that the blacksmith made for her, so great thinking there, hero. But anyway, you've got this dire situation, and it doesn't look like there's any way to really get away until there's a way for everyone to get away, because Isla taps into Grimm's portaling power, and using his power, using the strength of her anguish, she sent them all to different places far from each other. So she just opened up 5 different portals simultaneously and sent 5 other people to who knows where. But she isn't able to portal herself in time and gets knocked unconscious. When she wakes up, she's deep underground somewhere, and she's got the shade-made bracelets that the blacksmith had made for her. They're clasped around her wrists again and chained to the floor deep underground, so the ceiling drops to swallow her. I don't know if that means that she's buried alive or if the one exit is sealed off or whatever, but she's trapped underground with shade-made bracelets. No way to really escape or be found. Very dire situation. How could she possibly get out of this? Shockingly easily, it turns out. Also, fueled by anguish or not, how is she able to portal 5 people simultaneously, but she can't portal herself after she's rested for a day while she was in the desert? So Isla spends about a week underground. Apparently undead soldiers come and forcefully feed her while she's down here, so I guess Lark needs her alive for some reason. And during this time, Isla has plenty of time to think, and she comes up with the ever so distinct deduction that Cleo must be helping Lark because she misses her dead kid, and Lark must have promised to resurrect him in the other world. How they made that initial contract is anyone's guess, especially considering Lark's homicidal rampage, killing everyone else. Not to mention, I have no idea what the timeline of how Lark would be able to actually make contact with Cleo at all, especially considering that the last time we saw her, Cleo was on a boat in the middle of the fucking ocean. How did they find each other? And this is going to sound so very callous of me, but at this point, it's just impractical. It's been like 200 years. Have another kid. Anyway, a week goes by, and Isla has more time to figure out the plot in ways that don't actually make sense. Like, she shouldn't be able to come to these conclusions, and yet she does, because Astra has no idea what she's doing. She thinks back to everyone that she has killed up to this point, the power that she gained, the idea that Terra might not have actually killed her parents, And Isla screamed at the top of her lungs. She had killed her parents. She had killed Aurora. She had killed so many others since, and it had made her stronger. She had taken the power of every single person she had ever killed. Shame consumed her, and she shook with rage. She fed on death. Death. She was a monster, but then realization washed over her like rushing water. Because she had also killed the blacksmith. You have always had everything you needed. And this is a bit of a chunky note that I've got in response to this, but this, you might not believe it, is really stupid. Isla believes that her flare is not canceling other curses or whatever, as she had been led to believe up to this point. She believes her flare is being able to siphon other people's flares when she kills them. That's how she got her father's flare in the first place. And this would almost make for a fine twist, until you look below the surface. This doesn't work logistically because she's been murdering people left and right, so shouldn't that mean that she's been stealing all sorts of different flares and abilities? Aurora was confirmed to have a flare. She was able to change what she looked like. Shouldn't Isla have access to that power now? Shouldn't she have any inkling of ability? This is also presumably the reason why the cultists suicided themselves on Isla. Because for them to do that, the only rationale would be if they had gifts to give to Isla. And we have no idea. Like, Saoirse had the ability, supposedly, to make shadow clones. Okay, what about the other three? What the hell were their abilities? What can Isla do as a result of that now? What about all the other people that she's killed up to this point? Did any of them have abilities that she can take? And she doesn't come to the conclusion that she only steals flares. She says she takes the power of every single person that she killed. So, if anyone had any sort of semblance of power, she should be able to drain them of that upon killing them. So how is this manifesting? How are we seeing any of this? Why hasn't Isla been able to experience anything, or why haven't we as the readers have any of this set up for us so we can later on say, oh ho, that makes sense? No, because the twist is more important than the logic. There is no setup because the only part of this that actually works for Aster is just the reveal, even though this creates a clusterfuck within the narrative and the timeline. And would this affect the supposed mana pool that she has within her? With each kill, does her stamina with magic somehow extend, or is it just the variety of the magic that would shift? This also runs counter to what Remlar said in Nightbane when he explained that Isla's powers were in conflict, and that's why she couldn't really cast magic. And we get another supplementary explanation for why she couldn't cast magic later on. So Remlar is actually incorrect in this assessment, but he read Isla's magic, supposedly, and that was the declaration that he made. So, was Remlar mistaken there, or were her powers somehow still in conflict? There are layers upon layers upon layers of why this sort of a reveal doesn't work. There is too much established lore about how her powers did or did not work, and now all of it is starting to crumble. I mean, more than it already was. At this point, it's not crumbling, it's sinkholing. I am impressed in all the wrong ways at how badly Aster screwed up this twist. She put so little thought into it that minute details in other stories come off as vastly deeper and more thought out. The way the War Boys, like the example I've got to counter this, the War Boys in Fury Road, the way they pray, you know, when they do this with their hands, you know why they take this shape? It looks like an engine. That's why they pray like this. That single minute facet has more thought into it than anything in this series. And because she killed the blacksmith, she stole his power, and because of that, she has all the strength she needs to undo the bindings of the bracelet, so she just says no, and they stop doing. So she's free now. I'm going mad. This is Oh my god. So, get this. Isla not only undoes the bracelets, she tears, like, she is within a cave, and she tears the dirt open from on top of her, so it looks like she's standing at the bottom of a crater. Problem is, the measurement we're given is it says Isla stood a mile down in the new crater's center. She is now so powerful that she tore a mile's worth of dirt from over top of her and ripped it apart like it was nothing. The power scaling in this moment is so bullshit, it defies all comprehension. I have no idea how strong she's supposed to be here. So Isla teleports to the Wildling Newland castle, and Terra and Poppy are the first ones to see her. Poppy starts tending to Isla, and Terra explains that Ren portaled everyone here with a star stick but stayed behind on Nightshade. I have no idea why. It's not like Ren could actually fight Lark, it's more like Aster needed a way for Lark to get the star stick for it to make sense for her to be able to teleport all over the place. And then Isla tries to get some more information. She tries to confirm that she was the one who killed her parents, even though she was only a few minutes old at the time. Terra sighed. Your first cry. You brought the castle down. They were killed instantly. Only you remained. Her bonded. He shielded you. Now, I was so ready to say, aha, this is wrong, in fact, because this is not the scene that we got in Nightbane, because they weren't in a castle when we got that brief scene, the flashback with Lynx. I was prepared to say that, and then I had to go back and double check. The way I had remembered it is Isla and her parents were standing in a field for some reason and cooing over the little baby, and Lynx is off to the side, and then everything vanishes. We don't actually get a detail of what had happened precisely. We're led to believe that Terra and Poppy murdered the king and queen right after that. It turns out I was actually mixing images. You see, we have a moment where there is a flashback. Right before that moment, Lynx is actually watching Isla's mother as, I think, a teenager. And in that scene, she's running around in a field. The following scene, where we actually see Isla as a baby, doesn't get a description on where they are. They are effectively standing in a white void. The reason why this moment of the parents and Isla in a castle, the reason that's not a retcon is because Aster was so lazy with her description that she didn't detail where they were. It's amazing. Her laziness as an author saved her from making another glaring mistake. Which, I mean, it's still a mistake, it's just a different kind of mistake.
What could possibly go wrong? As it turned out, everything.
Now, back to the backstory. So, she cried, and apparently a newborn whale is so obnoxious in this world that it just kills the parents when they're standing next to them, or something, which really doesn't make any sense. There's gotta be more detail than that, right? Otherwise, the mortality rate of midwives in this world would be astronomical. You were born with too much power, Terra said. Your power threatened us all, yourself especially. Isla didn't understand. It didn't make sense. I never had power. And going right back to making mistakes, because Isla accepted that she always had power, but it was just sealed up because the Wildling and the Nightshade powers were in conflict somehow, even though that's apparently not what actually happened. Poppy gives more detail, and part of it was, yes, lying to her, but it gets so much dumber than that. Poppy's smile was sad. We ensured that there was a metal passed down for generations, rumored to suppress power. We never had much use for it until you. The very metal that had just been tied around her wrists, but she'd never had bracelets like that. We ground it into your food. We laced it into your clothes and weapons, Poppy said. Between that and convincing you that you were born powerless, you never tried to use it. We knew the dose of stone wasn't strong. Was it stone or is it metal? Make up your mind. We knew the dose of stone wasn't strong enough. One day you would overpower it. We trained you as best we could without it, hoping you would be able to control your abilities once they appeared. Okay, But that means they're still guilty of treason because you were lying and suppressing the power of the ruler, through which apparently you were suppressing the magic that was supposed to instill itself in the world, which led to a lot of people suffering needlessly. Terra was turning into mulch. Also, yeah, you remember this incredibly rare metal? It's so common, they can afford to grind it up into a kid's food and feed it to her. It's like grinding up an emerald and sprinkling it into someone's food to convince them that they can't dance. Poor Queen Caroline dipped her nose in turpentine. Actually, you know what? Here's a much simpler, much more effective way to actually seal her powers. They've got a shade-made ring that they make her wear growing up, and they say, this was your mother's. And because of that connection, Isla never wants to take it off because she feels connected to her dead mom. There, you've got an emotional, character-driven reason for this deception, and you don't need to worry about lead poisoning. Who the fuck told Aster it was a good idea to say, yeah, let's have the kid eat metal?
Probably didn't have his iron today.
And this still doesn't explain how Isla as a baby crying brought down a chunk of the castle. Her flare is stealing power, not sonic sound waves. So after this complete nonsense backstory, Isla goes and meets up with the others, Grim, Oro, Enya, all of them. And she comes up with this brand new plan. And she says that she's going to summon the storm to end all storms. And it's happening tomorrow. Now, even though she should be resting up and doing battle prep for the battle that's happening tomorrow, Isla decides to take Lynx to Island Island. And it turns out that Lynx has been to Island Island before. And he leads Isla to a house that she didn't notice before. And through the telepathic memory bonding thing that Lynx can do for some reason, he shows her that her parents lived here. Her father built the house and the surrounding vegetation for Isla's nameless mother. And they, I guess, lived here for some period of time right before Isla was born. Naturally, Isla goes inside the house, and after no time at all, she notices a letter with her name written on it. And we get this lengthy letter written by her father that's meant to tie up a few loose ends, and as is Aster's style, actually raises several questions. And the whole thing is written as a farewell letter, and there is an explanation for why that is. It's not a good one, but it's there. Isla's nameless father starts giving some of the backstory about why he started exploring the Wildling Islands and how he found the Drex sword and then hid it somehow, even though there's not time in the chain of custody for him to do that. And he talks about how he ran into Isla's nameless mother. And he states, I wasn't sure if it was going to work, but it did. Your mother still needed blood to survive, but she could fall in love with me without feeling compelled to kill me. So one of the questions I raised in Lark was the whole, why do wildlings kill people they fall in love with? Because the mechanics of how that worked didn't really make any sense. It is not until 2 books, almost 2 full books later, after the curses have been broken, that we finally get some sort of an explanation for it. It's a compulsion that they fall under for some reason. I still don't know why the wildlings were cursed with 2 different curses, but whatever. Probably to make up for the fact that the skylings didn't really get a curse because not being able to fly is a bullshit curse. So in order to help counter the curse, Isla's nameless father went to the blacksmith to make him make a necklace using a bit of his flair so that he could give it to Isla's nameless mother, which would help her with the whole murder urges. My question at this point is, when did Isla's mother get to the point where she wanted to fall in love with Isla's nameless father? Or did she just shrug it off and try to resist the urge to murder him like most wives?
I think my husband just said something stupid.
Isla's nameless father also explains that he would routinely return to Island. It was an uncharted island so lovely, he called it by the name he always wanted to name his future daughter, Isla. You know, that's a good idea. We should start naming kids after random objects more often. That's why my first kid is going to be named after my favorite book. Yes, little Jurassic Park Martin. That's going to be great.
Oh my god, stop!
Now, it also turns out that Isla's mother had a flare. It's very stupid. Do you want to take a guess on what it was? Did you ever wonder what your mother's flare was? She never told her guardians somehow, so I'm guessing you don't know. Your mother could see the future, Isla, and that's how we knew that your life would be a difficult one. And this is also how they know that Isla's birth will kill them, which is so phenomenally stupid. Look, the mother sees a future and then they just succumb to predestination and they assume that it's the only possible choice. If Isla's mother can see the future, that means that she can see so many solutions and warn about things that happen ahead of time. She would have been able to warn about Lark before all this happened. But no, if that had happened, then we wouldn't have Isla being super special awesome. Honestly, this is just fatalistic weak sauce. They did nothing to try to prevent their fates. And then we get a line that's supposed to be reassuring, and it sounds horrible. If you feel guilt for what you did, let me put an end to it. We knew what would happen if we chose to have you, Isla. We knew all that would occur. We made a choice, and we have never once regretted it. So they knew that their daughter was going to kill them somehow, and they thought, you know what? Dying is preferable to meeting and seeing who she turns into as an adult. Death is better than trying to raise her to be a good person. Death is preferable to molding our daughter into becoming the best possible version of herself and being there to support her through her life. These two are shit parents. Honestly, I'm glad they're dead. They're terrible people. So, you might be wondering, if she killed her parents, she's got her father's flare. Does that mean that she has her mother's flare? Well, it turns out, no, she doesn't. Because, and I cannot believe that they actually did this, they cheated and created a workaround. You see, they went to the blacksmith and said, like, her mother confirmed that he would be dead within the next quarter century. He was so pleased, he did us the favor of creating a vessel for your mother's flare. You want to know why Isla can't see the future? Because apparently you can just take a flare and stick it into a vial. And the explanation they give is they wanted it to be her choice to know the future or not. Bullshit! You never give her a choice in regards to her father's flare. Hell, if Isla actually has a choice and free will is a thing in this world, then these assholes gave up on meeting their daughter and being in her life. Again, they don't have names, and they're some of the most detestable characters in the book. And he wraps the whole thing up by saying, you may be wondering how I can be so cavalier about my own death. And he goes on to say, my regard for my own life is nothing compared to my regard for your mother's life. I would protect her from anything that would ever cause her danger, except for her own daughter, apparently. Is free will in this world just dictated by your value to the plot? And right next to the letter is a bracelet with a tiny vial, which I guess contains her mother's flare in liquid form? What do you think that tastes like? What's the flavor? Somehow, she knew breaking the tiny vial would mean claiming her mother's power, knowing the future, knowing whether she would be able to change her fate, knowing which of the two men she loved would live. Part of her wanted to break it, take it, and know immediately to stop the doubt and pain. Another part didn't want to know, just wanted to stick to her plan. She fastened the bracelet onto her wrist. One of Isla's biggest problem through this series is her dependence on prophecy. And now she has an instant prophecy at hand button, and she chooses not to click it because Aster wrote herself into so many convoluted plot holes right here. This explanation, this was supposed to tie up so many loose ends, and it created so many others. The vial contains her mother's flare juices, and she chooses not to break it open and smear it on her forehead, or however you're supposed to apply it, just because she wants to stick to the plan she came up with 20 minutes ago.
What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Isla is about to go into combat against the most dangerous opponent she has faced thus far, and she chooses not to because the moment's not dramatic enough. This is so stupid. I cannot describe how stupid this is. But with that series of plot holes added to the story, we now finally go into the climax, the final battle, the big event against Lark. It's the worst of the 3 books so far. Also, you really gotta wonder how lucky it is that Isla actually came across this place with this vial in the first place, considering that she never found it up until like the day before this horrendous fate-changing battle. If she didn't just happen to bother visiting this with links, she never would have come across it, and all of these revelations and the reveal about how terrible her parents actually were, and the mystery vial of future juice never would have gotten discovered, or at least wouldn't have gotten discovered by Isla. I guess it could have been found by somebody else in the future. And that person would be thoroughly confused because he'd be like, who the fuck are these people? Why don't they have names? Okay, so, big battle time. And unfortunately, this scene is so poorly constructed, so badly thought out, that I had to refilm this. This is my second approach on this entire scene because the writing is so abysmal that I cannot approach it from a linear fashion. I cannot break it. I cannot just go like point to point to point to say, this is why everything is bad, and that's what I attempted to do last time. It doesn't work as an explanation because you cannot think of this climax in a linear timeline. Unfortunately, the climax of this book reads like it's so convoluted that the only comparison I can make is the Rick and Morty heist episode where everything is just so overly complicated, but that's the point.
It matters because it explodes when it hits 6 levels of contrivance.
Which is exactly why even
Except where Rick and Morty is written that way by design, this is written that way incidentally. Okay, so to start off, there is something of a plan. They stage an ambush for Lark. Lark's forces get countered. Isla fights Lark. Lark gets chopped up and frozen into like little ice chunks, and then gets thrown into the forge at the blacksmith's hut. That is the plan as it is eventually detailed as Oro and Grimm would understand it. That will make sense in a little bit. Her plans were in place. Her hair was still wet. Her arm burned, and her muscles were sore from everything she had prepared. Now, because Isla says that her muscles were sore, in addition to her arm being burned, I think it's a safe assumption that her arm is literally burned, like got too close to fire burned, which is weird because I know where this all goes, and I don't understand why her hair would be wet or why her arm would burn. And you can double check my work later on if you want, but knowing what I know, it doesn't make sense for her hair to be wet or her arm to be burned. This is just misdirection used against the reader. But that's not the only prep work that they have to do, as they've needed to evacuate a significant portion of the Nightshade population. He sighed. Took just about all my powers, but yes. We evacuated everyone on this side of Nightshade, split between every isle, every Newland. I've never portaled so much in one day in my life, but they're all safe. You know, considering what we saw earlier about Isla using up the mana pools that she had, you'd think that maybe Grimm would be running the very end of his abilities, or his mana, or whatever. No, No, he's fine. Magical stamina doesn't seem to be a real concern in this world. Now, apparently everyone knows where Lark is laying low because Astria and Enya are taking turns on watching her. I guess she's in a cave or something. I'm pretty sure it's not described, but you'd think if they're able to keep tabs on her, they'd be able to rush her with a bunch of shade-made metal. Because if Lark can't use her powers, then she doesn't seem that strong a fighter. Especially if you send Terra in after there. She's pretty good with knives and stuff, isn't she? So we get another limp sex scene. We can skip that.
God, why have you done this? Can you stop?
So one of the biggest problems I've got with this chapter, this several chapters, is how all over the place it is. Paragraphs will start with no consideration for how the chapter is going or what the last paragraph even was. The concept of narrative flow completely escapes Aster. She bounces around all over the place from point to point to point. It is very much a machine gun from the hip firing style in terms of writing here. For example, we get the last bits of Isla's plan coming together, where Grim is riding around on Lynx and she takes off on Wraith. And that's fine, except she settled in on the place Grim had taught her, curved her hands around the right ridges, and said, "Let's go." An hour before, she had gone to Cronin's coffin. The portal was invisible, hidden, unreliable. Lark's power, she guessed, had torn the scene wider and her abilities calling to the other world. It answering. They had fed each other. You see, there's no real connection between these two paragraphs. It feels like it belongs to an entirely separate scene. But so much of the chapter reads like this. Now, do you know that moment at the very end of a heist scene where you've had all these puzzle pieces that were seemingly scattered about, but now at the last minute they all come together and you understand the plan in its full scope? That single moment, that coming together moment, can be very satisfying to see. Aster decided to use it multiple times throughout the climax. There are so many moments where she tries to do this big reveal where it's like, oh, you thought this, but actually this. And it's not interesting because it's all payoff, no setup. We don't understand that this is supposed to be a big reveal in the moment because we didn't have anything indicating that it was leading to, like the scene was leading to anything. Take this, for example. An hour before, she had gone to Cronin's coffin. The portal was invisible, hidden, unreliable. Lark's power, she guessed, had torn the scene wider, her abilities calling to the other world. It answering. They had fed each other. But Isla had a piece of the other world too. Two of them. Bracing against the pain, she had made her first skyer with a god bone, right over her heart, where the heart of Lightlark had marked her. See, again, it's all over the place, and now some of this just feels like she's attempting to correct things in the moment. She's not going back and fixing things with editing, she's recontextualizing things that we didn't understand or know happened. Now, what does this particular skyer look like? I don't know. What does it do? I'm not 100% sure. We have a chapter shortly after this section that says this is how she was going to open the portal, which, fine, but the portal was already open, so what are you doing with it? And then closing it, according to the page, would require power from her, Grim, and Oro, along with the enchantment. We never see that, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but Oro and Grim aren't actually in on the plan, so this is again misdirecting the reader, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Now, she does describe that she carved the skyer with the god bone, which, fine, we have that one section that says that the strongest skyers are written with bones, which contradicts what we've got on page 199, where it says they can only be formed with shade-made metal. You see, with this particular word choice, we're talking about a concrete, definite rule. The inclusion of the word only screws Aster over here, because now she has to contradict herself for this much later scene. Now, if she said they are formed using shade-made metal, that's fine. Maybe the god bone's supposed to be made out of shade-made metal. I don't know. But this opaque description, this writing style, this world building that punishes you for paying attention. Now, the heroes wait around for Lark to strike. Grim and Oro are apparently the bait, waiting for Lark to sense them to bring her out of hiding. Now, this is, again, Aster minimizing the agency of her villain, because if Lark actually acted, like, if Lark's behavior deviated in any way from what Aster needs her to do, then the entire plot falls apart. Like, Isla's entire dumbass plan crumbles instantly. And also, with this other bit about the other world, the Godbone is one of the other pieces of the other world, and I guess the heart of Lightlark is supposed to be the other one, and I don't believe that she actually has the heart. Like, she's got the presence of the heart of Lightlark, whatever that means, but I'm pretty sure she has not actually recovered the heart of Lightlark at all. Now, if I'm going to give this scene any credit for any shred of potential that it has, it might be this singular moment. So Lark's army finally makes an appearance, and you've got this army of dead guys just on approach, and they manage to reach Grim and Oro at the same time, so the two of them have to fight together. Grim and Oro were the opposite. They stood back to back and raged. From above, all she saw was ruinous shadow meeting searing flame, both extinguishing everything in their path. I kind of like the image here where you've got these two really imposing figures who have to stand back to back because that's like the best defense that they got for the moment, while they're putting everything into offense all around them. It's a cool look. The problem is Grim and Oro are very flat as characters, and so they don't really have the same kind of appeal as two badasses rising to the occasion that this scene would really call for. And then you've got the real meat of Isla's plan. You see, the storm to end all storms that she had promised, well, it starts to come forth from the portal, as if summoned. And when they broke open, they did not rain water, they rained creatures. Scaled, clawed beasts fell from the sky in endless waves. Now, maybe you'll read this and your first thought will be, oh, maybe Isla found a way to control these things, kind of like the Drex with the Drex sword, and they'll be fighting alongside the protagonists against the undead monsters. Sounds like a pretty good plan, right? Except that's not what happens at all. Grim saw them first. A stampeded, nice typo by the way, Tread Publishing. A stampeded of twisted creatures with far too many limbs and necks and heads barreling right toward them. At first his shadows killed them all. Oro's fire burned anything that hadn't become ash. But then the rain became droplets of metal, shade made, and all their powers, including Isla's, withered away. Okay, but earlier it says that there wasn't rain. It specifically says they did not rain water. Like, that's not even that far apart. Like, this is the difference between where they are. This is the same page.
Am I having an aneurysm? What is happening?
This is published by Amulet. I hope everyone at Amulet feels shame and disgrace for having a hand in this. Oh yeah, let's not overlook the fact that with the Shade Maid, all of their powers withered away, and we don't have reason to believe that Grim and Oro are done with the undead army, so they've been reduced to fighting with just swords, and that means they can be very easily overwhelmed and surrounded. Isla's worried about which of her lovers is gonna die. Now it looks like both of them. Good job, hero! But that's not the key thing to take away here. The key thing is you got Shade Maid all over the place, and no one's powers work. This is a great plan. This is brilliant. Now, what have I told you before about the rules of magic in this world? The second they become inconvenient to Aster, she just ignores them. How long do you think this whole Shade Maid presence everywhere canceling out magic is actually going to matter? Now, do you remember several hours ago in this review where you had that one storm that Grim and Isla rode Wraith into in order to try to capture the power of the storm so they could trace it back to the portal? Do you remember the tail end of that, where you had this weird lightning-spitting creature that came out of nowhere and attacked Wraith? Well, he's back, and this is one of the funniest things the book does. That was when a flash of lightning lit the skies for just a moment, revealing that they weren't clouds at all, but shadow shade beasts. The light vanished, Isla trembling against Wraith's back, and cries like a talon cutting across the night itself filled the sky. What the hell does that sound like? She gritted her teeth against the sound, and then Wraith was off, flying as fast as he could, away from the beasts that trailed them through the storm. He went higher and higher, past the clouds. For a moment, she thought they had lost them. Then fangs were illuminated by another flash of lightning, nearly closing upon Wraith's wing. Okay, good start so far. We've got a bit of aerial combat. We've got this big, imposing monster that came back from before. We've got the setup, and now this can be the payoff. Except the payoff is where Aster fucks up. The creature did not slow. It chased them through the storm with spiked wings and massive fangs that curled out of its leathery lips, mouth open, ready to swallow them whole, until it was devoured by a creature larger than a mountain. Aster built up this lightning monster, and it's just the one time she actually uses setup and then almost gives us a payoff. She goes and she screws it all up because now that first lightning monster was superfluous. Like, why even include it in the first place? It's so easily worked out. In the first storm, you had the chunks of shade made flying throughout the air. Just have a chunk of that embed itself in Wraith, and that wounds him enough that he starts to fall. Look, the end result is the same. You've got the dramatic plummet, you've got maybe Grim working to wrench the metal out of Wraith so that he can use his portal magic to save everybody. A little bit more logic there. And you don't need to give us this red herring monster just to have it get eaten by this other weird Galacron monster mountain thing. And look, there is a way to do this effectively. There is a way to set up this big bad that the protagonist is going to have to fight. But oh no! Here comes this bigger bad, the fuck out of nowhere! And now they're going to have to fight this thing!
Welcome to Oakland, bitch!
The core problem is that Aster effectively wasted our time with this original lightning spewing monster. If this was going to be a one-off villain for Wraith to defeat one-on-one, that's something at least. If this was going to be a temporary obstacle on the way to Lark, that could be something. But instead, it's this not even a speed bump moment. This lightning monster is reintroduced and killed in less than a page. If this was something that they had fought maybe 2 or 3 times previously, if this was a known threat, and this known threat was used to heighten the danger of this new threat, this giant mountain-shaped thing, which I'm just going to say now is like a 6-headed enormous dragon thing, and then this enormous six-headed mountain dragon is the real final boss, that could be something. But the 6-headed dragon monster is so disappointing. The storm itself seemed still as the beast straightened to its full height and roared from half a dozen mouths. It had wings that wholly blocked the sky and 6 heads, each bigger than Wraith. Slowly, very slowly, each of those heads turned its sights on them. That's when she saw Lark sitting on the creature's back, watching her. There would be no outflying them. The creature was too large. Her powers didn't work up here. Yeah, whose fault is that, genius? Now, I've got a number of questions for this moment. Not the least of it, which being, why include this large thing at all? Because, guess what? This thing is dead in a page and a half. I know, tremendously disappointing, and wait until you see how it's killed. That is frustrating. No, we went with this because this was a last-second decision that Aster must have come up with, because this thing looks so much cooler than just a one-headed... I'm not even sure the last thing was a dragon. But the other question is, how did Lark get up onto this other thing's back? Why is she there in the first place? Why can we really assume that there's any sort of a link between Lark and this mountain monster? Because if that's the case, that means that Isla's plan includes summoning the storm to end all storms, and then giving Lark an impressively imposing ally. And the other questions to ask are, why is she standing on this thing in the first place? How did she even get up there at all? Now, the obvious answer to that would be the star stick, but remember, there's shade made all over the place, and because the star stick is powered by Grimm's flare, that should be cancelled out. Shade Maid canceled his flare for portaling earlier in a very similar scene, so how can Lark use it now? These questions, of course, have no answer. Now, obviously, a six-headed monster the size of a mountain would be a very threatening beast to try to take down, and would take a lot of effort, or you'd have to be very, very clever. Well, Aster doesn't have time for that. In a move that one might mistake for the rule of cool, for you see, Isla has the Drex sword. Drex. They shot through the air like throwing stars, burying themselves into the creature. It bellowed. Its many heads tried to catch each Drek, but they were too large, and the winged beasts were too quick, too small. Soon they swarmed the creature and Lark. They ate through the beast's flesh, infusing it with their poison, the same darkened veins that she had once seen on Grimm. The wounds festered before her very eyes, and the creature dropped a few feet, off balance, blinded by the rush of wings. Isla stood on Wraith's back again and shot forward. Some of the Drex surrounded her, like a legion, illuminated through the storm by the rings they carried in their talons. Azul's rings, hundreds of them, hundreds of storms, power trapped inside that she could unleash, even in the metal that she could control. The fuck do you mean that she could control? A page ago, you said her powers don't work up here. Now she can suddenly summon magic and use it? I am so tired of Shade Maid just being a non-entity in these. Does it cancel magic or not? And let's not overlook the fact that the Drex sword is powered by a curse, a flare, and the Drex probably shouldn't exist up here, but they definitely shouldn't be controlled by the sword, because it's all magic, and you've got a magic dampening field in the clouds because of the Shade Maid, which, now that I think about it, Isla's really not worried about being suddenly embedded by a bunch of metal shards flying around at random. Oh my god, this is so stupid. This isn't even being dictated by the rule of cool anymore. This is being dictated by the rule of, I already cashed the advance I got for writing this piece of shit, why should I care? So the Drex shatter the rings, and all of this magic, illogically enough, starts floating around, and Isla is somehow, despite never being seen strong enough to do this before, is able to wield every piece of magic, every piece of storm or whatever individually. Energy filled the sky, freed from the stones. Each storm orbited around her like rings of ability. Rings of ability is a terrible line. So fast they became streaks of color. With a roar, she shot them all forward at the mountainous beast. One head was slayed by a blizzard concentrated into a blade. Another by the force of a tidal wave she had morphed into a scythe. A third by a hurricane that went straight through one of its throats. Storm after storm attacked the beast at every angle until there was only one head left. Wraith flew between two headless necks, turned sharply, and from her place standing on his back, the storm winds she now controlled, keeping her balance. She made a blade of monsoons and floods and twisters and chopped the final head off herself. The beast dropped from the sky, taking Lark with it. So this mountain thing was introduced literally 2 pages ago, and now it's already dead. Aster is writing like she's in a rush to finish all of this. Boy, it sure is lucky Lark didn't lift a finger to fight Isla and just let her mountain dragon thing die like a bitch. So remember what I described Isla's plan was earlier. They were going to fight Lark, and then they were going to cut her into pieces and burn her at the blacksmith's forge. Well, there's a particular problem with how this is approached. Right after Lark falls from the sky, she turned Wraith around in a circle 3 times, marking the signal. Grimm would get Oro. they would meet her at Ferrar's forge. First, they needed Lark. Calder was instructed to find Lark's broken body below and trap the pieces in ice so she couldn't heal. Okay, so first problem, we have no indication that the undead army has been thwarted at all. It's entirely possible that Grimm and Oro were still fighting during all of this, but I guess that would be inconvenient, so we don't really need to detail it. Second, they're supposed to find Lark's broken body and trap the pieces in ice. Okay, conceptually I can see how that might work. You know, maybe you got like some magic water that can freeze her and all of that. How are they going to do that with a Shade Maid all around? How is Grimm going to portal with Oro to the forge with all the Shade Maid metal around? I mean, we have no indication that it stopped raining Shade Maid, but I guess that was a rule that was introduced more than a page ago. And if a magic rule is introduced more than a page ago, you can ignore it. Third, how did they know that Lark was going to be on some mountain creature flying in the sky and would just plummet to her death like an idiot? I mean, ignoring that, it would probably make more sense for her to be a paste instead of in chunks. Whatever. How did Isla possibly plan to counter Lark being up on a weird dragon mountain thing and would then fall at least several hundred feet? Again, this is removing agency from the villain so the heroes can have their very easily won victory. Because the old saying is, no plan ever survives contact with the enemy, which is a good way to try to consider fight scenes. How will your villain actually think things through? How well can your protagonist anticipate enemy actions or decisions? Oftentimes, it is a lot of fun to throw a wrench into the plans and just mix it up a little bit. The plan doesn't go that smoothly. Sometimes you gotta bullshit halfway through, and that could be great. It puts the heroes on edge, and now they've got to think on their feet, using what limited resources they have at hand. Unless they're in the Light Lark universe, in which case everything just goes exactly the way that Isla wants it to. And then Calder would find Lark's broken body, trap the pieces in ice so she couldn't heal, and then Isla would meet Oro and Grimm at the forge. Their plan was almost complete. Here's the problem with that. Isla is lying right now. Isla knows that this isn't true, but the way that Aster wrote this chapter, we deal with this problem routinely. You see, Isla has a plan within her plan. She's got the plan that she told everybody, and then she's got another plan that she's doing pretty much on her own. And she knows she's doing this second plan, but she writes, like Aster writes this scene as if it's all still according to the first plan.
That wasn't even a heist. All you did was
write an algorithm based on 2 heist movies I slept through and use it to automate a joyless process you call art?
This is being written purely for the sake of fooling the reader, even though Isla should very damn well be aware that what she's saying is not true. And because of the way that the narration plays, this means that Isla must be lying to herself to fool anyone reading her mind. And that doesn't work. Oh my god, we're almost done with this. Also, why would Grimm and Oro fall for this if it doesn't make much sense? Like, it would make so much more sense if Grimm portaled everyone, including Lark's chunks, to the blacksmith's forge. Like, the plan would otherwise rely on Lark bringing the star stick with her, and that's a variable that you shouldn't depend on. But defenders of the book might say, but Crimson, there is a little snag in the plan. You see, Isla has to fly off to the Winter Palace for one final preparation, and that's when she gets jumped. She is subsumed by water and is dragged somewhere right in front of the Winter Palace, in the garden right in front of the maze. You see, Cleo was an element that Isla did not anticipate, and Cleo is standing there with Lark. I'm just going to say this. We don't know what happens to Calder. He's never mentioned again in the rest of the book, so it is very possible that Lark landed and had enough consciousness that she killed Calder on the spot, because why wouldn't she? She's a genocidal monster. And then Cleo walked up and was like, hey, I know where she's going to be. Let's go this way. And then they go to the Winter Palace and they find Isla. Calder could be dead. Like, legitimately. I mean, he's probably not, because Aster's not that clever of a writer, but no consideration towards Calder's fate is ever given. Isla never thinks, oh my god, what did you do to my friend? So Cleo was holding Isla down with her water, and Lark just starts taunting her, and gets confusing. Not yet, she heard Lark say, and then she was gasping for air again. I need her alive, for now. She grinned at Isla. Her eyes trailed to her heart and the scar on it that was just nearly visible in her now sheer long-sleeved shirt. It was faintly glowing. Did you think your life was safe because you hold a shred of the heart of Lightlark? Her smile grew. I don't need it. I just need you. I will drown you in my soil, and then you and your power will belong to me. I will raise you up just like the rest, and you will destroy the world with all that great ability you hold. And then, with your bones, I will start anew. The world will be built off you, Isla, she said. Find peace in knowing your death will have meant something. Wait, she needs her alive, but Lark can raise her apparently any time and then will gain control over her and her powers then? Then why not kill her now? Why have the hesitation here? Oh my god, it's almost like Aster wrote herself into a corner. Also, this completely contradicts what Lark herself said on page 261 of this book, where she said, the heart of Lightlark has marked you. I can feel its energy. I need its power to create a new world. You will help me find it. Also, if this was always an option, why didn't Lark just kill and raise Isla before? She had her imprisoned for a week. So it looks like Isla is doomed to die here until... Lark's eyes flashed with satisfaction as she watched Isla struggle against the vines. As she watched her don't use watch twice like that. As she watched her try to summon her wildling ability only to be overpowered, she smiled wider, baring her teeth. She didn't even see the blade of ice until it was through her throat. Then it sliced through her chest and legs and arms. The ice kept shifting from liquid to solid over and over, resisting Lark's healing. Oh my god, a traitor on Lightlark? No way! Just add this to the massive pile of treason that's been building up through the run of this series. You cannot go to the grocery store in this world without running into 10 traitors.
In a row?
So we get a post hoc explanation saying that the night before, Isla had visited Cleo and made a promise. Note that the promise was about resurrecting Cleo's son. Why Cleo would rest her faith on Isla and not Lark, who was provably stronger at the time, is a mystery, but whatever. Character agency doesn't matter in this series. And then the Moonling had freed Lark from the ice. She had brought her there. Sloppily as that's told, I believe what that is meant to imply is that Cleo had pulled Lark free from Calder. But again, Aster is rushing through this so fast that details escape everybody. Like, I could be wrong. This could mean something else. And so, Isla then grabs the shade-made armor that the blacksmith had made for her and secures it on herself, which is odd because typically that was done with the assistance of somebody else, but whatever for now. And then Cleo eventually just like blasts off again Team Rocket style, and that is the indication that Isla's time is up and Lark is coming for her now. Isla summons a whole bunch of Drex, has them surround the maze, and then Isla portals herself and Lark into the center of the maze, which shouldn't be possible considering the anti-magic field around the maze. Who am I kidding? This rules don't matter anymore. Now, the point of the Drex is that they're going to stop anybody else from entering. I think that was meant primarily for, like, any undead that are still in the area that might try to assist Lark, even though by entering the maze they should disintegrate because they're created by magic, but whatever. But the secondary use is also to slow down Grim and Oro, as they're not in on the plane. You see, we actually, in a moment that I almost find clever, we get a chapter told from I guess, Oro's perspective, of him and Grimm standing around waiting at the forge, realizing that it's been a while. Isla should be there by now. This can be good. A sign of a well-written character is seeing how they interact with other characters when the protagonist isn't around. And there's a joy in seeing how well they can play off of each other, see how their temperaments really mesh. And we almost get that in this chapter, except it's not even a full 2 pages. And the only thing that this really accomplishes is that Oro understood what Isla's plan was before Grimm did, because Oro was told about the prophecy where Isla would have to kill one of them. And in this chapter, Isla just goes full Super Saiyan 10 levels of broken, and I mean, she figures out stuff that she can't possibly figure out. The portal in the Place of Mirrors was crafted from shade-made metal, with wildling blood infused. It had taken her time to figure out the technique, with the augur's help.
It's like a shield with a sword-sized gap in it,
he had said, musing. That was how she had gotten the idea to come out to the maze and infuse her own blood into the metal of Cronin's tomb. How she decided to create a new Skyer from the metal's blood. You're telling me that this type of magic that she didn't know existed like 2 months ago, she's now not just figured out, she's crafting new layers of it? The only resource she had for studying this stuff was in a book that didn't give complete answers. And even then, God only knows how reliable that is. Now, she's crafting her own magic scribbles. How? And I don't get this comparison. It's like a shield with a sword-sized gap in it. I get the visual, but how does that equate to figuring out how to infuse shade made with blood? And how was she able to do that with Cronin's tomb with like no time to do any real prep work? She did this in less than 24 hours. Look, there is a certain science to how magic works, and Isla has not spent nearly enough time for me to believe that she can go and make a new magic scribble. Look, Skyers are a lost art with no real easily defined parameters about them. This isn't like finding a new way to apply a science or a craft. This is like going back to the Steam age and inventing Wi-Fi. How did she do this? But she has to face off against Lark, and remember, Lark is very powerful. But so is she. Isla stepped out of the hedges and felt herself glow, her abilities radiating out of her, circling her in a galaxy. What does that even look like? Like, it's circling around her and it looks like a galaxy, or it's circling around her as if she's the galactic core, or what? So Isla starts running deeper into the maze. Lark forces some hedges down behind her, but they pass right through Isla, which I guess is a nightshade skill that she stole from somebody. That's the only explanation I can think of. Nothing else makes sense. Eventually, Lark catches up and uses vines to shoot out from the ground, and uses that to bind Isla in place and stop her from running. And Isla, I guess, could just Danny Phantom her way out of that and fade through all of the vines, but she doesn't for some reason. Instead, she uses Saoirse's ability to have her shadow Peter Pan and just do its own thing, reaching into her pocket and pulling out the feather, you know, the one that she was using to communicate supposedly with Aurora. And the shadow began picking off the feather's barbs, and that loosens the restraints around Isla. Now, yes, the tip is made of shade made, and it shouldn't be able to do anything with magic, and it should be weakening people around it, but rules aren't rules anymore, so who cares right now? And it turns out that Isla somehow figured out that the feather was never communicating with Aurora to begin with. Lark was on her knees before her, panting, a hand against her chest. "It took me a while to figure it out," Isla said, "but then I realized Aurora must have tried talking to you. She must have found out about you somehow. She must have considered freeing you to get what she wanted. She was Starling. She wouldn't have put part of her soul in something like a feather. But you would. And you used her handwriting as your own. This was how you knew where I was. You were already rising, spreading poison through Nightshade. But you couldn't get out. My blood. It freed you, didn't it, when I pricked my finger? So, okay, this revelation raises so many questions, almost none of which have any sort of an answer that you can actually fall back on. Isla says that Aurora was a starling and wouldn't have put part of her soul into something like a feather, and I don't understand why that's the case. Are starlings naturally opposed to feathers or quills? Look, it's not like Aurora was affected by the die entirely too young curse that afflicted the rest of the starlings. Why, like, what would it really cost her to put a chunk of her soul into a feather? Actually, for that matter, what would it cost Lark? But whatever for now. So Isla believes that because the initial time she used the feather, she pricked her finger on it and bled on it, and that's what led to Lark being freed. How does that work? How does Isla bleeding on an object that has nothing to do with Lark's imprisonment in any way free Lark at all? Look, there is a very distant long shot chance you can play around with part of Grimm's abilities being inside of Isla, and that's the workaround for how this could even start to make sense, because, you know, it has to be his power that, or his family line's power that frees Lark. And then, of course, the question, why would Lark make this feather in the first place? Why imbue her soul into something like this at all? I mean, would Lark be in a position where she would want long-distance communication with anybody? Is that the rationale? And why would it be when she had access to Cronin, who had a teleporting flare and could take her wherever she wanted to go? From the backstory that we got with Remlar, where it sounds like a child of the dirt and a child of the deep below whatever decided to leave. So it sounds like they were involved together. And then you just get into the confusing things, like, I can understand Isla recognizing Aurora's handwriting. That's whatever. How did Lark recognize Aurora's handwriting? Because for Lark to imitate it, she must have known what Aurora's handwriting was like in the first place. Did Aurora just come across the feather and luck into it? How did she find the feather in the first place? Was Lark able to just memorize the brush strokes through the way the quill moved and mimicked Aurora's handwriting that way? And for that matter, why did Aurora seal the feather in glass? Because remember, in that one scene in Nightbane, it was inside of a glass orb. Guys, this is dumb. Now, the fight between Isla and Lark leads them to Cronin's coffin, where Lark, you know, says, hey, push me through the portal and I'll find a way to return. And this is where we get the last little bit of what Isla's plan was all along, because the reason she had Grimm steal the Drex sword again wasn't just to control the Drex. It was because the sword had been enchanted by Cronin himself, so it contained his blood. Which doesn't sound right, because we have no reason to believe that it ever did contain his blood. The rationale being that she can now track him because she knows what the tracking Skyer is. The problem is, she needs to be able to access the blood by itself in order to track him. Because if she tries carving a Skyer onto the sword's blade at all, or handle or whatever, it's just going to track more metal. This is a very sloppily designed idea. It's one of those stop thinking about it, for God's sake your head's going to explode sort of details. But then there's the other half of her idea. The bit that she had to discuss with Remlar before he died. Remlar had explained the scroll. He confirmed what she had read in the desert, that a portal could only be closed from the other side. It was why she had stolen the bone from Oro, why she had started to shape her own plan. Yeah, except we never got confirmation that Isla read the page before she stole the god bone, so this just feels like a last-minute justification. And Isla's about to throw Lark through the portal, and she sees this as her last chance at redemption. Lark's power was bringing the dead back to life. Here, it meant little. It meant creating monsters. But in the other world, Lark could fully resurrect people. Remlar had told her so. There, Isla could kill her. Isla could take her power, and she could bring everyone she had ever killed back to life. Except the idea that she could kill Lark in the other world, where presumably she'd be even stronger, seems like a stretch. And then being able to take that power and then somehow come back to Lark, and then through using that power, resurrect people, even though in this world it meant creating monsters. I mean, Lark is effectively immortal and should be stronger in the other world, but at this point, Aisla has so much plot armor on her, she should register as a truck. And then we just get this last little detail. You see, apparently, to teleport to another world, you have to know what its name is. How would you teleport to an undiscovered world, then? Is it possible, like, I'm thinking too heavily about this, but how did Lark get its name? Our assumption was that it was named partially after Lark Crown herself. That's what we were told in prior books, in Lark. But now that doesn't make sense, because for them to teleport here to this world in the first place, they must have known what the world's name was. Oh, but that's not even the worst part. You see, we actually do know what the other world's name is. And we know through the most grotesque way possible. There was just one more thing she needed in order to use the portal. It was why she had visited the augur the night before. The prophet's scroll says to go to another world, I must know its name, but it's been forgotten. The augur nodded.
It was on purpose, you see.
He grinned.
But the prophet knew that, so he carved the name into himself before he came here, to ensure he never forgot.
The augur had crawled back to the cave, to the back of his cave, and returned with something gleaming and white. Presented it to her. There, in scrawled script, was a word etched against bone. The other world's name was Skyshade. So he carved the world's name into himself, into his bone.
That's probably not your funny bone, cuz this shit ain't funny.
It's almost impressive that Astra's terrible nomenclature is now a plot point. And we get one final chapter, and this almost works. It's told from Grimm's perspective. He and Oro had figured out what was going on. The two of them teleported away from the forge to the hedge maze where they, encountered all the wall of Drex, so they couldn't break through. One of the last things that she did before she jumped through the portal is she basically told the Drex to stand down and not hurt anybody. So Oro and Grimm were able to rush through. They found the middle, the portal at the middle of the maze, and he reached the center and sank to his knees. Where the coffin had once stood, just a charred circle and a burnt white feather remained. Lark had gone through the portal to the other world, and so had Aisla. And that is the end of the book, and that is the first decent ending out of any of these books, because now that actually sounds like a proper cliffhanger and not something that just got interrupted mid-conversation. But yes, that is Skyshade, the worst of the trilogy thus far, and yep, there is a fourth one. No doubt it's gonna suck too. My God, the mess that this series is just... It's impressive in the worst way. I mean this as a point of criticality. Astra is the worst writer in fantasy, that's working right now. Everything, every aspect of her writing is underdeveloped. Every aspect of her writing is flawed. These books, especially Skyshade, saw no editor, barely saw a proofreader. The most I will believe that she did is she ran a spell check, and that's it. When even her fans are confused by elements, and they can barely run a defense for anything that happened in the last several chapters of this book, there's a problem. Almost every time that Astra tried to answer a question, it raised another question. There are so many things logistically that just do not make sense. Character agency is routinely thrown out for the sake of the plot. The rules of magic never matter as long as it's convenient to Aster. She throws whatever rules away that she has to if they interfere with her plan. Everything in this book is so slipshod that I actually got angry reading it. The characters have not really changed from who they were in the previous books. Grimm is still a monster who will sacrifice anybody if it means making Isla even mildly comfortable. Oro is magnificently one note, and I'm confused that anyone actually thinks that this is a love triangle. It's not. Oro doesn't stand a goddamn chance in this. Oro is a non-entity within this love triangle. Everything in his relationship with Isla is entirely surface level. That's not to say that they won't end up together. Aster herself has stated more than once that the ending of her series is probably going to piss a lot of people off. Every single character outside of them is not even good enough to really call one note. Lark, as an antagonist, was pulled straight out of fucking nowhere and really only exists for like the last 100 pages of the plot. She doesn't make sense within the world building as we've come to understand it. She's overly powerful to the point where you really have to question, like, how is she this strong? She was cut up into pieces more than once.
Fuck! What's wrong with you? God! You cut me into pieces. I was fucking kidding! Fuck you!
And yet is not just effectively immortal, but is literally immortal. Like, I'm all for having an opposing villain to close the series out with, but Lark is, like, just pole vaults way above where she should be, to the point where she's too much of a threat. And when you overextend your threats like this, when they become unrealistically, unreasonably stronger than your protagonist or the protagonist team, then that means you've got to start really coming up with bullshit to explain why the protagonist has a chance in the first place. And when you do that, it lowers the stakes, and why be invested in the story at that point? And what really bothers me is the timeline at which everything is supposed to start happening. You see, here's what annoys me. Isla's parents, her mother, can see the future. That means she should presumably be able to see that Isla could one day prick her finger on this feather, and that's what apparently releases Lark. If that's the case, destroy the feather before Isla can ever prick her finger on it. Tragedy averted. That way, Lark has no apparent way of getting out of her prison, and Isla's parents don't have to die, terrible as they are. No, instead they just give in to this bullshit fatalistic viewpoint of, oh, free will is this weird nebulous thing that no one considers. Maybe there's a limit to how far in the future she can actually see, but the question then becomes, how did they know that Isla was going to determine the future? We know that they can at least see about 25 years out because they told the blacksmith he would be dead within a quarter of a century. We have no reason not to believe that they couldn't tell that Isla would prick her finger on the feather, releasing Lark, find the feather and burn it! It's so easy of a solution!
It is the easiest solution in the whole damn world! What the f*** is your problem?
Does that mean that it's possible that Isla's nameless mother knew that Aurora was Aurora and wasn't Celeste? Was this something that she would be obligated to tell the others? I would think so! And then you start to look at the actual timeline of everything. Now, we're told later on that Lark is the reason for the destruction of the Nightbane. It was done by a Wildling. The only one who actually had any reason to do anything about it in the first place would have been Lark. Therefore, Lark destroyed the Nightbane, right? Except, we're told the Nightbane has been destroyed on page 48. Except, Isla never pricked her finger on the feather until page 80. Much later, after the destruction of the Nightbane, how did Lark get free in such a way to affect the Nightbane before she was freed? The timeline here does not work. Aster did not plan this in linear fashion the way that she should have. She's so distracted by the idea that she has to include these dumb-ass twists that she didn't think out how this was supposed to play in real time. And when you don't do that, as she's done multiple other times in this series, it creates this muddled mess. And after a while, when you're trying to pay attention, you can't actually follow through because everything that she's building doesn't work. And that's on top of all the other logistical impossibilities, like everything with Isla's parents, the deal between Cleo and Lark, when the hell did they ever make contact? And the magic. Don't get me started. Skyers are just a bizarre afterthought that Aster was playing around with that just serve as small gimmicks for temporary power-ups because I guess she couldn't have Isla stabbing herself in the stomach or whatever she was doing in Nightbane to gain her more power through pain. And Shademaid? Every single rule and limitation about Shademaid that Aster set up was eventually contradicted. It's this rare and coveted metal until it's not. It cancels out magic until it doesn't. Oh, you can do all sorts of wacky stuff if you just infuse it with your blood. How the fuck do you do that? Look, I had a professor back in college, Professor Gingrich. This man was brilliant. This guy, he was one of my history teachers. He was the reason I became a history minor. He taught European history. You could ask him any question about the last 500 years, like any event in the last 500 years in Europe, and he would give you a 10-minute, no bullshit, no wasting your time explanation on what happened, what the causal factors were, what the results were, who was involved, and the effects that we see in the modern day. And he would do that without wasting a second of your time. Everything he told was just this impressive display of knowledge and experience. That was the complete inverse of what reading anything by Alex Aster feels like. Everything is this rushed, haphazard, poorly thought out mess. Oh god, and then there was Isla's character arc, if you want to call it that. She spends the first 2 books bumping from plot point to plot point, largely being impacted or directed by other people, until she gets to this, and she starts the book out so miserable because she feels so bad about that village she wiped out, even though there are so many ways around that. And she feels guilty. She wants to restrain her powers. Until people start saying mean things about her, even though people have been saying mean things about her for the entire run of the series. And then she suddenly just becomes a villain for about a quarter of the book. And then she stops because she feels like it. There are no gradual corrections to her decisions. And the big breaking moments that alter her personality are so jarring and bizarre that it feels more like a roadblock than an actual plot point. And then Isla tries to excuse all of the monstrous stuff she did, murdering people, villains or not, they were murders. And then she tries to write that off, excusing it as all the appetite of a beast within her, as if she's not directly responsible for her own actions. No, if she's going to do these horrible things, she needs to own what she did. Trying to write it off as any sort of an excuse is just weak apologia from the author. And apparently there is a script for the Light Lark movie, or so has been indicated by Aster. I don't really know anything more than that. Last I checked, nothing else has been revealed. But if there is, I'm probably going to have to do a separate video on my second channel, Crimson Goes Rogue, where I post random rants about things that I can't fit into these videos. But if I get more information, I'll put something on that channel, because, oh my god, that script is going to have to do so much heavy lifting for the book. While there is going to be another Light Lark book, I don't know the title yet. I just saw some information has just been dropped about it, but I haven't checked on that yet. I might touch something up in editing. But Aster is working on another book called Summer in the City, and I've read a synopsis. It is about as limp and lifeless as you can expect. It has the romance of the Light Lark series, but set in the real world. Therefore, probably a little more logical and probably automatically better world building, but no real appeal because the romance is one of the weakest elements of this series. I don't know, I might read that one, but frankly, I've got enough exposure to Alex Astor as is, and I'm already obligated to read the 4th one and find out how the hell that ends. Unless she decides to torture us with a 5th book, but God help us if that's the case. But either way, that's probably going to have to take a back seat because while I do have plenty of other books that I could go after, ACOTAR's been on my list for a little while, there's something of a pet project that I want to conquer first. You see, my favorite book of all time is Jurassic Park by Michael Crichton. I have a long storied history with this particular book. I first read it when I was 7 because my parents wouldn't let me watch the movie and I thought that this was a workaround. But it is because of this book that I became the voracious reader that I am now. So, understand that it pains me to see Crichton's work dragged through the mud with the Jurassic World series. There is so much wrong with it. I actually wrote a script for Fallen Kingdom, which I consider to be the worst of the Jurassic World series thus far. The script, when I played around with it, turned out to be about 2 hours long. Now, I have decided with the 4th Jurassic World movie coming out, I've decided I'm going to do a bit of a retrospective on the entire Jurassic World trilogy. And I'm going to go into everything. Jurassic Park, The Lost World, and why Jurassic World is not a good series. It might be fun, and I fully admit my inner 5-year-old really loves a good number of those moments, stupid as they are. But they do not fit the mold that Crichton himself used while he was writing. And I would know, because, and I'm actually going to have to cheat on my camera angle for this. The shelf that I've got right above me right here, I have every book that Crichton wrote. I am very much a devoted fan of his. So I think I've got a pretty good understanding about how he wrote and why he wrote the way he did. So I'm going to go review everything from the Jurassic World trilogy as it exists so far and break everything down from Jurassic World all the way through Dominion. It will be a multi-hour series, but I already have a good portion of the script written. I hope to have everything out around the time Jurassic World 4 comes out, which is sometime in July. So the second I'm done with this video, that's what I'm devoting myself to. I will return to proper book reviews after that, but this is for me. Fans for a while have been talking about, oh, Crimson, you gotta review a book that you really enjoy because it's good for your mental health, because this brain rot is slowly killing you. Well, you wanna see passion? You get to see me dive into my favorite book and explain why I love it so much. You get to see full-on fanboy Crimson going off about why Jurassic Park is one of the best books ever written, and then tearing down 3 movies that are subpar at best. And to be clear, I'm saying that as someone who still kind of enjoys Jurassic World. But that is enough for now. I have been filming for entirely too long. I was supposed to be in bed 2 hours ago. My wife is gonna kill me. I hope you all enjoyed as I lost my mind reading more of Astor's nonsense drivel. Hopefully the break that I get with this replenishes and undoes some of the psychic damage that Astor has committed upon me. I am very tired and my sentences are starting to fall apart. And I don't know if you can hear it, but I think I've given myself a little bit of laryngitis just from screaming. And I have work in the morning. This is gonna suck. Whatever, tip your bartender, hug your cats. And don't give yourself over to fatalistic interpretations about the future. Free will is a thing. You're in control of your own destiny. Fuck fate.
What's up? I told
Ribs.
you. My ribs, yeah. Okay. She's growing and...
I'm concerned about you.
She's growing and making me go bleh, like an alien eater. Yes, I know you're still rolling.
Like an alien eater?
You know, the ones that come out of the stomach.
Yeah, those are called chest bursters.
Okay, that word.
Give me a nerd card. You lost one.
Biggest nerd ever.
Slake Fist Crunch.
Buff Hardback.
Bob Johnson. Oh, wait.